Noor,
Yes, doctor.
it is my photo because I'm opening the window. Sorry.
Yes, you're
Uh,
visible.
Visible. It's good, or it is. I see myself. It's not clear.
And it's clear. If you want, I'll send you how it looks.
Uh, yes, and what else? The camera. It's open. I don't want to make me so big. Okay, the camera. Uh, so let me check my light. Because always you do it for me in a good manner.
Yeah.
Are you this? I need the
Yes, now you're in the middle.
yes, I'm in the middle. I just yeah. Can you insert me? Yeah, it's fine. Now I think it's okay.
Yes.
Yeah. No? It's clear. Please, I forget to told you this one. Try to capturing from your side several photo for the opening ceremony. It's only for opening ceremony.
Okay.
Okay? Because the VIB quickly asking me, and the guy who was making photo for all the conference, it's a little bit lazy, and he didn't do any adjustment for the photo. Then I cannot send him something this bad.
Okay.
Okay?
What I can do is I can take screenshots of the screen because if I take from my mobile, it will not be clear. But
Okay. Take screenshots and transfer it for me
sure,
when you have time. Send it by WhatsApp.
I will. Sure.
Thank you so much. Uh, Hi, Krishna. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm doing well.
And how it's your friends? Will
Uh,
joining soon?
They will all join in on time. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr.
You're welcome.
Krishna, for your participation in our conference annually.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the main conference started?
No. We have the first hour. Its opening ceremony started from 1 o'clock. Maybe we need 25 minutes. And
Okay.
after 1 hour, you will be the first sessions for the conference, first track.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. يا هلا وغلا دكتورة موضي. بطلي المايك مسكر. دكتورة موضي،
ايه.
راحت الصورة.
اوكي.
الحين اوكي الصوت بس راحت الصورة.
هاو.
توش كنتي طالعة الصورة طالعة والصوت مو طالع، الحين هي الصوت
ايه.
وراحت الصورة.
ايه. اوكي. اوكي.
إيه الحمد لله. شلونك
ايه.
دكتورة موضي؟ شو اخبارك؟
الحمد لله. الحمد لله.
لك الحمد. كلمتيهم دكتورة موضي عني؟
الدكتور لا، اليوم بس مداومة، انا بكلم الدكتور.
ان شاء الله ان شاء الله.
العفو.
الله يحفظك.
انتوا
بعد
قولوا
شوي
لي اذا شو اسمه بدأ البث، ها؟
ان شاء الله ان شاء الله ان شاء الله. واحدة
اوكي.
بالضبط راح نبتدي.
ها.
الساعة واحدة بالضبط راح نبتدي، راح اكلمك
اوكي.
ان شاء الله.
إيه، لأن ما يمدي أنا يمديني أصلي ولا أجل شوية لما أخلص منكم.
يمدي تصلي الدكتورة موضي.
يمدي
اي يمدي.
أنا أخذ راحتي شوية بالصلاة. أوكي، خليني أسك هذا شوية على ما أصلي.
Rashna, this is Dr. Modi Al Hamoud. She is president for governmental university now. It is Abdullah Salim University, is governmental university, equivalent to Kuwait University. And she is in the previous year, she is owning several positions as a Minister of Education and Higher Education. She is a very excellent lady and very strong lady in the field. She's joining our conference since 2020 till today. Rashna, did you hear me?
Yes, your voice is clear, doctor.
But I don't know what is happening for Rashna because he opening the mic, opening the cap. Then just I need to introduce Dr. Modi for Dr. Krishna.
Oh.
Maybe he is not muting or
Hi, Abhilash and Preetham.
Hi, Krishnan. How are you?
I'm fine. Dr. Hanadi will be online in a short while.
Yeah, okay.
Hi, how are you? Nice to meeting you, the groups of Dr. Krishna as a leading person in innovation ecosystem internationally. I like Dr. Krishna too much. I invite him to Kuwait. We hope so to have a great collaboration. Unfortunately, the opportunity in Kuwait, specifically post COVID-19, the training in governmental parties, it's reduced for the budget wise and they also not investing too much in training wise. But we hope so we will find some sort of collaboration with Dr. Krishna and your friend. Dr. Krishna, did you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I heard you. I heard you.
Yes.
Thanks, Dr. Hanadi.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Just tell me when we should start, Dr. Hanadi.
soon.
Okay.
أمل شلونك حبيبتي؟ تفتحين المايك وتشرفينا
هلا والله دكتورة، يا هلا
هلا
فيك.
فيك، أهلين، هلا فيك، هلا
يا
مرحبا.
أهلا، يا هلا والله دكتورة موضي. عندنا
هلا
بحوث 3
مرحبا.
دقايق نبتدي.
أوكي، على راحتكم.
الله يحفظك إن شاء الله. ويا هلا بالحاضرين أجمع إن شاء الله. اليوم الثاني نبتدي مؤتمرنا، عندنا 3 إلى 4 دقائق إن شاء الله، على أساس ناخذ كل الحضور يكونون موجودين ومتواجدين.
أوكي.
ويا ليت الكل يفتح الكام علشان نشوفكم طلتكم البهية الجميلة هذه ونتشرف فيكم. دكتورة موضي ما شاء الله تبارك الرحمن، منورة منورة.
الله يسلمك، شكرا حبيبتي.
يا هلا ابو خالد، شلونك؟ شلون صحتك؟
السلام عليكم، يعطيكم العافية.
الله يعافيك
يعافيك.
ويحفظك.
الله يسلمك ويحفظكم. دكتورة شلونك؟
بخير، هلا شلونك؟ هلا مرحبا، أهلين
خير،
أستاذ وليد.
الله يسلمك.
اوكي اوكي sorry. Sorry.
نبتدي إن شاء الله مؤتمرنا اليوم الثاني للمؤتمر الافتراضي العالمي السادس تكنو الابتكار وتكنو ريادة الأعمال وتكنو الذكاء الاصطناعي نحو التنويع الاقتصادي. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. فعاليات
عليكم السلام.
المؤتمر الافتراضي العالمي الخامس تكنو الابتكار وتكنو ريادة الأعمال وتكنو الذكاء الاصطناعي نحو التنويع الاقتصادي لليوم الثاني. أصحاب السمو والشيوخ والوزراء، الشخصيات القيادية والخبراء الأفاضل، أهلا بكم وأسعد الله أوقاتكم بكل الخير والعافية. انبثقت فكرة المؤتمر من المبادرة الخليجية العربية التي أطلقتها الدكتورة هنادي المباكي رئيس المؤتمر ومؤسس شركة إيكو سيستم للاستشارات الإدارية لعام 2020، والتي تركز على التنويع الاقتصادي والاستثمار عبر الابتكار التكنولوجي وريادة الأعمال التكنولوجية والذكاء الاصطناعي ورفع تصنيف الدول ورفع المؤشرات التنافسية العالمية نحو النمو الاقتصادي الرقمي المستدام. تأتي أهمية المؤتمر من أهمية المبادرة من المنظور الخليجي والعربي والعالمي لتوأمتها مع رؤية دولة الكويت 2035، والتي تسعى إلى تحويل البلاد إلى مركز إقليمي مالي وتجاري ترتكز على التنويع الاقتصادي والاستدامة، مع الارتقاء في تطوير التعليم، الصحة والتكنولوجيا والبنية التحتية، وكذلك تتماشى مع الرؤى الخليجية والعالمية، وتزامنا مع الاحتفالات العالمية لأسبوع ريادة الأعمال العالمية. يشارك اليوم في المحفل الدولي أكثر من 100 خبير و20 شركة استشارية ومجموعة من المخترعين خلال 12 ساعة على مدار يومين. تنطلق مسابقة الكويت الدولية الرابعة للابتكار وريادة الأعمال التكنولوجية والذكاء الاصطناعي بالتوازي مع المؤتمر. ونبدأ كلمة الافتتاح من دولة الكويت ومعالي الدكتورة موضي الحمود وزير التربية والتعليم العالي السابق ورئيس جامعة عبد الله السالم الأسبق، فلتتفضل تلقي كلمتها.
شكرا لك، وشكرا على هذا التقديم. ومساء الخير على جميع المشتركين في المؤتمر في داخل الكويت وخارج الكويت. نرحب بالجميع وفي ضيوفنا وضيوف الدكتورة هنادي، ونشكر للدكتورة هنادي في هذا الجهد المميز والذي ما شاء الله مستمر لهذا العام. وأبدأ كلمتي بالسلام على الجميع. ورحمة الله وبركاته. إنه لمن دواعي سروري أن أرحب بكم وأن أشترك معكم في المؤتمر العالمي السادس تكنو الابتكار وتكنو ريادة الأعمال وتكنو الذكاء الاصطناعي نحو التنويع الاقتصادي الذي نفتخر دائما بانطلاقه من دولة الكويت. هذا المؤتمر أشارك فيه ما شاء الله لعدة سنوات، ويعتبر امتداد لهذه الفعاليات التي ترتقي في التنوع الاقتصادي والتحول الرقمي، ليس فقط على المستوى الخليجي وإنما حتى على مستوى العالم أجمع. دولة الكويت كانت سباقة في انطلاقة الصناديق السيادية التي تستثمر منظومة ريادة الأعمال والتكنولوجيا، وانطلاق الهيئات التي تعنى بالاستثمار التكنولوجي والذكاء الاصطناعي، إضافة إلى البرامج والمراكز والجامعات التي ترتكز على تكنو الابتكار وتكنو الذكاء الاصطناعي، ومنها جامعة عبد الله السالم التي أتحدث الآن من حرمها الجامعي. كما أن دولة الكويت سباقة في جميع هذه الاستثمارات التي لها منافع اقتصادية واجتماعية وتكنولوجية وصحية وبيئية تتماشى مع رؤية الكويت التنموية 2035. هذا المؤتمر يأتي في نسخته السادسة ويحمل شعار عجلة التنوع الاقتصادي نحو الابتكارات التكنولوجية والذكاء الاصطناعي، وكما يركز على أهمية وفوائد التنويع الاقتصادي عبر البرامج الحديثة مثل برامج الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي ومسرعات الأعمال وبرامج نقل وتسويق التكنولوجيا. لذا نجد دول التعاون الخليجي والدول العربية والعالمية مجتمعة تركز على الفوائد الاستراتيجية لمثل هذا التحول ولمثل هذا الاستثمار في الذكاء الاصطناعي والابتكار، وهي طبعا لها أوجه عديدة ولها فوائد عديدة. أولها زيادة الإنتاجية لا شك، والكفاءة في العديد من الصناعات التي تساهم في تحسين العمليات وتقليل الأخطاء وتحسين جودة المنتجات والخدمات. وما شاء الله نلاحظ التسارع في استخدام هذه الآليات والذكاء الاصطناعي والابتكار في جميع أو في معظم المجالات الاقتصادية. كما أيضا تنشئ فرص عمل جديدة في حلول عام 2030 ما بين 12 إلى 15 مليون وظيفة. طبعا في عدد كبير من الوظائف التي ستختفي وعدد كبير من الوظائف التي ستنشأ نتيجة لهذا التحول الرقمي. ثالثا تعزيز الابتكار والبحث والتطوير من خلال استخدام التقنيات الذكية في تحليل البيانات الضخمة، مما يمكن الشركات والمؤسسات من اتخاذ قرارات أفضل وتطوير خدمات ومنتجات جديدة. رابعاً تحسين القطاعات الحكومية أو الخدمات الحكومية من خلال استخدام التقنيات الذكية مثل النقل والصحة. ويعني في هذه السنة شهدنا في الواقع تسارع التطبيقات العملية للذكاء الاصطناعي واستخدام الروبوتات في العمليات الطبية، خاصة في وزارة الصحة في الكويت وعبر القارات. هذا الشيء اللي برع في الواقع مجموعة من الأطباء الكويتيون وزملائهم، واستفاد منه مرضى في شتى بقاع العالم. وكذلك يعني هذه الاستخدامات تحسن من التعليم والأمن ودراسة التحديات والمخاطر من خلال تقديم حلول ذكية على جميع المستويات الاقتصادية والاجتماعية والتعليمية. ونحن في التعليم نلاحظ هذه التطبيقات العديدة. ختاماً زملائي، أتمنى لكم جميعاً النجاح والتوفيق في أعمال هذا المؤتمر الهام الذي نرجو أن تصبو مخرجاته وتوصياته إلى حجم المسؤوليات الكبيرة الملقاة على عاتقنا جميعاً للحاق بركب التقدم في هذه المجالات، وهو ركب متسارع لا شك. اليوم نشوف تسارع في هذا المجال من أجل توفير حياة كريمة ملؤها الراحة والازدهار والرخاء لشعوبنا. وفي الختام أشكر أيضا مرة أخرى الدكتورة هنادي لقيامها بهذا وتحمل مشقة عقد مثل هذه اللقاءات التي تقرب الفجوة بين المختصين في العالم في هذه المجالات الحيوية والضرورية والمتسارعة من جميع أنحاء العالم. شكرا لكم وأتمنى التوفيق للجميع، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
جزيل الشكر لمعالي الدكتورة موذو الحمود، وزير التربية والتعليم العالي السابق ورئيس جامعة عبد الله السالم، على كلمتها، ونثني أيضا على الدكتورة هنادي لمثل هذه المبادرة الجميلة التي تجمع نخبة من الشخصيات والعلماء والمتحدثين البارزين في الوطن العربي. والآن نرحب من مملكة البحرين سعادة أحمد السلوم، عضو مجلس النواب، يتفضل يلقي كلمته مشكورا.
كل الشكر لك. في البداية أحب أن أشكر الدكتورة هنادي المباركة رئيسة المؤتمر على هذه المؤتمر الخليجي السادس، واللي احنا دائما نحرص على المشاركة فيه لأهميته ولتبادل من خلال الخبرات والأفكار مع مجموعة اللي دائما يتحفوننا بمعلومات والأفكار الجديدة والنيرة. وإن شاء الله نتمنى دائما الاستمرار حق هذا المؤتمر المهم اللي فعلا من خلاله نقدر نتبادل الأفكار ونتبادل حتى الأفكار في التشريعات. أنا كمشرع أخذ أفكار من هذه المؤتمرات ونحولها حتى لأفكار تشريعية لدعم التكنولوجيا والابتكار، وكذلك أن يكون هناك ضوابط في الاستخدام، لأن هذا هو المطلوب دائما من عندنا. فهذه في البداية شكري لكم. وأحب في البداية أن أصحاب السعادة والمعالي السادة الحضور، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني ويشرفني مشاركتكم اليوم في هذا المؤتمر الخليجي الهام الذي يجمع نخبة من صناع القرار والمفكرين ورواد الأعمال والمبتكرين في مجالات التكنولوجيا والذكاء الاصطناعي تحت مظلة تهدف إلى هدف استراتيجي مشترك، هو دعم التنوع الاقتصادي وتعزيز الابتكار في دول مجلس التعاون. نعم، لقد أصبحت التكنولوجيا اليوم هي العمود الفقري لأي اقتصاد حديث، وهي المحرك الرئيسي للتحول الرقمي والابتكار والإنتاجية. ونحن في مملكة البحرين وبتوجيهات القيادة الحكيمة قطعنا شوطا كبيرا في هذا المسار، حيث أصبحت البحرين نموذجا متقدما في احتضان التكنولوجيا وتبني الحلول الذكية والرقمية في مختلف القطاعات. منذ إطلاق رؤية البحرين 2030 ركزت المملكة على التحول الاقتصادي قائم على الموارد إلى اقتصاد قائم على المعرفة، فكانت التكنولوجيا والابتكار من أهم ركائز هذه الرؤية. وقد شهدنا خلال السنوات الماضية مجموعة من المبادرات والمشروعات الطموحة التي جعلت من البحرين مركزا إقليميا لريادة الأعمال والتقنية في المنطقة. وعلى سبيل المثال أطلقت هيئة المعلومات والحكومة الإلكترونية عددا من المبادرات التي أسهمت في تطوير الخدمات الإلكترونية والتحول إلى الحكومة الذكية، حيث أصبحت معظم الخدمات الحكومية متاحة رقميا، مما ساهم في تسهيل الإجراءات ورفع كفاءة الأداء وتقليل التكاليف. كما أن مجلس التنمية الاقتصادية وصندوق العمل تمكين لعب دورا محوريا في تمويل ودعم المشاريع التقنية الناشئة، سواء عبر برامج الدعم المالي أو من خلال التدريب وبناء القدرات التقنية لرواد الأعمال. ومن أبرز هذه المبادرات كذلك إنشاء مركز البحرين للبيانات الضخمة والذكاء الاصطناعي، الذي يهدف إلى تعزيز قدرات المملكة في تحليل البيانات وتطوير تطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي، مما يخدم قطاعات مثل التعليم والصحة والخدمات المالية والنقل. وفي قطاعات التكنولوجيا المالية الفنتك، أصبحت البحرين من أوائل الدول في المنطقة التي أسست بيئة تنظيمية تجريبية تسمح للشركات الناشئة بتجربة منتجاتها وخدماتها في بيئة آمنة ومنظمة، مما ساهم في جذب عدد كبير من الشركات المحلية والإقليمية والعالمية للعمل في البحرين. أيضا تم إطلاق مبادرات نوعية مثل خطة البحرين للذكاء الاصطناعي 2030، والتي تهدف إلى دمج تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي في التعليم والخدمات الحكومية والصناعية، مع التركيز على بناء الكفاءات الوطنية القادرة على قيادة هذا التحول الرقمي. الحضور الكريم، إننا في جمعية البحرين لتنمية المؤسسات الصغيرة والمتوسطة نؤمن بأن الابتكار والتكنولوجيا ليس حكرا على الشركات الكبرى، بل هي مفتاح نجاح المؤسسات الصغيرة والمتوسطة أيضا، التي تمثل العمود الفقري للاقتصاد الوطني. ومن هذا المنطلق أطلقت الجمعية خلال السنوات الماضية مجموعة من المبادرات الداعمة للتحول الرقمي في هذا القطاع، ومن أبرزها مبادرة التحول الرقمي للمؤسسات الصغيرة والمتوسطة، والتي تهدف إلى مساعدة الشركات على تبني الأدوات الرقمية وتطوير متاجر إلكترونية والاستفادة من الحلول التقنية في التسويق والإدارة. كما عملت الجمعية على إنشاء حاضنات أعمال تقنية متخصصة في دعم المشاريع المبتكرة وتوفير بيئة عمل متكاملة تشمل التدريب والإرشاد والتمويل وربط رواد الأعمال بالمستثمرين والشركاء الاستراتيجيين. وقد نجحت هذه الحاضنات في احتضان العديد من الأفكار الخلاقة التي تحولت إلى مشاريع واقعية ذات أثر اقتصادي واجتماعي ملموس. ونحن في الجمعية لدينا مبادرات مستقبلية نعمل على دراستها، وهي تعني بدعم الأفكار المبتكرة في مجال الذكاء الاصطناعي والطاقة المتجددة والأمن السيبراني. كما نتطلع إلى وجود برامج وطني لتمويل الابتكار بالتعاون مع عدد من البنوك والمؤسسات التمويلية لتسهيل حصول مشاريع التكنولوجيا الناشئة على التمويل اللازم للنمو والتوسع. وفي إطار الشراكة الخليجية نؤكد حرصنا على تعزيز التعاون بين دول مجلس التعاون في مجال الابتكار وريادة الأعمال التقنية من خلال تبادل الخبرات وتوحيد التشريعات الداعمة وإنشاء منصات مشتركة للبحث والتطوير، بما يسهم في منظومة خليجية متكاملة تدعم الاقتصاد الرقمي. إن مستقبل اقتصادنا الخليجي يعتمد على قدرتنا في التحويل الابتكار إلى قيمة اقتصادية حقيقية من خلال دعم الأفكار وتمكين الشباب وتبني الحلول الذكية. والبحرين بفضل رؤيتها الواضحة ومبادراتها الريادية ماضية في أن تكون منصة إقليمية للتكنولوجيا والإبداع وريادة الأعمال. ختاما، أود أن أؤكد أن الابتكار لم يعد خيارا بل ضرورة استراتيجية لضمان استدامة اقتصادنا وتنافسيتنا العالمية، بتضافر الجهود بين القطاعين العام والخاص. بمشاركة الشباب المبدع الطموح سنتمكن بإذن الله تعالى من تحقيق أهدافنا في بناء اقتصاد خليجي متنوع قائم على المعرفة والتقنية والابتكار. شكرا لكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
شاكرين لك وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. شاكرين لسعادة الأستاذ أحمد السلوم عضو مجلس النواب على كلمته. والآن من دولة الكويت نرحب بسعادة الأستاذ وليد الخشتي الرئيس التنفيذي للعلاقات العامة والاتصالات زين الكويت. يتفضل يلقي كلمته مشكورا.
مشكورة. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بالبداية أود أن أرحب بضيوف المؤتمر الكرام وأشكركم على دعوتي للمشاركة في هذا الحدث السنوي لصياغة مستقبل الاقتصاد الرقمي وتعزيز التنويع الاقتصادي. وخص بالشكر أيضا الدكتورة هنادي مباركي على هذا تنظيم هذا المؤتمر اللي فعلا كل سنة عن سنة قاعد نشوف ما شاء الله كوكبة كبيرة من الحضور اللي قاعدين فعلا يشاركون بشكل إيجابي. نحن في زين نرى أن الاستثمار في الإنسان والتكنولوجيا والبيئة الداعمة للإبداع هو الطريق لتحويل الأفكار إلى أثر ملموس ينهض باقتصادنا الوطني ويعزز ازدهار مجتمعاتنا. رؤيتنا الاستراتيجية تنطلق من قناعة راسخة بأن الابتكار لا يقتصر على التكنولوجيا وحدها، بل يشمل بناء منظومة متكاملة لريادة الأعمال وتعاونا واسعا بين القطاعين العام وأيضا الخاص، وشراكة عابرة للحدود. أيضا الذكاء الاصطناعي اليوم يمثل محركا رئيسيا لهذا التحول، فمن تحسين كفاءة الشبكات إلى إعادة تصور تجربة العميل عبر المساعد الذكي والكشف المبكر عن المخاطر. باتت الذكاء الاصطناعي هي أداة ضرورية لرفع الإنتاجية وتسريع الابتكار. رؤيتنا أن يكون استخدام هذه التقنيات بشكل آمن ومسؤول، وأن نستخدمها لتمكين الإنسان لا لاستبداله، مع الاستثمار في المهارات الرقمية وبناء القدرات لدى شبابنا ورواد الأعمال. وانطلاقا من هذا التوجه وسعت شركة زين هذا العام برنامجنا الرائد لتسريع الأعمال التكنولوجية الناشئة زين جريت ايديا إلى مستوى إقليمي ليشمل أسواق الكويت والبحرين والعراق والأردن والسعودية وأيضا الإمارات، مع إتاحة رحلة لتسريع الأعمال في وادي سيليكون للشركات المختارة. هذا التوسع أيضا مدعوم بزين فينتشرز اللي هو الذراع الاستثماري لمجموعة زين لاستكشاف فرص استثمار، وأيضا زين تك الذراع التكنولوجي لمجموعة زين لتقديم دعم تقني استراتيجي في الحوسبة السحابية والذكاء الاصطناعي والتحليلات والروبوتات وغيرها من التقنيات المتقدمة. الاقتصاد الرقمي لا يزدهر إلا إذا كان شاملا موثوقا وآمنا، لذلك نعمل على شراكتنا على تعميق البنية التحتية الرقمية وتعزيز الأمن السيبراني وتطوير المهارات وربط هذه الجهود بأولويات التنويع الاقتصادي حتى تصبح البيانات والذكاء الاصطناعي والاتصال فائق السرعة مصادر نمو حقيقية لكافة القطاعات. في الختام أود أن أشكر القائمين على هذا المؤتمر، يعني فعلا جدا أشكركم على هذا الشيء، وبإذن الله إن شاء الله سوف نكون دائما متواجدين معكم اليوم كشركة وأيضا كشخصيا أني أكون متواجد في هذا المؤتمر. كل الشكر لكم وشكرا على كل شيء. شكرا.
شكرا لسعادة الأستاذ وليد الخشتي على كلمته. الأستاذ وليد الخشتي الرئيس التنفيذي للعلاقات العامة والاتصالات زين الكويت، ونتمنى نشوفك دائما داعم وكذلك متواجد حاضر في هذا المؤتمر. وأيضا من دولة الكويت نرحب بسعادة يوسف المرزوق رئيس جريدة الأنباء، أو من ينوب عنه يتفضل يلقي كلمته مشكورا.
شكرا لك. الأخوات والإخوة الأعزاء، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن أتواجد اليوم وألقي كلمة السيد يوسف خالد يوسف المرزوق رئيس تحرير جريدة الأنباء بالنيابة عنه. ويطيب لي في البداية أن أرحب بكم جميعا في هذا المؤتمر الدولي المتميز الذي يجمع نخبة من رواد الفكر والاقتصاد والتكنولوجيا في العالم العربي والخليجي تحت مظلة تكنو الابتكار، تكنو ريادة الأعمال، تكنو الذكاء الاصطناعي نحو التنويع الاقتصادي، والذي تنظمه الدكتورة هنادي المباركي رئيسة المؤتمر والمؤسس لشركة إيكو سيستم للاستشارات الاقتصادية. ويسعدني أن أشارككم اليوم في هذه المنصة الفكرية التي باتت عبر دوراتها المتعاقبة تشكل مرجعا معرفيا وتطبيقا في رسم ملامح الاقتصاد القائم على الابتكار والتحول الرقمي بما يتماشى مع رؤى دول الخليج العربي الطموحة، وعلى رأسها رؤية الكويت جديدة 2035 نحو مركز مالي وتجاري جاذب للاستثمار. السيدات والسادة، إن هذا المؤتمر يأتي في لحظة فارقة من تاريخ منطقتنا العربية والعالم، حيث أصبحت التقنية والذكاء الاصطناعي والابتكار ليست مجرد أدوات داعمة للاقتصاد، بل هي جوهر التنمية المستدامة ومحرك التنويع الاقتصادي الحقيقي. لقد بات واضحا أن الاقتصادات الحديثة التي تنجح في تحقيق النمو المستدام هي تلك التي تدمج التكنولوجيا في بنيتها الإنتاجية والخدمية، وتعيد صياغة مفاهيم العمل والريادة والتعليم والإدارة على أسس رقمية ومعرفية. وفي هذا السياق فإن ريادة الأعمال التقنية تمثل اليوم فرصة استراتيجية كبرى لدول الخليج العربي لتسريع عملية التحول من اقتصاد يعتمد على الموارد الطبيعية إلى اقتصاد معرفي تنافسي قائم على الإبداع والابتكار، وهو ما ينسجم مع أهداف رؤيتنا الوطنية في الكويت لتطوير بيئة أعمال جاذبة ومناخ استثماري حديث يعتمد على الكفاءات الوطنية والتقنيات الذكية. الأخوات والإخوة، لقد أصبح الذكاء الاصطناعي محورا أساسيا في جميع القطاعات، بدءا من الإعلام والقطاع المالي مرورا بالطاقة والصحة والتعليم وصولا إلى الخدمات الحكومية. وتبرز أهمية استثمار هذه التقنيات ليس فقط في رفع كفاءة التشغيل والإنتاجية، وإنما أيضا في تعزيز الشفافية وتحسين جودة الحياة وتوفير حلول ذكية للتحديات التنموية. ومن واقع تجربتنا في جريدة الأنباء فإننا نؤمن بأن الإعلام الرقمي الذكي هو أحد ركائز الاقتصاد المعرفي، لذا نعمل على دمج تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي والتحليل البياني في منظومتنا التحريرية بما يعزز من جودة المحتوى ودقته، مع الحفاظ على القيمة الإنسانية للمهنة ودور الصحفي في صياغة المعلومة وتوجيه الرأي العام. الحضور الكريم، إن نجاح التنمية الاقتصادية المستقبلية مرهون بقدرتنا على تأهيل العنصر البشري وتزويده وتزويده بالمهارات الرقمية التي تمكنه من قيادة هذا التحول. فالتقنية وحدها لا تكفي ما لم ترافقها ثقافة معرفية واستثمار في الإنسان. ومن هنا تأتي أهمية مثل هذه المؤتمرات التي تجمع الخبراء والمفكرين وصناع القرار لتبادل الرؤى والخبرات ووضع الأسس العملية لتكامل الجهود الخليجية والعربية في بناء اقتصاد رقمي متطور ومستدام. ختاما أتوجه بخالص الشكر والتقدير إلى اللجنة المنظمة وعلى رأسها الدكتورة هنادي المباركي على هذا الجهد النوعي الذي يعكس رؤية مستقبلية طموحة. كما أشكر جميع المشاركين من الأكاديميين والباحثين والمبادرين الذين يساهمون في رسم ملامح مستقبلنا الاقتصادي القائم على الابتكار والتقنية. تمنياتي لكم جميعا بمؤتمر مثمر ونتائج عملية تسهم في دعم التحول الرقمي والتنويع الاقتصادي في منطقتنا الخليجية والعربية. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
جزيل الشكر للأستاذ أحمد المغربي نائبا عن سعادة اليوسف المرزوق رئيس جريدة الأنباء على الكلمة التي تفضل بها. ومن جمهورية مصر العربية نرحب بسعادة الدكتور أشرف عبد العزيز منصور الأمين العام للاتحاد العربي للتنمية المستدامة. يتفضل يلقي كلمته مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعادة الأستاذ الدكتورة هنادي المباركي، السادة أصحاب المعالي والسعادة الحضور، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني اليوم أن أنقل لكم تحيات مجلس إدارة الاتحاد العربي للتنمية المستدامة والبيئة وأمانته العامة. والاتحاد هو منظمة دولية بتتخذ من جمهورية مصر العربية مقر دائم بموجب اتفاقية مقر مع وزارة الخارجية المصرية، وعضو المنظمات الأعضاء في المجلس الإسلامي العالمي للدعوة والإغاثة، وعضو المكتب التنفيذي لملتقى الاتحادات العربية النوعية بجامعة الدول العربية.
دكتور أشرف، يسعدنا سماع صوتك ويشرفنا رؤيتك. إذا أمكن تفتح المايك معنا.
أنا فاتح المايك وبتكلم، مش عارف صوتي واصل ولا لا.
والفيديو، رؤيتك تشرفنا تنورنا اليوم.
معذرة لأن أنا في المستشفى حاليا يعني.
سلامات، ألف لا بأس عليك. سلامات.
الله يسلمك، الله يسلمك. يسعدني اليوم أن أكون أحد مشاركين بين السادة أصحاب المقامات الرفيعة المشاركة في منتدى تكنو الذكاء الاصطناعي نحو التنويع الاقتصادي. السادة الأفاضل، في السنوات الأخيرة أصبح الذكاء الاصطناعي من أهم التقنيات التي تحدث تغييرات كبيرة في مختلف مجالات الحياة، ولم يعد مجرد فكرة خيالية، بل أصبح أداة قوية تساعد الدول والشركات على تحسين الإنتاج وتطوير الخدمات وخلق فرص جديدة للنمو الاقتصادي. وفي ظل سعي الدول إلى تنويع مصادر دخلها بعيدا عن الاعتماد على قطاع واحد مثل النفط أو الزراعة، فإن الذكاء الاصطناعي يلعب دور محوري في تحقيق هذا الهدف. فهو يساهم في التنويع الاقتصادي من خلال دعم الابتكار في مجالات متعددة مثل الصناعة والتعليم والصحة والخدمات المالية والسياحية. على سبيل المثال، يمكن استخدام تقنيات الذكاء الاصطناعي في تحليل البيانات الضخمة لتحديد الاتجاهات الاقتصادية وتوقع احتياجات السوق، مما يساعد الشركات على اتخاذ قرارات أفضل وأكثر دقة. كما يمكن استخدامه في الصناعة لزيادة الإنتاجية وتقليل التكاليف. أيضا في قطاع التعليم يساعد الذكاء الاصطناعي على تطوير مهارات الشباب بما يتناسب مع متطلبات سوق العمل الحديثة. فالتدريب على البرمجة وتحليل البيانات أصبح من الأساسيات التي تفتح مجالات جديدة نحو التوظيف وريادة الأعمال. كما يمكن للتقنيات الذكية تحسن جودة الخدمات الحكومية وتجعل المدن أكثر استدامة وكفاءة. من جهة أخرى، يساهم الذكاء الاصطناعي في دعم رواد الأعمال والمشروعات الصغيرة عبر توفير حلول مبتكرة تساعدهم على المنافسة في الأسواق المحلية والعالمية، وهذا بدوره يخلق بيئة اقتصادية متنوعة ومستدامة. السيدات والسادة، يمكننا القول أن تكنو الذكاء الاصطناعي ليست مجرد تقدم تقني، بل هي وسيلة لتحقيق تنويع اقتصادي حقيقي وبناء مستقبل يعتمد على المعرفة والابتكار. فالاستثمار في هذه التقنيات وتطوير الكفاءات الوطنية في هذا المجال هو الطريق نحو اقتصاد أكثر توازنا وازدهارا. وبهذه المناسبة اسمحوا لي أن أدعو حضراتكم لمؤتمرنا الدولي الخامس عشر للاتحاد، والذي تشارك فيه بكلمة رئيسية في الجلسة الافتتاحية سعادة الدكتورة هنادي إن شاء الله يوم 7 ديسمبر هذا العام في مقر الأمانة العامة لجامعة الدول العربية بالقاهرة. وهيكون هيكون حول التنمية المستدامة وأجيال المستقبل. يشرفني طبعا دعوة كل السادة الحضور اليوم كرئيس للمؤتمر اللي بيقام إن شاء الله. إحنا هنقيم المؤتمر على مدار 5 أيام، يوم 7 و8 و9 ديسمبر في مقر جامعة الدول العربية، وفي يومين تاني بنتكلم فيهم عن الذكاء الاصطناعي أيضا، وعن الابتكار، وعن الجماعة اللي هم شباب الخريجين اللي بيشتغلوا في مجالات الابتكار والاختراعات. هيكون في مقر جمعية المهندسين المصرية بالقاهرة. يسعدني ويشرفني دعوة حضراتكم بالحضور والمشاركة معنا بمشيئة الله تعالى. وطبعا من يحب أن يشارك طبعا أستاذتنا وأختنا سعادة الأستاذة الدكتورة هنادي المباركي ممكن يقول لها، وهي هتوصل لي بإذن الله تعالى الاسم حتى نقوم باستضافتهم في مقر جامعة الدول العربية بمشيئة الله أيام المؤتمر. شكرا لحضراتكم، وأعتذر للإطالة، وأعتذر عن فتح الفيديو لوجودي في المستشفى لأني كنت مريض بهذه كذا يوم. أشكركم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
ألف سلامة عليك سعادة الدكتور أشرف عبد العزيز منصور، الأمين العام للاتحاد العربي للتنمية المستدامة، وألف شكر على الدعوة لجميع حضور مؤتمر العالمي السادس الذي يكون تحت إشراف الدكتورة هنادي المباركي، وأيضا إحدى مبادراتها. والآن نرحب من دولة الإمارات العربية المتحدة بسعادة الدكتور شافع النيادي، الخبير الدولي في التنمية البشرية، يتفضل يلقي كلمته مشكورا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. أسعد الله أوقاتكم. أهلا مرحبتين أستاذ أمل، طيب الله أوقاتكم الخير وبركة وسعادة. أشكركم أولا في هالأنشطة المتميزة. في البداية أخواني أصحاب السعادة، السادة الكرام، الحضور الكريم، أستاذة سعادة الدكتورة هنادي المباركي، أشكرك على هالجهود المتميزة. يشهد عالمنا اليوم أخواني وأخواتي، نحن نتكلم عن الذكاء الاصطناعي، تحول نوعي غير مسبوق في أنماط القيادة. أنا كلمتي سوف تكون عن القيادة المستدامة في عالم الذكاء الاصطناعي. فأنماط القيادة اللي تحول كبير تقوده الثورة الصناعية الرابعة، التي مثل الذكاء الاصطناعي قلبها النابض ومحرك الأساسي. انتقلت القيادة من نموذج يقوم على السيطرة البشرية المباشرة واللي احنا تعودنا عليه إلى ماذا؟ إلى نموذج أكثر تعقيدا يعتمد على التفاعل والتكامل ما بين الإنسان والآلة. وهنا يبرز سؤال جوهري، وهو يقول: هل ما زال الإنسان هو القائد الحقيقي في عصر الذكاء الاصطناعي؟ أما أن التقنية بدأت تتحكم في مصائر القرارات؟ إن الإجابة على هذا السؤال إخواني أخواتي تمثل المدخل لفهم مفهوم القيادة المستدامة التي تسعى إلى تحقيق التوازن بين التطور التقني والقيم الإنسانية، لتجعل التقنية وسيلة لخدمة الإنسان لا أداة للهيمنة عليه. ماذا نقصد بالقيادة المستدامة؟ أنا أقصد بالقيادة المستدامة هي القدرة على اتخاذ قرارات استراتيجية تراعي الأبعاد التقنية والإنسانية والبيئية، بما يحقق توازن بين الابتكار والمسؤولية المجتمعية. وهي رؤية تؤمن بأن التقدم لا يكون مستداما إلا إذا كان إنسانيا في غايته وأخلاقيا في تطبيقه. وترتكز إخواني أخواتي القيادة المستدامة على 5 ركائز أساسية. أولا القرض والقيم. ربط كل استخدام للتقنية بهدف إنساني يخدم رفاهية الإنسان والمجتمع. ثانيا، الإنسان أولا، ضمان ألا تتحول التقنية إلى بديل للعقل البشري بل إلى داعم له. ثالثا، الأخلاق والحوكمة، تبني سياسات شفافة ومساءلة واضحة في تطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي. رابعا، التعلم المستمر، وأنا دائما أنادي إليه، ومثل ما أول كلمة في كتابه الكريم هي اقرأ، يعني الإنسان لابد أن يكون في استمرارية، بناء قادة يمتلكون مرونة فكرية ومعرفية لمواكبة التطور التقني المتسارع. خامسا، الاستدامة البيئية، توظيف الذكاء الاصطناعي في دعم التحول الأخضر وتقليل البصمة الكربونية. وفي دراسات أكدت على أن القيادة المستقبلية الناجحة هي التي تجمع بين الذكاء التقني والرؤية الأخلاقية لضمان تفاعل إنساني متوازن مع الأنظمة الذكية. قيادة الإنسان للتكنولوجيا لا تعني السيطرة المطلقة عليها أو رفضها، بل إدارتها بوعي. التكنولوجيا لا نريد نحن لا نقصد بأن نحن لا نترك السيطرة الكاملة للتكنولوجيا ولا نفس الوقت نرفضها، بل إدارتها بوعي إنساني يضمن توجهها نحو الأهداف العليا. تقوم رؤية قيادة التكنولوجيا أو قيادة الإنسان للتكنولوجيا على ثلاث مسارات. أولا، تحديد دور الذكاء الاصطناعي، هل هو شريك استراتيجي أم أداة تحليل أم منفذ خاضع للرقابة. هذا التحديد يمنع توغل التقنية ويعيد القرار للإنسان. الاحتفاظ بالقرار البشري النهائي خاصة في المجالات الحساسة والتي تركز على الذكاء العاطفي والاجتماعي مثل القضاء، التعليم، الصحة، حيث تبقى الأخلاق والضمير الإنساني المرجع الأعلى. تبني نموذج الإنسان في القيادة، وهذا النموذج الذي يضمن أن تبقى سلطة المراجعة والإيقاف بيد الإنسان، وأن تراجع نتائج الذكاء الاصطناعي وفق ضوابط معرفية وأخلاقية دقيقة. تشير الدراسة في عام 2025 إلى أن المؤسسات التي تضع الإنسان في مركز القرار تحقق مستويات أعلى من الثقة المجتمعية والاستدامة المؤسسية. لما أتكلم عن الذكاء الاصطناعي وقيادة، فما هي المهارات القيادة في عصر الذكاء الاصطناعي؟ في عالم الذكاء الاصطناعي لا يكفي أن يكون القائد ذكيا تقنيا، لا، ليس فقط هذا، بل عليه أن يمتلك وعي إنساني موازيا. ومن أبرز هذه المهارات القيادية المطلوبة الوعي الرقمي. ولما أقول الوعي الرقمي يعني فهم القدرات الفعلية للتقنية وحدودها ومسؤوليتها. يعني لا أتعامل مع هذا الأجهزة والذكاء الاصطناعي بجهل. لابد ثانيا من مهارات قيادة عصر الذكاء الاصطناعي التفكير النقدي والتحليلي. لا أقبل المعلومات تنهل علي والأوامر والقرارات بدون ما أنقد وأحلل. تحليل البيانات بعمق ووعي بالمخاطر والانحيازات خفيفة. ثالثا، الذكاء العاطفي، تعزيز العلاقات الإنسانية وسط بيئة رقمية معقدة. رابعا، الابتكار الأخلاقي، تحويل التحديات التقنية إلى فرص إنسانية للتنمية. يعني لا نستطيع أن نفصل قرارات الإنسان أو تدخل الإنسان في هذا الذكاء الاصطناعي. خامسا، التعلم مدى الحياة، وهذا رجعت إلى أول كلمة هي إقراء. القائد خاصة حاليا في العصر الحالي في عصر الذكاء التقني هو متعلم دائم يجدد معارفه باستمرار. ففي إحدى الدراسات تقول أن جوهر القيادة المستقبلية لا يكمن في امتلاك التقنية، بل أين في توجيهها بالوعي القيمي والمعرفة الأخلاقية. في مؤشرات القيادة المستدامة، نعم في مؤشرات. من هذه المؤشرات مستوى الثقة التنظيمية في قرارات الذكاء الاصطناعي، معدل مراجعة القرارات الآلية من قبل الإنسان، رضا العاملين عن التفاعل الإنساني التقني داخل بيئة العمل، الالتزام بسياسة الحوكمة الأخلاقية والشفافية، الأثر البيئي للتقنيات الذكية ومدى توافقها مع معايير التنمية المستدامة. ففي إحدى الدراسات تقول إن اعتماد هذه المؤشرات يعد من معايير النضج القيادي الرقمي في المؤسسات الحديثة. أختم كلمتي في توصية للقيادة المستدامة، وهو لابد دمج الأخلاقيات الرقمية في مناهج إعداد القادة الجدد. لابد من إطلاق مختبرات للقيادة المستقبلية لتجريب التكامل بين الإنسان والآلة. كذلك نحتاج إلى تعزيز الحوار المؤسسي حول الأبعاد الاجتماعية للذكاء الاصطناعي، ومراجعة السياسات المؤسسية لضمان توافقها مع القيم الإنسانية. ونحتاج إلى تطوير مؤشرات وطنية للقيادة المستدامة بدعم من مؤسسات التعليم والحوكمة. في الختام، إخواني أخواتي، القيادة المستدامة في عالم الذكاء الاصطناعي تمثل مرحلة فكرية جديدة في تطور الإدارة الإنسانية، فهي لا ترفض التقنية ولا تقدسها، بل توظفها بوعي أخلاقي ومسؤولية إنسانية لكي يتم توسيع نطاق أثر الإنسان الإيجابي في التنمية. القائد المستدام هو من؟ القائد المستدام هو من يملك الشجاعة ليقول نعم للذكاء الاصطناعي، ولكن ضمن حدود القيم والضمير. فمستقبلنا لن يبنى على الكفاءة التقنية وحدها، بل على التوازن بين الذكاء التقني والذكاء الإنساني. شكرا لكم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
جزيل الشكر إلى سعادة الدكتور شافع نيادي الخبير الدولي في التنمية البشرية على كلمته. ومن جمهورية فرنسا نرحب بسعادة فيليب إيفال رئيس مجموعة إيفال الدولية. Monsieur Philippe Cobret-Eiffel, President of the Association of Family Memory of Gustave Eiffel and Eiffel Tower, please join us. Monsieur Eiffel ما أتوقع موجود اليوم. ظاهر مسيو إيفل مو معانا للحين أو ما حضر أو في مشكلة. من دولة الكويت نرحب بسعادة الأستاذ شريف التكلي نائب الممثل المقيم للبرنامج الإنمائي للأمم المتحدة، يتفضل يلقي كلمته مشكورا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. سعادة الدكتورة الغالية دكتورة هنادي رئيس المؤتمر، يعني أنا دايما بستنى المؤتمر ده من كل مرة عشان أحضر، وكل مرة هي بتقول لي ببقى سعيد إنها دايما بتدعيني إن أنا أحضر المؤتمر ده. فأنا بشكرها إنها بتدينا الفرصة كيو إن دي بي إن إحنا نحضر في المؤتمر المهم ده. وطبعا صديقتنا العزيزة أمل ملا، يعني أهلا بيكي، ودايما بنسعد إنك أنت برضو اللي تبقى في المؤتمر معانا بتنسقي الكلمات. سعادة السادة الحضور والزملاء والزميلات، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. يسعدني أن أشارككم في هذا المؤتمر الافتراضي العام 2025 حول الابتكار التكنولوجي وريادة الأعمال التكنولوجية والذكاء الصناعي من أجل التنويع الاقتصادي. وتوجه بالشكر والتقدير للمنظمين. طبعا نحن نعيش في عصر أصبح فيه الذكاء الصناعي جزء من حياتنا اليومية، يغير طريقة عملنا وتعلمنا وإدارتنا للاقتصاد، لكن في الوقت نفسه بيحمل فرص هائلة ومخاطر حقيقية. وهنا يبرز دورنا كمؤسسات تنموية في أن نوجه هذه الثورة التكنولوجية لخدمة الإنسان والتنمية المستدامة، ليس العكس. إن برنامج الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي بيؤمن أن الذكاء الصناعي يمكن أن يكون قوة دافعة لتحقيق التنويع الاقتصادي وبناء اقتصادات أكثر استدامة وشمولا، إذ وجه بشكل مسؤول وعادل. ويمكن الزملاء قعدوا يشرحوا برضو على حتة أن هي تبقى موجه بشكل مسؤول وعادل. عشان كده إحنا في برنامج الأمم المتحدة بنركز على 3 أدوار رئيسية. أولا دورنا كقائد فكري وواضع للمعايير الأخلاقية. يعمل برنامج الأمم المتحدة مع الحكومات في أكثر من 170 دولة لتصميم استراتيجية وطنية للذكاء الصناعي تراعي مبادئ الشفافية وحقوق الإنسان والمساءلة، وندعم مفهوم السلعة الرقمية العامة مثل البرمجيات المفتوحة المصدر والبيانات المفتوحة، حتى يستفيد الجميع من التكنولوجيا لا فئة محددة منها. ثانيا، دعم الدول في توظيف الذكاء الصناعي تعزيز التنويع الاقتصادي. نساعد الدول على إدماج الذكاء الصناعي في قطاعاتها الاقتصادية من الزراعة والطاقة إلى الصناعة والسياحة والخدمات المالية من خلال مركز الذكاء الصناعي من أجل التنمية المستدامة ومبادراتنا الرقمية التي تعمل على بناء القدرات الوطنية في مجال البيانات والابتكار ودعم الشركات الناشئة ورواد الأعمال الشباب في تطوير حلول رقمية، وكمان الاستثمار في مهارات المستقبل للشباب والنساء حتى يكونوا فعالين في الاقتصاد الرقمي الجديد. إن الهدف بسيط لكنه عميق، هو تحويل الذكاء الصناعي إلى أداة لخلق القيمة والوظائف لا إلى مصدر تبعية وبطالة. ثانيا، دورنا كمنصة للشراكة والتنسيق، نعمل مع الحكومات والقطاع الخاص والجامعات والمجتمع المدني لخلق نظم بيئية للابتكار تشجع التجربة والتعاون، ونسعى لأن تكون التكنولوجيا وسيلة للتكامل الإقليمي والتعاون الدولي وليس سببا جديدا للفجوة أو التنافس غير المتكافئ. السيدات والسادة، إن جوهر رسالتنا بالنجوى الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي هو أن الإنسان يجب أن يبقى في قلب التحول الرقمي، أن الذكاء الصناعي ليس سباقا بين الدول بل هو رحلة جماعية بين الخيارات. فهل احنا نستخدم لتوسيع الفجوة أم لردمها؟ وهل نوجه لخدمة رأس المال فقط أم لخدمة الإنسان والبيئة والمجتمع؟ نحن في برنامج الأمم المتحدة الإنمائي نختار الطريق الثاني، طريق الابتكار الإنساني والمسؤول الذي يجعل من الذكاء الصناعي أداة لتحقيق رؤية اقتصادات أكثر تنوعا وعدلا واستدامة. ويمكن احنا كنت أحب أذكر برضو، أنا أعتقد ذكرتها المرة اللي فاتت، ان احنا برنامج الامم المتحده احنا كنا اطلقنا تقرير التنميه البشريه والذي كان السنه دي عن الذكاء الصناعي، وهدفه ان هو ان يبقى مساعد للانسان، ليس ان الانسان هو يبقى مصدر هو المصدر الرئيسي لاستخدامات الذكاء الصناعي. واحنا سنواصل التزامنا بان نكون شريكا موثقا ومؤثرا للحوار والجسر بين الحكومات والمبدعين والقطاع الخاص حتى نضمن ان لا يترك هذا التحول الرقمي احدا خلف الرقم. وفي النهاية أشكر جميع الحضور، وأشكر شكرا جزيلا للدكتورة هنادي على إتاحتنا للفرصة كل مرة إن إحنا تدينا فرصة إن إحنا نتكلم في المؤتمر ده. شكرا يا فندم.
جزيل الشكر لسعادة الأستاذ شريف التكلي نائب الممثل المقيم للبرنامج الإنمائي للأمم المتحدة UNPD على كلمته، ونتشرف فيك دائما أستاذ شريف. ونعود إلى جمهورية فرنسا وسعادة مسيو فيليب إيفيل رئيس مجموعة إيفيل الدولية. مسيو إيفيل, would you join us please? The mic is not open, Monsieur Philippe.
So, do you hear me?
Yes.
Ah, very good.
Hello and bonsoir to you, and welcome
Thank you very much.
to Kuwait.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy. Thank you for Dr. Hanadi to invite me. And ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, and estimated guests, I'm going to speak about my Eiffel family story, invention, and European innovations networks. I stand before you as Philippe Coupéry-Eiffel, descendant de Gustave Eiffel, to share a short reflection on our family's history of invention and on the modern ecosystem of European innovation that has grown to support and sustain our progress today. A family legacy of bold invention. This is the story. My great-great-grandfather Gustave Eiffel embodies a spirit that France has long championed, combining rigorous engineering and with visionary design, from iron rails that traverse continents to aerodynamic experiments in wind tunnels. His work demonstrates how curiosity, craft, and scientific method can reshape the world. The Eiffel Tower, a monument that many know by sight, is really a living testament to collaboration, experimentation, and resilience. I taught us that an audacious idea, built with precision, tested against nature, and refined through collaboration, can become a durable beacon for future generations. Now I'm going to speak about the power of Europe's innovation ecosystem. Europe today hosts a vibrant ecology that accelerates invention through research institutions, industry startups, and generous research funding from our universities and national laboratories to the mission-driven programs of the European Union. We see continual investment in fundamental science, applied technology, and the social science that guide responsible innovation. UNESCO and other global bodies remind us that innovation must serve humanity. They encourage open science, technology transfer, and the diffusion of knowledge beyond borders. Principles that align with Gustave Eiffel's own ethos to create technologies that elevate society as a whole. In France and across Europe, public-private partnerships, skilled manufacturing, and cross-border collaboration enable ideas to move from concept to prototype to scalable solutions. This is the ecosystem that supports not only great monuments, but also the everyday breakthroughs that improve mobility, energy, health, and resilience. Geneva Expo and the architecture. Geneva ecosystem has long been a crossroads from science, finance, diplomacy, and industry. It embodies the principle that innovation flourishes when knowledge, policy, and markets converge in a neutral international space. The connections forget there between Switzerland's precision engineering, European research networks, and global industry help translate science into practical applications. Institutions, research centers, and international organizations in Europe act as bridges. They found, standardize, and disseminate new technologies. They help navigate ethical, legal, and social implications, and they foster collaborations that cross languages, borders, and disciplines. The spirit of the Geneva model, collaboration without borders, rigorous standards, and a commitment to public value, complements the Eiffel legacy. It ensures that breakthroughs are not isolated feats but shared advancement that upfit communities across Europe and beyond. I was educated in Switzerland during a long time because Eiffel had a place there in Vevey. And now I'm going to speak about building Eiffel Universal Heritage today. Let us honor Gustave Eiffel's legacy by supporting a Europe-wide culture of innovation. Invest in research, nurture STEAM education, and strengthen cross-border collaboration between academia, industry, and civil society. Let's inside that our inventions are guided by ethics, accessibility, and sustainability. So that progress remains a force for universal good. Let's celebrate and expand platforms for dialogue like the UNESCO process and international exhibition that connected engineers, historians, policymakers, and artists, reminding the world that innovation is as much about people and ideas as it is about machines. Finally, the history of my family is a reminder that invention is not solitary work, but a collective effort across generations and borders. Europe's innovation ecosystem, with its networks, standards, and collaboration, continues Gustav Eiffel's mission to push the boundaries of possibility while serving humanity and connecting civilization. May we carry this duty with humility, curiosity, and boldness. Thank you very much.
A great thanks to you, Monsieur Philippe Copré-Eiffel, for the wonderful speech that you have on the legacy. جزيل الشكر إلى سعادة فيليب إيفل رئيس مجموعة إيفل الدولية على كلمته. والآن من دولة الكويت نرحب بسعادة الأستاذ وكان الفضالة نائب مدير عام مركز صباح الأحمد للموهبة والإبداع. يتفضل يلقي كلمته مشكورا.
Thank you very much. Great pleasure.
Our pleasure.
السلام عليكم، مساكم الله بالخير جميعا. في البداية أحب أتشكر من المنظمين على رأسهم الدكتورة هنادي المباركة على هذه الدعوة الكريمة واللي أخذت أمل على حسن الإدارة والتنظيم. كل الشكر والتقدير على جهودكم واضحة صراحة ومشهودة في هذا النشاط المميز. يعني احنا اليوم في مركز صباح أحمد ودي أشرح لكم دورنا. ما أدري أول شيء إذا الصوت واضح ولا all good؟ تمام. أصحاب السعادة سيدات الفاضلة اللي حاضرين اليوم والمستمعين أو المشاهدين الكرام، شرفني أكون بينكم صراحة ممثلا على مركز صباح الأحمد للموهبة والإبداع، أحد مراكز مؤسسة الكويت للتقدم العلمي. هي أحد المبادرات الوطنية اللي أطلقها سمو الأمير الراحل الشيخ صباح الأحمد وجابر صباح طيب الله ثراه بهدف اكتشاف وتمكين العقول المبدعة وبناء قاعدة وطنية من المبتكرين في دولة الكويت، على أساس بالمستقبل نساهم في إيجاد علماء قادرين على قيادة مستقبل ليس فقط المؤسسات في الكويت بل على مستوى الإقليم بشكل عام، مزيدا من التنمية والازدهار. احنا في مركز صباح الأحمد عندنا فلسفة معتمدينها أو استراتيجي نتبناها، وهي استراتيجية 7 إلى 35، أي من عمر 7 سنوات إلى عمر 35 سنة. نبتدئ باحتضان الأطفال في المرحلة الدراسية المتوسطة وبناء قدراتهم العلمية والتكنولوجية، ومن ثم تعزيز وترسيخ مهاراتهم التنافسية من خلال إشراكهم في مسابقات ومنافسات عالمية. على سبيل المثال الحصر اليوم ممكن أذكر الأولمبيات العالمية للفيزياء والكيمياء والرياضيات. ومن ثم بعد ما يتجاوز الطلبة أو الناشئين هذه الفئة العمرية إلى 14 15 16 سنة، نبدأ بتمكينهم من خلال أدوات وموارد لصقل مهاراتهم وخبراتهم من أجل أن يكونوا في يوم من الأيام مبتكرين مبدعين في مرحلة أخيرة يصلون فيها بإذن الله إلى أن يكونوا علماء في المستقبل ومخترعين عبر يعني مجموعة يعني كاملة من الخدمات اللي راح أطرحها إن شاء الله خلال هذا النقاش اليوم. يرتكز عمل المركز على 3 مسارات استراتيجية مترابطة طبعا تمثل جوهر منهجنا في إعداد هذول العلماء اللي احنا نطمح أن نشكلهم في المستقبل. المسار الأول هو بناء القدرات التكنولوجية. نبدأ من الأساس عبر بناء القدرات العلمية والتكنولوجية من خلال ورش عمل وبرامج متقدمة في مجالات التكنولوجيا والروبوتات والأير درونز اللي طائرات بدون طيار، إلى جانب العلوم اللي ذكرتها قبل شوي فيزياء وكيمياء ورياضيات. هذا المسار يهدف بالدرجة الأولى إلى صقل المهارات وتنمية التفكير العلمي والتطبيقي حق هذه الشريحة. أما المسار الثاني وهو مسار الموهبة، يساهم في تعزيز التنافسية وتمكين المواهب من خلال اكتشاف الموهوبين. احنا عندنا اليوم مدرسة اسمها أكاديمية الموهبة. من خلال هذه المدرسة نخرج طلبة يكونون يعني متميزين في المجالات العلمية. كذلك نساهم في إيصال هذه الفئة من الموهوبين إلى المسابقات العالمية، وأنا شرحتها قبل شوي. أما المسار الثالث هو دعم الابتكار، وقد يكون يعني اليوم من أهم المسارات اللي نركز ومرتبطة في نشاط هذا المؤتمر. مسار الابتكار عندنا إدارة الابتكار العلمي والتكنولوجي. المركز يعمل على تحويل الأفكار الإبداعية إلى نماذج أولية بروتوتايبس ومشروعات قابلة للتطبيق MVPs حتى تصل إلى مرحلة قابلة للتطبيق التجاري commercialized products اللي ينتجها المبتكرين والمخترعين من خلال منظومة متكاملة يعني تشمل خدمات تسجيل براءة الاختراع في المرحلة الأولى، وكذلك التصميم الهندسي، النمذجة البروتوتايبنج والتصنيع الأولي في ورشتنا الصناعية في منطقة الصوابر في كويت سيتي. طبعا اليوم دعم الابتكار يكون عبر مجموعة من البرامج والأدوات. أولها عندنا برنامج توليد الأفكار بالتعاون مع جامعات عالمية، على سبيل المثال للحصر IE Business School في مدريد. نساهم بالتعاون معهم في تصميم برنامج لصقل وتوليد الأفكار للمخترعين من فئة طلبة الجامعة فأكبر. ففي عندنا مخترعين ومبتكرين أعمارهم تتجاوز الفئة العمرية اللي احنا حاطينها أولوية ل 35 سنة، لكن هذا لا يعني أن احنا نقصي المبتكرين اللي أعمارهم أكبر من هذه الفئة. ففي عندنا برنامج للتوليد الأفكار وبرنامج آخر لتسريع الأفكار. اليوم في هذه اللحظة وأنا معاكم في عندنا 10 من المخترعين موجودين في السيليكون فالي مع منظمة بلاج اند بلاي. في عندنا اليوم مشروع خاص لرعاية المهندسين أصحاب الأفكار التكنولوجية. عملنا خلال 6-7 شهور الماضية على يعني شورت ليستنج، حصر أفضل الابتكارات والاختراعات من أكثر من 90 فكرة من أكثر من 90 مبتكر تدربوا على مدى فترة يعني الفترة الماضية. وصلنا إلى ال10 الأفضل وأرسلناهم اليوم إلى السيليكون فالي لمنظمة بلاج اند بلاي يعني إخراج مشروعاتهم وأفكارهم وتطبيقها بشكل يتماشى مع المتطلبات الاقتصادية والتجارية اللي اليوم موجودة في الاقتصاد الكويتي وخارجه. المركز يقدم كذلك الإرشاد الفني والاستشاري للمخترعين والمبتكرين، يربطهم بالجهات الصناعية والأكاديمية. عندنا مذكرات التفاهم حاليا مع مجموعة من الجامعات والهيئات الحكومية والخاصة في دولة الكويت حتى نساهم في إيصال المبتكرين ونعطيهم الماركت أكسس، الوصول للسوق اللي يحتاجه المبتكر. مو بس احنا نأهل ونعلم وندرب وبعدين نتركه يواجه التحديات لوحده، بل على العكس نساهم في إيصالهم إلى السوق عبر مجموعة من الأنشطة والمناسبات. قد يكون أحدها أهم على سبيل المثال للحصر، نساهم في إيصال المبتكرين من الكويت إلى جايتكس في دبي، ويب سمت في قطر، CES في الولايات المتحدة، والمعارض المعنية في رعاية واحتضان الاختراعات والابتكارات. أخواني الحضور، أشكركم على حسن هذا الاستماع. اليوم أنا أقول لكم أن رحلة الموهبة قد تبدي بفكرة، تنمو بالدعم، تخلد بالأثر اللي احنا نبحث عنه. We need to create the impact، الإمباكت اللي يفيد الاقتصادات، اللي يفيد المخترعين. وفي مركز صباح الأحمد للموهبة والإبداع رسالتنا تتجاوز حدود التعليم إلى بناء مستقبل قائم على الإبداع والمعرفة من خلال اكتشاف الموهبة، تمكين الابتكار، وتحويل الأفكار إلى إنجازات تخدم مجتمعاتنا وتسهم في نهضة المنطقة بأسرها. شكرا لكم على حسن الاستماع.
جزيل الشكر للأستاذ راكان الفضالة، نائب مدير عام مركز صباح الأحمد للموهبة والإبداع، على كلمته. ومن سلطنة عمان الغالية نرحب بالأستاذ ناصر المالكي، مدير عام التخطيط الاستراتيجي والتطوير في مدائن، ونعتذر على تأخيره إلى هذا الوقت. تفضل تكلم معنا ونستمع لك أستاذ ناصر. أستاذ ناصر المالكي. يمكن في مشكلة بالتقنية. موجود أستاذ ناصر، ولكن يمكن في مشكلة بالتقنية، على أساس أنه يشاركنا الحين في مقولته. بالنسبة لي يعني استمتعت جدا بكلماتكم المتميزة ومشاركتكم القيمة. أخذت مجموعة كبيرة من الملاحظات، يعني صراحة ودي أكتب فيها كتب وليس كتاب واحد. الجميع أدلى بالعديد من الكلمات. ننتقل من سلطنة عمان حتى يحضر سعادة الأستاذ ناصر المالكي إلى الجمهورية التونسية، ومعالي المهندس محمد عمر الأمين العام للمنظمة العربية لتكنولوجيا الاتصال والمعلومات. تفضل معنا مشكورا.
شكرا دكتورة أمل. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين، أصحاب المعالي، أصحاب السعادة، السيدات والسادة. أود في البداية بالأصالة عن نفسي وبالنيابة عن المنظمة العربية لتكنولوجيات الاتصال والمعلومات أن أتوجه بجزيل الشكر والتقدير لسعادة الدكتورة هنادي مبارك المباركي، رئيسة المؤتمر الخليجي تكنو الابتكار، تكنو ريادة الأعمال، تكنو الذكاء الاصطناعي، على الدعوة الكريمة. ويشرفني أن أكون معكم اليوم في النسخة السادسة من هذا المؤتمر الخليجي الهام، الذي يجمع تحت مظلته نخبة من الخبراء وصناع القرار ورواد الأعمال والمبتكرين لمناقشة ثلاثية المستقبل: الابتكار وريادة الأعمال والذكاء الاصطناعي، بوصفها الركائز الأساسية لمسار التنويع الاقتصادي في منطقتنا العربية والخليجية على وجه الخصوص. إن التحول نحو اقتصاد قائم على المعرفة والابتكار لم يعد خيارا أو رفاهية، بل ضرورة حتمية تفرضها التحديات والمتغيرات المتسارعة في العالم الرقمي. فالذكاء الاصطناعي اليوم ليس مجرد أداة تكنولوجية، بل هو قوة دافعة للتنمية المستدامة ومحفز رئيسي لخلق فرص جديدة في قطاعات الصناعة والخدمات والطاقة والزراعة والتعليم والصحة وغيرها من القطاعات. ومن هذا المنطلق تعمل المنظمة العربية لتكنولوجيات الاتصال والمعلومات، وهي إحدى المنظمات المتخصصة تحت لواء جامعة الدول العربية، على تعزيز التكامل الرقمي العربي تنفيذا لرؤيتها الاستراتيجية 2030: بناء مستقبل رقمي عربي ذكي آمن ومستدام، من خلال مشاريع وبرامج استراتيجية تسعى إلى: أولا، توحيد الجهود العربية في مجالات التحول الرقمي والذكاء الاصطناعي. اثنان، دعم الابتكار وريادة الأعمال الرقمية عبر مبادرات موجهة للشباب والشركات الناشئة. ثلاثة، تعزيز السياسات والأطر الأخلاقية لاستخدام الذكاء الاصطناعي بما يخدم التنمية البشرية ويصون القيم العربية الأصيلة. وقد أطلقت منظمة أيكتو بالتعاون مع عدد من الدول العربية والشركاء الإقليميين والدوليين مبادرات رائدة، من بينها إعداد الميثاق العربي لأخلاقيات الذكاء الاصطناعي، الذي يمثل اليوم مرجعا إقليميا يوازن بين التقدم التكنولوجي والمسؤولية الأخلاقية، ويعزز المبادئ الأخلاقية والقيمية العربية الإسلامية. ثانيا، إطلاق المبادرة العربية المشتركة حول الذكاء الاصطناعي من أجل التنمية المستدامة، التي تسعى إلى بناء قدرات وطنية وإقليمية وتشجيع البحوث التطبيقية والشراكات بين القطاعين العام والخاص. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، إن دول مجلس التعاون الخليجي تمثل اليوم نموذجا ملهما في مجال الاستثمار في الابتكار والذكاء الاصطناعي، سواء كان ذلك من خلال الاستراتيجيات الوطنية المتقدمة أو برامج دعم رواد الأعمال والشركات الناشئة التي تشكل محركا أساسيا للاقتصاد الرقمي الخليجي. وإننا في المنظمة العربية نرى في هذه التجارب ركيزة لتعزيز التكامل العربي وبناء منظومة رقمية عربية موحدة تسهم في تعظيم القيمة المضافة للاقتصاد العربي بمختلف مكوناته، وبوجه خاص الاقتصاد الرقمي العربي. ولا شك أن تحقيق هذا الطموح يتطلب تعاونا وثيقا بين الحكومات ومراكز البحث والقطاع الخاص والمجتمع المدني لإرساء بيئة رقمية آمنة ومبتكرة تمكن الشباب العربي من الإبداع والمنافسة عالميا. أصحاب المعالي والسعادة، السيدات والسادة، بين أيدينا اليوم فرصة تاريخية لإعادة رسم ملامح اقتصادنا العربي من اقتصاد يعتمد على الموارد الطبيعية إلى اقتصاد يعتمد على المعرفة والابتكار. ولعل عنوان هذا المؤتمر تكنو الابتكار، تكنو ريادة الأعمال، تكنو الذكاء الاصطناعي نحو التنويع الاقتصادي لخير تسجيد للطموح الذي يجمعنا. ختاما أود أن أؤكد أن المنظمة العربية لتكنولوجيات الاتصال والمعلومات ستظل شريكا استراتيجيا داعما لكل المبادرات العربية التي تهدف إلى بناء مستقبل رقمي مزدهر ومتوازن قائم على الابتكار والمسؤولية وموجه نحو الإنسان أولا. وأود أن أنتهز هذه الفرصة وأوجه لكم بدوري دعوة لحضور قمة الذكاء الاصطناعي نحو المستقبل. هذه القمة التي ننظمها بالتعاون مع الاتحاد الدولي للاتصالات واليونسكو والعديد من الشركاء الإقليميين والدوليين تحت إشراف وبحضور معالي الأمين العام لجامعة الدول العربية السيد أحمد أبو الغيث يومين 2 و3 من ديسمبر بتونس. والدعوة موجهة لكم كلكم لتشرفونا في تونس خلال هذه القمة الهامة والهامة جدا. شكرا لكم، وأتمنى لهذا المؤتمر كل النجاح والتوفيق، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
جزيل الشكر لمعالي المهندس محمد بن عمر الأمين العام للمنظمة العربية لتكنولوجيات الاتصال والمعلومات، وجزيل الشكر على الدعوة الكريمة التي تفضلت بها. ومن سلطنة عمان نرحب بالأستاذ الناصر المالكي مدير عام التخطيط الاستراتيجي والتطوير في مدائن، يتفضل يلقي كلمته مشكورا.
السلام عليكم، شكرا جزيلا على هذه الدعوة الكريمة دكتورة هنادي، الأخت أمل. شكرا للحضور من أصحاب السعادة والمسؤولين ورواد الأعمال. I think I'll be talking in English since somebody or some people here are speaking English. They can't understand the Arabic. So also I prepared my speech in English. I'll be talking about the role of Madain, which is public establishment for industrial estates, in supporting innovation and enhancing the ecosystem for entrepreneurs and SMEs in Oman. Lately, Oman, as you know, not lately, a few years back, we launched Oman 2030, and Oman 2040 And Madain is one of the 7 government organizations that mentioned by name as an enhancer or a supporter for innovation and SMEs growth. If we talk about Madain, initially we started as one industrial estate in 1983 called Rosair Industrial Estates, and in 1993 we had another 3 industrial estates, and we became called Public Establishment for Industrial Estates, in which we provide the land, the infrastructure, everything for what manufacturing companies require in Oman. In 2003, we also built an IT park called Knowledge Oasis Muscat, and it's the only government IT park in the country. The role, or let us say the real contribution of Madain in enhancing innovations and SMEs' role in the economy started in 2003 by creating the first incubation program in Oman called TKM. That program hosted, or let us say incubated, several companies in the ICT. For example, one of them now, they own their own buildings in Knowledge Oasis Muscat, and it's a multi-million company in the ICT in Oman. We also later created the National Business Center, which is a specific incubation program for any company that is in the industrial era, either ICT or manufacturing. And we become also managers of the incubation system in the whole country, which was 2 incubation at that time, one under the SMEs Authority and one under Madain. We had hundreds of companies. Success rate, survivor rate is around 25% from these companies, which is a very good rate. From MBC, we had also very good companies. For example, NEC, National Energy Center. Now it's not now. I don't know now how much it's worth, but 2 years back it was evaluated with 100 million Omani Riyal, which is around 300 million USD. And this company started from nothing. They worked on importing technologies based on IoT and installing all of these IoT-based smart meterings all around Oman. And then they had also other sister companies in solars and other businesses. That is also one example. Examples are everywhere. We can see them also as very well-known companies now in the Sultanate. What I want to say, since the time is very limited, I think we, in the Gulf countries, we need to capitalize more on the solving problems that we are facing in the business sectors, in any business sectors, not only industry or ICT. Any business sector need innovation. So the idea is we need to capitalize and work on building sustainable companies based on local affairs. And then we spin it out through the globe. So many ideas, very innovative, very brilliant ideas, but the market is not there, and or it is not maybe the right time for it. I'll mention one example. 7 years back, one Omani ladies from Sultan Qaboos University created we call it today AI-based. It was not called at that time AI-based. They were diagnosing cancer, female cancers, the chest cancer, and at that time they need to prioritize which one is more severe, which one need more urgent and non-urgent cases. So she created a system through these X-rays. Just by analyzing that X-ray, she can prioritize which one comes first and which one comes later. She got a lot of awards, but I don't know if she went globally. Now we are hearing a lot of similar innovation in the medical arena. So my emphasis is to build on the local innovation, the local problems that need to be solved, and provide the solutions that can be also working sustainable, and then we spin it worldwide. Thank you very much.
جزيل الشكر للأستاذ ناصر المالكي من سلطنة عمان، مدير عام التخطيط الاستراتيجي والتطوير في مدائن، على كلمته. والآن نرحب من جمهورية مصر العربية سعادة الدكتور جيهان فرحات، رئيس المجلس المصري للابتكار والإبداع. تفضل يلقي كلمته.
مساء الخير.
يا أهلا دكتور جيهان.
أهلا وسهلا بحضراتكم. أنا سعيد.
الصوت ممكن الفيديو دكتور جيهان إذا سمحتي، على أساس نتشرف في شوفتك.
تمام كده.
أيوة، منورانا يا دكتورة.
الله يخليكي. صباح الخير جميعا. أتشرف طبعا بأن أنا أكون موجودة مع نخبة من الخبراء العالم، يعني مش الوطن العربي بس، وده شيء مش بعيد عن عزيزتي معالي الدكتورة هنادي. هي دايما بتجمع كل الخبراء، ومن سنة لسنة الحقيقة في تطور رائع جدا أنا مش عارفة أوصفه، لأن أنا كان ليا الشرف أن أنا ابتدي من البداية خالص من أول مؤتمر، ودلوقتي ما شاء الله يعني كم المعلومات وكم الخبرات وكم يعني مش عارفه اقول. انا امبارح كنت لغايه الساعه 11 بالليل مع حضراتكم، كنت منبهره الحقيقه. احنا المجلس المصري للابتكار والابداع ده تم انشاؤه في 2015. هو يعني بيعتمد بشكل كبير جدا على تشجيع، دعم، تطوير كل الاعمال الخاصه بالابداع والابتكار على مستوى الوطن العربي. الحقيقه احنا في الاول ابتدينا على مستوى مصر، وبعد كده لقينا ان المخترع والمبدع هو ملهوش وطن وملهوش جنسية وملهوش لغة. يعني احنا بنتبادل اللغات دلوقتي بشكل، كل اللغات موجودة في المؤتمر العظيم ده. فنتخيل قد ايه ان المبدع والمبتكر هو ملهوش ارض. فبالتالي احنا توسعنا بعد كده على المستوى الدولي. كنا يعني معظم الوقت في على مستوى اوروبا، رومانيا، انجلترا، فرنسا، الهند، المغرب، كنا اعضاء لجان تحكيم. وده بيدينا فرصه ان احنا نتبادل الخبرات مع الجهات الاخرى اللي هي بتنظم اصلا التحكيمات بين المخترعين والمبدعين. وفي نفس الوقت بيبقى لينا شرف ان احنا نكون موجودين نتبادل الخبرات. من الحاجات اللي احنا عملناها واعتبر ان هي مؤثره خاصه للمراه، احنا اطلقنا المهرجان الاقليمي للمراه المبدعه ده من سنه 2017، من ساعه ما كان عندنا في مصر عام المراه في 2017. وانا شرفت ان انا اكون من السيدات اللي حضرت الاجتماع ده مع معالي الرئيس. فقررنا ان احنا نطلق المهرجان الاقليمي للمراه المبدعه عشان نساعد كل السيدات المبدعات وكمان الأطفال في المدارس، سواء إذا كانت ابتدينا يعني البنات، وبعد كده لقينا يعني الشباب قالوا لا احنا كمان عايزين نتكرم، فابتدينا نعمل نسبة يعني 70% في المهرجان بنكرم سيدات وشابات، و30% بنكرم شباب مخترعين. من سنة 2017 2018 كنا بنركز بشكل كبير على الأطفال في المدارس. حتة الأطفال في المدارس إن أنت تبتدي تدعميهم وتشجعيهم وتعملي لايت كده وضوء، لا ده مبدع، ده مخترع، ده المفروض يتعامل معاملة مختلفة في المدرسة دي. بالتعاون مع وزارة التربية والتعليم مديرية الجيزة، نجحنا بشكل كبير إن احنا نعمل 5-6 مؤتمرات مشتركة في نقابة المهندسين ونقابة المعلمين ومكاتب العامة في مصر، علشان نقدر نوعي بالمحاضرات ازاي ان هم يطوروا من الابداع بتاعهم، يطوروا من الابتكار بتاعهم، وكمان بشكل غير مباشر بنوعي المدرسات والمشرفين ان لما تلاقي طفل في المدرسة تحس ان هو بيعمل حاجات مختلفة عن زمايله وفيها تميز، لا ركز معاه لان ممكن يطلع منه قماشة حلوة زي دكتور زويل او زي الدكاترة الكتير الموجودين في الوطن العربي عندنا وفي العالم كله. من الحاجات اللطيفة اللي كنا بنعملها لما كان بيتم دعوتنا ان احنا نكون اعضاء لجنة تحكيم على مستوى الدولي، كنا بناخد بعض الاختراعات من المدارس الحكومية العادية جدا في مصر للأطفال وبنعرضها في السكشن بتاع مصر في المؤتمر، ونرجع مصر معانا ميداليات ذهبية ودروع، ووزارة الشباب تحتفل بالأطفال دول، ووزارة التربية والتعليم. فحسينا ان احنا بنربي جيل حتى لو بحاجات بسيطة، تحسي انك بتعملي حاجة تأثر في الشباب دول، فبيعتزوا بنفسهم جدا، والحماس لا تتخيلي قد ايه ممكن يقدر يخليهم يستمروا. عندنا نماذج نجاح بشكل كبير. أطلقنا مبادرة الابتكار الأخضر يبدأ بنا، لأن احنا عندنا كمان جزء كبير خاص بالبيئة. يعني احنا كلنا شايفين التغير الرهيب في البيئة، ربطنا بين الابتكار والإبداع والبيئة الخضراء، وشفنا قد إيه لما بنصنف الأول كان أي اختراع يعني واو إيه الجمال ده وبتاع، دلوقتي لأ، هل الاختراع ده صديق للبيئة؟ هل هو هيأثر بشكل يعني صحي على البيئة؟ يعني احنا عندنا اختراعات ودتنا في داهية من زمان، يعني اختراع السكر. يعني السكر ده الناس دلوقتي بتتعالج منه على مدار السنين. اختراع الدقيق الأبيض، يعني ده كان ابتكار بتهيألي اللي عمله عايز ياخد ميدالية سوداء مش ميدالية ذهبي. ف يعني لا، دلوقتي في وعي كبير جدا، بنحاول كمان عن طريق ورش العمل، عن طريق المقالات، عن طريق الاستضافة في التلفزيون، ده بيحصل بشكل دوري، ازاي نوعي المواطنين ان ازاي يستخدموا الابداعات والابتكارات الصحية، وازاي كمان نبتدي نختار وندقق جدا على الاختراعات الجديدة. ووزارة البيئة لازم تخش بقوة عشان نعرف إذا كان فيها مواد ممكن تأثر على صحة البشر أو على صحة الحيوانات أو على صحة النباتات أو على الحياة كلها بشكل عام. يعني عايزة أقول لكم أنا متشكرة جدا لتواجدي معكم النهاردة، ولو قعدت أتكلم هتكلم كتير قوي قوي بس أنا عارفة إن الوقت ضيق شوية. إحنا كمان عندنا مبادرة دلوقتي غير مبادرة الابتكار الأخضر يبدأ بيك، لا إعاقة مع الإبداع، لأن يعني ذو الهمم دول احنا لازم دايما نبص لهم بصة مختلفة، وازاي نقدر نخرج الإبداع من عندهم، لأن تأكدي في يعني مجموعة كبيرة جدا عندهم إبداعات وابتكارات لازم نركز معاهم، ولما بنركز معاهم بيخرج منهم شخصية أخرى خالص بتنفع نفسها وتنفع العيلة بتاعتها وتنفع المجتمع في الآخر. أشكر حضراتكم على الاستضافة، وأشكر حضراتكم متعتونا جدا جدا بالكونفرنس الرائع ده، وأشوفكم على خير إن شاء الله. شكرا.
شكرا لك سعادة الدكتورة جيهان فرحات رئيس المجلس المصري للابتكار والإبداع على الكلمة الجميلة وما تفضلت به. والآن من دولة الكويت نرحب بسعادة الأستاذ عبد الرؤوف الفيدي الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة أنفتا. تفضل أستاذ عبد الرؤوف، كلمتك ناظرينها.
يا هلا وسهلا فيكم. أول شيء كل الشكر لكم على إتاحة الفرصة لنا بالمشاركة، وهذه مو أول سنة، احنا على استمرار من انطلاقة هذا المؤتمر احنا قاعد نشارك وياكم في هذا المؤتمر، وكل الشكر يرجع حق الدكتورة عنادي والأستاذة أمل لإتاحة لنا مثل هذه الفرصة. على عجالة ما راح أخذ من وقتكم وايد إن شاء الله، بس مثل ما احنا نعرف التقنية والتكنولوجيا تساهم في إعادة الدول بشكل عام إلى مراتبها العالية، وتكون بصف الدول المتقدمة من ناحية هذه التقنيات. فاليوم تقنية الذكاء الصناعي هي إحدى التقنيات اللي تكون ضمن منظومة متكاملة تساهم في عدة مجالات، مثل ما الأخوان والأخوات طرحوا في عدة مجالات ساهمت فيها تقنية الذكاء الصناعي، اللي هي تشمل القطاع الصحي، القطاع التكنولوجي، القطاع اللي هو الزراعة، قطاع البناء، المباني الذكية، وشتى أنواع المتعلقة، حتى ما تشمل فيها القطاع النفطي وما يخص جميع الأنظمة والمنظومات المتكاملة. فاليوم إذا نتكلم اليوم عندنا كدولة الكويت، دولة الكويت كانت من الدول الرائدة في مجال صناعة اللي هو الإنتاج الفني، سواء إنه كان مسموع أو مرئي. كنا احنا كدولة الكويت من الدول الرائدة، وكان تاخذ الدول المجاورة أو الدول الصديقة أو الدول العربية تاخذ من إنتاج دولة الكويت في هذا المجال. لكن ما راح أقول في أسباب، لكن صار في هبوط في هذا المجال هذا. فهي دورنا احنا كشركة انفيتا الكويت، قمنا بالتعاون مع الجهات ذات الصلة المتخصصة في هذا المجال، من ضمنها الجهات الحكومية والقطاعات الخاصة، في إعادة هذه المنظومة بحيث أن تكون دولة الكويت ترجع إلى الدول الرائدة في هذا المجال. فقمنا بالتعاون مع الجهات المختصة بعمل متكامل وإنتاج منصة متكاملة تم إطلاقها من قبل سنة سنتين، تم تسميتها منصة 52 منصة 52. طبعا هذه المنصة تحتوي على الذكاء الصناعي كجزء من هذه المنصة، بالإضافة تأخذ الإرشيف المتكامل لما تم إنتاجه من بداية الإنتاج في دولة الكويت، بحيث أن تكون تحت منظومة متكاملة بهذا المجال. فاليوم لما نتكلم عن الذكاء الصناعي هو ليس جزء مثل ما نقول ستاند الون، هو ليس في تقنية لحد ذاتها، لكن هي جزء من منظومة متكاملة تساهم في إعادة وترتيب التقنيات في عدة مجالات، بحيث أن تكون هذا المجال تأخذ الدولة اللي هو الموجود احنا فيها، تعيدها إلى مراتب الدول المتقدمة في هذا المجال، وتعيد لها القوة والهيمنة المتكاملة في هذا المجال. فإحنا اليوم ما نقتصر على تقنية الذكاء الصناعي على مجال محدد، إحنا قاعد نساهم في عدة مجالات مختلفة. على سبيل الحصر للشمولية، كان أول انطلاقة لنا في الذكاء الصناعي يختص في مجال الاتصالات. طبعا حولنا بعدها، قمنا في دراسة متطلبات الماركت مثل ما يقول، أو السوق المطلوب فيه، وشفنا شنو اللي محتاجين فيه، ومن هنا انطلقنا في منصة اللي هي 52 اللي عادت الى الدوله، بحيث صارت الى كمنصتها منصه 52 صارت من ضمن المنصات العالميه اللي تساهم. وطبعا المنصه هذه انطلقت الحمد لله وصار لها وجود عالمي، سواء بالمنطقه في الدول العربيه دول العالم بشكل عام. صار الكل قاعد يدش ويشوف هذا الموضوع هذا، وكان اللي ساهم في تطور هذه المنصه هو تقنيه الذكاء الصناعي. فاليوم مثل ما ذكرت لكم تقنيه الذكاء الصناعي ليس مقصوره على جزء معين، بينما هي تساهم في تطوير التقنيات اللي موجوده بحيث تعيد الدول الى مراتب الدول المتقدمه. وانا اعتذر اذا اخذت وقت اخر، دخلنا في وقت غير وقتنا، لكن اذا في اي استفسارات او اي شيء بالعكس احنا لسعه الصدر للاجابه عن اي استفساراتكم. واشكركم كل الشكر لاتاحه هذه الفرصه واعطائي هذا المجال للكلمه بعجاله لالقائها في هذا المؤتمر. مشكورين، يعطيكم الف عافيه.
جزيل الشكر لك سعادة الأستاذ عبد الرؤوف الفيلي على ما تفضلت فيه. الرئيس التنفيذي لشركة انفتا ومنصة 52 تمثل الوجه الإعلامي حاليا لدولة الكويت، فشاكرين جهودكم الكبيرة. وقبل ما ننتقل إلى المحور الأول، الأستاذ صلاح عيد المدير التنفيذي للتعليم والمشاريع المدير التنفيذي للتعليم والمشاريع والممثل لمجموعة أبو غزالة الدولية في دولة الكويت، حاب يقدم شكره في دقيقة. أستاذ صلاح.
أقل من دقيقة. كل الشكر أستاذ أمل. طبعا كل الشكر للدكتورة هنادي المبارك على هذه الفرصة العظيمة حقيقة، اللي نلتقي بنخبة من العلماء حول العالم وليس فقط في الوطن العربي. فقط أنه أنقل تحيات سعادة الدكتور طلال أبو غزالة إلى حضراتكم. الدكتور طلال أبو غزالة كان له كلمة بالأمس تمحورت حول المستقبل والذكاء الاصطناعي، فهو يعني ينقل لكم تحياته. وإن شاء الله أنا يعني أبشركم إنه في تعاون قريب راح يكون بينه وبين إيكو سيستم ممثلة بالدكتور هنادي المباركي، على ننطلق على مستوى الكويت كبداية، ومن ثم إن شاء الله ننطلق تكون المنارة الأولى والشمعة الأولى بإذن الله دولة الكويت، ومن ثم ننتقل إلى باقي الدول. كل الشكر لكم جزيلا. شكرا جزيلا.
جزيل الشكر لك أستاذ صلاح عيد المدير التنفيذي للتعليم والمشاريع والممثل لمجموعة أبو غزالة الدولية في الكويت، وبانتظار هذا الترابط الجميل الذي سيحدث. والآن ننتقل إلى المحور الأول، تكنولوجيا التعليم والتكنولوجيا المالية عبر رسم مستقبل التعليم والتمويل برئاسة دكتور كريشنا نوغناث. Dr. Krishna, we are really sorry that we belated you a little bit, but I'm sure that it's going to be a great sessions ahead of us. Thank you for giving us the time to listen to each and every one. And now it is your turn. Just got the mic from me. Thank you, Dr. Krishna.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, one of our participants had to leave. He's a founder of a startup, and he had a VC who had called him for a meeting. So that takes priority. So he has to step out. Preetham will not be talking. So it'll be Abhilash and me who will be talking. So to set the context of what we are going to cover, what I'm going to talk about here is to talk about how innovation, because only Abhilash is there, I'm going to talk about the context of innovation and how it is happening in fintech companies in India. So when you look at innovation, it's really about customer needs. So can I show a presentation here?
Yes, you can.
I'm not able to share. Yeah. I'm just presenting. Yeah. So the most important aspect of any innovation is basically one of user and their needs. Now, but that's not the end of it. We realize that innovation is about an ecosystem. It just doesn't require just an user and his needs. You require the solution, the ecosystem, and the components that go into it, plus the utilities that work around it. So it is not just about what you are developing, but a whole lot of things that go around it. And each of this can be varying from commodity to research. So for example, utilities will always be commodity, but a need can, for example, be a very established need that is very well known to everyone, or it can be something that is maturing now, or it can be evolving. Sometimes they are very futuristic. All innovations are not necessarily exactly about evolving or future needs. All of them have very, very different characteristics. Established needs have few incumbents. They are scale and quality, and it's about efficiency and cost. Maturing needs, they have multiple players. It's about quality and reliability, and it's about this differentiation. Evolving needs, there will always be few players. They're custom made, and it's about features and usability. While future needs are about technology, prototypes, and proof of concept. Now, if you see about this, you will find something interesting that happens. And that's where I'm going to introduce Abhilash to talk about what he does and how it is relevant. In fact, Preetham also fell into a very different spot in this one. If you look at innovators, you will discover that there are innovators who are affecting commodities. You will discover that there are innovators which are affecting standard products, but you will also find innovators who are creating absolutely new stuff. They are working on early stage proof of concept, real life pilots, and things like that. One of the panelists, Preetham, who had to leave, he works on an early stage venture. He works on a proof of concept. He's building something for the defense sector. It's just a proof of concept. It's a technology product, and he's raising money for that. I work with him as a chief innovation officer. His is very few players. There are hardly anybody in that space. There are few players globally, but he works on concepts, very early stage idea, and he is preparing a prototype right now. On the other hand, I have Abhilash here, who works in the fintech space and works with banks and insurance companies, where you will think that everything is commoditized, and his customers are all giants, very large companies, which have thousands of employees. They have huge turnover. They have huge databases. And Abhilash is disrupting here. He is doing an innovation here. He has come up with a technological solution that actually improves the life of his customer and significantly improves their operation. So you will see that innovation can be a whole lot. It doesn't have to be that everybody who innovates creates something, a beautiful product. An innovator like Abhilash will not be known at all. No one will know about him, apart from people in the industry. Abhilash will not get captured in many places in the world. He will not be written about in papers. He will not become a big name. He will not go on Shark Tanks. But he has a great solution. He has a great innovation, and he impacts an industry and makes things possible for them that are not currently feasible for them. This is really about innovation. So what we realize when we look at innovation is that there are lots of companies like Abhilash, lots of innovators like Abhilash, who are doing things to make a difference to very established industries. These are not going to be Steve Jobs of the world or Elon Musk of the world. They will never be known very big as a big name, but they have very, very special one. But then you will also find that there are innovators who are creating new technologies. And you will find people in between, people who are entrepreneurs who are taking a great idea and commercializing it. So you will find many of them. I work with the spectrum of them. So I today wanted to bring two people who are on the opposite end of the spectrum, one a technologist and another also a technologist, but not creating a product, but making life simple for a customer. So I'm going to invite Abhilash to talk about how he is impacting the ecosystem. So he is looking at a very mature system and creating a solution that changes this industry. He has a very, very mature ecosystem and he accesses one component of this system and makes this industry far superior. That's also innovation. And so that is the message that I want to leave behind to people, that for any innovator, it's about getting an innovation rent, which is basically the premium that they can get before everything becomes commodity. And luckily, there are, even in a commoditized space, a well-established space, there are always opportunities to innovate. And I will ask Abhilash to now talk about how he has done that. So over to Abhilash, and then we will have a discussion around what we have, what this means for innovation and the ecosystem for everyone across the world.
Thank you, Krishnan. Thank you for your nice words. I hope everyone are able to hear me now.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, good. So thanks everyone. So thanks, Krishnan, for this opportunity. So Krishnan, I truly take your words in saying that in the commoditized space, there is a lot of opportunities. So let me introduce myself. I'm Abhilash. I'm the founder of Nabhas Cloud Consulting. I'm from Chennai. So I work as a technology major, and my core expertise is on Oracle technologies. As you all know that, let's take at a typical use case for most users. Like, we are all holding a bank account, we are all holding an insurance policy, etc. But then whenever we go to a bank or an insurance system, people say systems are slow. People say that, my claims is processing, the agent is taking their time to do the work. Somehow, somewhere down the line, the systems are being used heavily, and the operational efficiency of those systems is what that counts in the user impact of the clerk in the bank or even as the end user. So I'll tell you one example where we typically get notifications from banks saying that, we have a maintenance between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. And it's mostly midnight, and most of us are not really bothered about it because we don't do business transactions. But between that 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., there is a ton of activity that is going, and the IT engineers will be in firefighting mode to do the system operations. Now, one of the operations is that, as the banking systems and insurance systems, all of them deal with money at some point. These systems have to be regularly updated and patched over time, and they needs to be a consistent update so that they are compliant with the business regulations. Our banks are available all the time. Our insurance system needs to be available all the time. But we also need to maintain the systems to ensure that they are compliant. So both needs to go hand in hand together. So imagine a new bank which is trying to scale up. It'll go into new regions, new spaces, going to international markets. The data in those systems are also going to grow, which means the maintenance work on those systems are also going to grow, which means the operation efficiency also will need to grow. So when when a new organization is small, they would be efficient enough, but as they scale, their IT infrastructure should scale and their operations should also scale. So let's talk about one activity that I mentioned about, maintenance that happened between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. Now, before I present a certain PDFs on this, I'll just explain a small use case so that I can start presenting on it. Now, I have a lot of system that needs to be updated, and I have a handful of engineers to do it. And when we take a downtime of a system, a lot of things are planned. But a lot of things can also go wrong due to human errors. And we don't give AI the authority to change such system critical systems. There's always a system where, AI uses the data, but management of data will always be core IT engineers activities. Now, imagine I have about 20 systems, and I have about handful of 8 to 10 engineers who's trying to do the patching. And when an issue can go wrong, it can go wrong. It can go wrong due to a human error. It can go wrong due to any kind of a system error. But removing the human error, you need to automate all this. So my innovation is kind of automating this space where the operational efficiency helps. So I'm going to present my screen now, and I'm going to show you what this is all about. So so this is the white paper of that I'm going to present you, and the automation is called as total automation box. Now, what does it do? What does this automation do? It's completely on Oracle cloud infrastructure and other cloud systems. It's completely configurable. But what are we actually patching? So we are kind of in a conundrum where we need to do a lot of patching in the systems. So whether we develop this on the cloud or whether we develop the application on-premise data centers, patching is something that needs to be done. If you can see, the technical effort to do the patching is actually easier, but the planning for patching and letting everyone know that systems will not be available, changing the businesses to adjust to our patching timing, that is the most difficult part. And that is why large organizations go non-compliant, because they are not able to get the relevant downtime, because the system needs to be available literally 24/7. So what my tool does? So this tab means total automation box addresses this problem. So I started this I got this as a use case where in one of my customers who have not patched their system for a long time, and then there's a regulatory alignment saying that at this date you have to be completely aligned. And then I developed a utility, and then I realized that this is where most companies are missing, and then I improved, and more organizations are using this. Now, what are the challenges systems that we have in the traditional system of literally any bank that you see? A lot of these patching systems are a manual process. There is limited flexibility for built-in solutions. You really can't schedule. You really have to keep it so lightweight that you'll have to you cannot really automate a lot of these things. You really have to have an engineer available in your data center. There's a high risk of human error, and there is limited built-in automation, because when you go to any cloud provider, the cloud provider says that it is the customer's responsibility to do the automation. They don't do the automation. Now, as I explained earlier, a core issue with OCI means Oracle Cloud Infrastructure Patching, is that the planning is more difficult than the patching effort itself. Then what does this actually cost? It drains IT resources, it has increased delays, and we will be non-compliant. And when our auditing companies come into a scope, then we see that there are certain things that we've not met, and then it goes into a firefighting mode to ensure that we get into compliance. No, that is not the way it goes. Now let us understand how does a manual thing works before going to automate things. Now assume that my business has one large database, and I do a pre-check activity, I do a validation, and when everything is fine, I just apply. So this is like, understanding that we have, one system to ensure that, I'm able to do it well. But what are the things what is the real life case here? The real life case is that beyond patching, there are a lot of coordinations that are there. So it is not just one part of the patching. We have something called as grid infrastructure, we have database release updates, and there is minimal downtimes, and we have to have some kind of a breather to ensure that if something goes wrong, we're able to work on this. Now let me come to what I'm saying. This is called as TAP. It's the future of patching. The concept is basically automation. But what are we automating? We are automating systems to patch itself with a human control. we don't say patch everything. We say, I would say 95% of the automation is patching up the activity, and 5% is an oversight of what you keep seeing that your systems are actually working fine. Now, at Nabas, we believe that patching should be effortless, scalable, and error-free. And then everything that happens with this are with native Oracle Cloud logging. So all the systems, everything that you do automation will be the same thing as you do manual, but with less human error. Now, this leaves with businesses with managing complex disconnected networks, and there's a lot of alignment that needs to come up. So by automating the patching, we don't just automate an IT operation, we are automating the business efficiency, because only when your IT infrastructure is available and supporting enough, you will be able to support your business. Now, let's see a use case of how this tab works. I have multiple systems. I can do multiple pre-checks at once, and I can do multiple apply at once. So which means that this 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. downtime, so many banking components that have in my system, they start at one point, they end at one point, having a more predictable outcome. And if there are issues, obviously, which we will troubleshoot, but imagine if it is done manually, it becomes a completely difficult. Now, TAB operates through a fully automated process that ensures seamless Oracle Cloud operations before deployment and after deployment. So what is before deployment? See, which means before 1 a.m., what do? We do a pre-check. What do we do a pre-check? Imagine we go into a surgery and the doctor does a pre-check, checks the BP, pulse, all the vitals of a patient before actually he does the surgery. And then he actually goes into the surgery, and then there's a post-surgery. It's kind of a similar analogy that we do to an IT system, but we kind of trying to automate it. Now, what do we do here in the pre-check? No, whatever application server automation, database server automation, automate, shutdown, startup of the services, etc. This kind of, let's call it as the phase 1 of the system. And then the apply phase is where we actually do the patching. All the patches happens together at once. Like, I'm going back to this slide where, where all the patches happens at once. Now, now you see here, you see multiple threads here represent means multiple systems. It's more of a visual representation of what we are doing. Now, we do a post-check phase. Now we automate validation and recovery. So whenever the patches have applied, the system actually identifies all the logs, and we have a dashboard which says that, all patches have applied, and then we are good. So what are we achieving here? We are saving time. We are saving errors. We are eliminating errors. No, we save time, we are eliminating errors, thereby we get efficiency. So again, what are the post checks? Whatever automations that we did in the pre-check, we have to undo it back in the automation part so that systems start working again. For example, bringing down services, bringing up services. Now I'm bringing it all together. You see, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, everything happens in tandem, and everything will be automated. So this is the automation where is called as a maintenance automation. I have a window, but unlike our small laptops where we can just or your mobile will say, let's update my mobile tonight. That's fine. But real systems are not that easy. Each system is complex on its own, and it requires some oversight because we are dealing with mission critical data. Now, putting all this together at once, TAB simplifies complexity for multiple parallel environments. Now, when you solve your complexity in your IT infrastructure, it is directly proportional to your business efficiency. So now you have, multiple runbooks for your dev environment, for your UAT environment, for your production environment, even for your disaster recovery environment. You can design it the way you want. Earlier, it was not so. You can see here it's a lot of chaos here, and after we updated more of a streamlined approach. So now, how does this reduce in cost savings? A simple example. I set up a new product. I want to shut down environments when I don't use inside, because everyone is setting up environments in the cloud, but you'll have to ensure that it only runs when you need them. So you can shut down cloud compute cost savings by shutting down all of them not in use and bringing up not in use. Setting up compliance reports, setting up automating backup processes, custom backup processes, automating patching. So the use cases are tremendous here. Now, this is the key features that what we see here. Speed and stability, flexibility, comprehensive logging, no additional licensing with additional Oracle Cloud. It's all everything with the default Oracle Cloud gives you. It is just giving with available minimal tools, because this automation is about using a minimalistic attitude. You don't have to configure very, very expensive tools to get expensive systems. You have what you have. The greatest engineer is the one who works with minimal tools. So now then, Oracle has its own automation utility, but then again it is licensed, and then you have customized product. It is another product to use, and it has its own issues. So I'm directly competing with Oracle's own fleet management software, which Oracle uses as a product to sell and market on its own, but there are very few takers for it. So these are the pros and cons of several issues. For example, implementation complexity, customization, operational efficiency, risk management, licensing. The total automation box covers it all.
Abhilash, I'm going to
Now-
stop you here.
Yeah.
I have a couple of questions for you to explain to people. So maybe you can shut down the presentation.
Please,
So
please.
let me ask you a couple of things. See, you have been in this fintech sector for long.
Yeah.
Okay, you've worked with a lot of people who use Oracle databases and things like that. So it is not something that has been new existing that you have seen, but you've come up with something that significantly improves efficiency. Am I right that a typical client of yours will not have one Oracle database, but will have so many databases? Typically tell me about, if it's a bank, how many databases will they probably have? Oracle
You will
databases.
have at least about a typical bank system will let's say a typical bank will have at least one really large database for their system, and then one will have multiple products. So I would say about 10 to 15 databases they should be having across, depending on the products. So if they're
And
going
that is the complexity you're solving, because each of them will have different levels of things to be fixed. And what happens if you don't do this? You said that there will be an audit problem, but it's also about regulatory challenges, right?
Yeah, and see, the problem is that they would anyhow do it. The fact is, doing it efficiently, they will struggle. The organizations are struggling to meet the compliance demands and patching the systems. Now, it is not that they will not do it. They are stretching themselves to do it. This will actually help their efficiency so that they can focus their efforts on more important things.
Okay. So then my next question to you is that how did you come up across this opportunity to innovate? How is it that this got missed by most? So in this space, you have big companies. Oracle itself is doing it. You have the big IT consulting companies who all play in this space. How come that you are the one person who managed to do this innovation?
So firstly, Oracle Cloud is kind of pretty recent. It comes in 2018, and for the first 3-4 years, there were not many takers for the Oracle Cloud itself. And then banks were kind of pretty reluctant to it. And I was lucky enough to be from the initial stage of Oracle Cloud. I've been having customers in Oracle Cloud and with my expertise. And coincidentally, I was with a customer who was just migrated and who was not, really, who continued his practices of, non-patching and, postponing the patching. Certain organizations, they defer it, saying that, let's do it later. And it's an organizational gesture that they don't patch the system. And then they had a regulatory change that, they got a notification saying that, your systems have to be patched and all these things have to be addressed, and they got a deadline. And then I was actually forced as a consultant, say that, my customer asked me that, here is a requirement, I know we have not done this for a long time. Do what you can. So then, I started doing it, and over time, I realized that this can be automated, and I developed something that, can be repeatable. So it's more of a necessity that I had to create this, and then I see it is applying everywhere else. So all my customers actually use it now.
Okay. So are there similarly, if you go into the fintech sector, other such, would you say that there are many such innovation opportunities to significantly improve the reliability of fintech systems?
Absolutely. So fintech is basically is completely relying on people's data. Now fintech, when we talk about fintech, it's on money, it's an insurance, and people trade and exchange money data everywhere. So all these systems are recognized, registered systems. It is not like a new startup develops the banking product and people start using it. The banking product has to be authorized by the central government authority, like for example, RBI in India has to authorize that yes, this is a banking product, and then that banking product only has to be used. So when these recognized bodies have say that these systems have to be updated, you actually have to work with a little limited systems or limited tools that you have to say that these systems are really large. What works for one system does not work for another system, though they are fairly similar. So you have to understand the landscape of each and every customer's environment and define and set up the automation.
Okay. Okay, so we've just crossed the time limit. So let me summarize what we effectively seeing is that there is plenty of opportunity in every industry, and our ability is to see how can new technologies solve these problems. In a mature industry, we can still solve problems that improve reliability and cost efficiency by using technology. But there is also a lot of emerging needs that you can solve by technology. And that's where really innovation is. So innovation is actually about not just inventing new products, but about solving customer needs that are coming up. So that's the message that I keep giving all the innovators that I work with. So there's plenty of things for you, even in an established industry, to work on. So thank you very much. Thanks, Dr. Hanadi, for the opportunity to share what we are doing here. Unfortunately, one of the presenters could not join in, but this is what we wanted to share.
Thank you so much, Krishnan. Thanks so much, Hanari, for the opportunity.
Any questions, and we will be happy to answer. Dr. Hanadi, if there are questions that we are happy to answer, otherwise, I think we have come to the logical end of what we wanted to share with you. Are there any questions, Dr. Hanadi? For
No,
me
no.
or Abhilash?
Yes, but just if you wait with us few minutes, Krishna, for Mr. Dr. Hassan Al-Bahrani, he will chairing the session, or Dr. Professor Ali, you can start your session till the other guy is arriving. Thank you so much, Dr. Krishna. Accept our apology about the delaying the opening ceremony. You understand my situation. We cannot stop the VIP to reducing their speech. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Bye.
you with your team. Thank you.
طيب بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، وأصلي وأسلم على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحابته أجمعين. First of all, I would like to thank you, Dr. Hanadi, for this excellent, well-organized work, and you are able to call all the people from all over the world, and we could celebrate this conference by collaboration and cooperation from all countries all over the world. So I really appreciate your hard work in this important conference. First of all, I would like to mention the main aim of my presentation, and I will focus mainly in some terminology, starting by definition of health technology and telemedicine. Also, I will focus in some key point of the benefit and what are the challenges and some important consideration. Also, the current trend and the future look of the technology in the medicine. I will mention some of success story and update in the health technology and telemedicine. Let me start by definition of health technology. Actually, health technology refer to the use of technology to improve health care delivery management and outcome. It consists of a broad range of digital tools, device, application and software design to enhance patient care, healthcare operation, facility, innovation in medicine. I will mention some of the examples that include electronic health record and also health device, medical image, software, the use of artificial intelligence in the diagnosis, especially in radiology and pathology, health analytic platform. Telemedicine basically defined as division of health technology, which more focused mainly on healthcare remotely through telecommunication technology, and it allow patients to consult with healthcare provided through phone, video, or online messages, and also it reduce the need.
Excuse me, Professor Ali, would you mind to share your slide?
Well, I am using my phone, so it will be difficult for me. I send it to you by WhatsApp, but it's okay. I can manage by covering all the.
From my end.
Yeah, I can manage by focus in the main important title that I already mentioned, and I will mention it as a story, so it will be understood by everybody. So we differentiate now between the health technology terminology and medicine, which subsist health technology focused mainly in provide the service remotely through the telecommunication that allow the patient to consult with healthcare provider through the phone, through the video, through consultation, and the physician or the consultant will be able to manage and provide advice to his patient from the distance. The key benefits of this important technology and telemedicine, number one is to provide patient information that he needs. Number two, to reduce the healthcare and cost of resources and utilization. Also, it will fast the diagnosis and treatment plan. Again, enhance the remote monitoring of, especially for the chronic diseases like diabetes mellitus, bronchial asthma, hypertension, and epilepsy. Also, it will improve the engagement of treatment plan. Definitely, there are many challenges and consideration that we have to consider with use of the telemedicine, especially the data privacy and security. Also, the regulatory of policy procedure guideline of the use of these important technology, and to ensure the equitable access across the population. Integrating the new technology into the existing healthcare system. Now I will focus in the current trend and the future outlook, especially the use of the artificial intelligence machine learning, increasing the use, especially in the diagnosis, in the radiology, imaging, and predicting health care trend. The virtual care platform are also expanding, integrated with other healthcare data system. Also, the regulation framework to support the telehealth care services. And recently, thank you for sharing my slide. And you can go, I think, to slide number 12 now. I reach number 12. Virtually, the care of the platform are expanding, and recently in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it has been rapidly expanding over the recent year, driven by the government initiative, technology advancement, and increasing the need of accessible healthcare system, which has been started in 2018. The Saudi digital health strategy was launched to promote digital healthcare solution, which include telemedicine and improve healthcare delivery and across the Kingdom of the Saudi Arabia. In fact, we establish many regulation, many policy procedure to overcome the telemedicine, ensuring the quality and safety, and to have effective communication and information technology commission. And this is, in fact, play a central role in regulating and facilitating the telehealth service. Healthcare provided in Kingdom of Saudi Arabia company or government hospital, like for example in Ministry of Health through app and website. There are many type of telemedicine. This type include virtual doctor consultation, remote monitoring of chronic conditions such as we said before, diabetes, hypertension, and bronchial asthma. There are also telemedicine just for medication and delivery service, and to give the patient advice how to use his medication. Also, this telemedicine play an important role in mental health care support through the online counseling. The updated use of telemedicine, and this is what we call in the future of healthcare, especially the use of artificial intelligence, which play a very important role. And I believe that we should add this in our curriculum in every curriculum plan in College of Medicine. And in fact, the updated up to 2025, the health technology sector continue to expand significantly and driven by advance in technology, changing patient need and increase health demand. And just here I will mention some of the example that really achieve important development. For example, the adoption of post-pandemic COVID-19 pandemic accelerated adoption of telemedicine globally, and this momentum continue many health provide and increase the telehealth technology. Now we could use many Apple website, and also this in fact have been reflected in the healthcare system. As we also mentioned before, the integration of artificial intelligence is being integrated into the healthcare solution, aiding to diagnosis, personal information, treatment plan, patient monitoring, and even administrative tasks. Also, it enhanced the patient engagement, especially data security, innovation, focus in improving. Also, expansion of the use of telemedicine in psychiatric patients and mental health care apps. Mental health care service via telemedicine are providing accessible support, association with seeking the help, especially for those difficult patients. The government and the regulatory body are updating better accommodate telehealth care service, addressing issues like license, reimbursement, data privacy, virtual reliability, and focus in digital diagnosis, at home testing, rapid home testing kit, and digital diagnosis tool expanding, making healthcare more accessible and convenient to many patients. So in overall, the healthcare technology and telemedicine are on the path of rapid innovation, aiming to improve healthcare accessibility, efficiency, and quality while addressing challenges related to regulatory and interoperability and data security. Globally, there are many success story. I think my colleague have been mentioned some advancement in India and also in Africa. These, in fact, there are have significantly improved the health access for more population, especially like the project like Apollo Telemedicine Network Foundation in India, and also it has been applied and utilized in many countries, especially for the specialist consultation. In the United States, for example, they use the telehealth care platform such as Tilado and Amwell. I have expanded access to specialists, especially in mental health care service and routine care during COVID-19 pandemic. These services grow and reducing the need for person visit and easing the healthcare system. And really, our experience in pandemic COVID in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, it was very successful story. The stroke care and telemedicine of stroke program used by the neurologist and the neurosurgeon, it make treatment decision for stroke patient remotely, and this has fastened the intervention time and improve recovery outcome, especially in rural area. Again, the chronic diseases management, telemedicine was very successful in managing a chronic condition virtually, allow continuous tracking and time intervention, and reducing the hospitalization and improving the patient. Of course, the ethic consideration. I recently wrote a book in advanced medical education and healthcare system, integrating the use of technology, and I wrote a special chapter about the ethical consideration, especially in data collection and protection. It has to be respected, and we should have a clear law and policy procedure using this new technology, especially to establish the guideline of data processing in individual healthcare system. Also, I want to mention that one of the updated in use of the technology is remote diagnostic and image, especially in radiology and pathology. We call it telepathology or teleradiology, which allow the specialist to review the image and also to review the biopsy slide from far distance, reducing diagnostic time and increasing the accuracy especially in emergency and resource limited setting. If we go to the next slide, I will come to the conclusion. So in summary, the telemedicine is a success story that highlights and improve healthcare accessibility faster, especially in the diagnosis, cost saving, and better patient outcome across diverse medical field and region. Also, the health technology it will bridge the gap that require strong policy, ethical and infrastructure support. By the end of this, I reach my the end of my talk. Again, I would like to express my thanks to you, Dr. Hanadi, specifically for this well-organized conference, and the door is open for any question. Thank you so much. We can't hear you, Dr. Hanadi.
Many thanks, Professor Ali, for your presentation. It was amazing. And this session is focusing about the most important things is about the health tech, and all the country now it's converting to the health tech and telemedicine. Now we will going for the next presenter, accept our apology about the Professor Hassan al-Bahrani. Unfortunately, he made an accident, and thank God he is in a good shape. But there are some investigations around them. This is the reason why he's missing this session, and I take care about this session. Dr. Sahar Jifal, you are the next presenter. You will have 15 minutes to present your presentation and or your slides. Are you in?
I would like to ask permission because I have surgery to do it now in the private.
Dr. Ali, feel free to leave our conference. It is our honor to have you every year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
The technical support, Dr. Sahar.
Yes, I can see Sahar over here.
Sahar Jifal. Take her inside. Yes, I think she's. You can stop the presentation for Dr. Ali. Go ahead. And the floor and mic will.
Hello, can you hear me, please?
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Sahar.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Today I will talk about the patent automated primary cells triturator, which was registered in USPTO in August 2025. This patent was invented by myself. My name is Dr. Sahar Jafar. I am working at Faculty of Dentistry, Applied Science Private University, and by my sister Maram Jafar, who is working as an architect in Kuwait. So first, before I start talking about my patent, I wanted to give a little introduction. Usually in scientific...
If you extend your presentation to be full screen, it would be better for all of us.
Okay. Can you see it now?
Thank you so much. Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, well, you are welcome. So usually in scientific experiments, it is important to use the primary cells, and the primary cells are the cells that are extracted directly from animals or human. There are so many advantages for using primary cells. For example, we can avoid the variations that are going on in vivo, in the in vivo experiments, because when we inject drugs or any material in the body, there are so many variations that are coming together. So it is difficult to recognize the effect of certain drug or any material. Example for primary cells, extraction of dorsal root ganglia neurons, DRG neurons. So usually we can extract the DRG neurons from the spinal cord. So they are enclosed, as you see here, by connective tissue. It is little tough. So we need to extract neurons that are inside the cell bodies. So in the experiment, these DRGs are placed in specific media with specific requirements. For example, if we are using neurons, we should add nerve growth factor into the media. Also, we should add enzymes such as collagenase in order to dissolve or separate this connective tissue. So the first step includes adding enzymes. The second step includes using mechanical disaggregation, a process that is called trituration. And for trituration, we need Pasteur pipettes. The way that trituration is done is that we aspirate this media that includes the DRGs and enzymes, aspirated, then dispense it for so many times, it can reach 150 times. So I take the solution up and down so that the enzyme can separate dissolve the connective tissue and the neurons can be separated. And we use for this process, the trituration, two types of pipettes, the wide bore pipette and the narrow bore pipette. Usually, in many labs, the narrow bore pipette can be created manually by using a flame, and this will lead to wasting of so many pipettes because sometimes we cannot get the correct narrow diameter. So either it can be more in diameter or less. So it is not an accurate method to do it. So as you heard from the process, so this repetitive trituration, it is challenging and time consuming. If I did it, for example, for 150 times, sometimes there can be variability in the force of aspirating and dispensing the solution, and also doing it for 150 times, it is tiring for the muscle. So there can be variations in the forces and number of triturations, and this can affect the yield and survival of primary cells. So because necessity is the mother of invention, so I thought of a solution. The solution for me, or the idea, was to make an automated primary cells triturator, as you see here, in which, for example, I can place the sample in the machine and I can select the speed, volume, and number of triturations in order to do it automatically and save myself time, effort, and also money. Because if we did not create thin flame polished pipettes correctly, so there will be wasting of pipettes and others. Yeah. Okay. So this is the design of the machine. Okay, the design of the machine. So you can see here that the machine has a charger. It can work by electricity or lithium battery, so that the user can transfer the machine into the laminar flow or workplace. And here we can put the sample. There are pipettes, and with the machine, we provide the user with two types of pipettes, the wide bore pipette and the narrow bore pipette with fixed diameter. So no need to do or to create the thin flame, the thin narrow bore pipette by using a flame. And here the user can put the sample. These caps are perforated in order to allow gas exchange and to avoid changing in the pH of the sample. Here we can number, or the letter G shows that the user can put Many things in this drawer. We have base. This is the switch of on and off, and this is in J. We can have a digital screen that is showing the readings, and I can select, for example, the speed, volume, and number of triturations. There is a place for motor and for lithium battery, and of course there is outlet nozzle here, and a place for the charger. So this was the idea. So there are so many advantages for using the automated primary cells triturator. First, it helps in extracting primary cells using a steady force and speed, and also it helps the user to select the number of triturations. So it is easier, for example, to do 150 times with a fixed speed by using the machine instead of doing it manually. So the apparatus is helpful for avoiding problems of culturing unhealthy cells or wasting materials, because for culturing primary cells, we are using expensive materials, such as, for example, culturing media, the supplements that are added to the media, nerve growth factor. If we are using a construct for DNA, antibodies, animals, filters, all of these, the cost can be saved by culturing primary cells correctly and by increasing the survival and yield of primary cells. So it is helpful for the isolation of primary cells in a homogeneous manner, as I mentioned, by using pipettes with fixed bores. I don't need a flame to create thin or narrow bore pipettes. Okay. So, as I mentioned, it is helpful for avoiding the creation of flame polished pipettes. The user can get the automated primary cell triturator with the accessories, the pipettes with 2 diameters. Also, the triturator is helpful in avoiding the problem of formation of bubbles and insertion of carbon dioxide into the media. Usually, the color and pH of this media can change by insertion of gases. So if we did the trituration manually by aspirating the solution up and down, this can lead to insertion of bubbles or carbon dioxide that can change the pH of the media and can affect the cells. So we can culture unhealthy cells. By using the automated primary cell triturator, we can avoid this problem. Okay. As I mentioned, the triturator can be chargeable and portable, and this because it has also a small size and it has lithium battery, so it will make it easier for the user to use it in the place that he or she is planning to do the experiment. So in conclusion, the triturator can save the efforts and times of researchers and can decrease the costs of the experiment. This can be useful in many fields. It is not only in neuroscience, it can be in cell biology, developmental biology, transplantation, molecular biology, or any fields, because we need to culture primary cells from many sources. So actually, I use it. I thought about it when I was culturing DRG neurons. I thought to name it a neurotriturator, but when I looked at the procedure, I found that so many primary cells can be cultured in the same way, like muscles. For that, I changed the title of the patent into automated primary cell triturator, and I found that it can have many advantages or uses in different fields. So thank you for listening to me. By that, I end my talk, and I welcome any questions.
Great thanks for Dr. Sahar Rifat. She is an inventor. She is a leading inventor in health sectors. More than welcome for this invention, and we're looking forward to have more and more of invention. As
Thank you very much.
The roots of the invention, it's not ending with first invention. You can build in this invention several inventions, because only you are a such person in the world knowing about your inventions and the way you invented this invention. Thank you so much. Now we will be going to the last presenter, Professor Michael Watts, and he is also the CEO for co-founder and CEO for Plum Health. Go ahead.
Thank you very
Dr.
much, Dr. Hanadi, and thank you for all the listeners, and good luck.
Thank you. Go ahead, Professor Mike. You have with you around 13 minutes instead of 15 minutes. Then we will be closing that. Thank you,
Fantastic.
Tom. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. Shukran, Dr. Hanadi. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are in the world. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Dr. Michael Watts. As Dr. Hanadi says, I am a physician MBA based here in the United Kingdom. I also have an organization called Bloom Health. So we build solutions primarily for the UK market, but we also do a lot of work across the GCC as well. I'm very excited to be speaking to you today. We do some amazing work across the Gulf, and it's always a pleasure to be with you. Let me just share my screen. Okay. I wanted to talk to you today about my experience and our experience of healthcare revolutionization from a clinician's perspective, of course, but also as a business, as an organization that is really changing the way that we do healthcare. I'm going to come to you from a UK perspective and a Great British perspective, but I recognize as well that the GCC is also rapidly it being innovative in the way that we deliver healthcare, and in many ways actually moving faster than the UK. Believe it or not, we are very slow, lots of bureaucracy. So whilst we have some amazing capabilities, because of the legacy and the sort of historic makeup of our healthcare system, it often can also mean that when we want to bring about change, it's a lot slower. So this is why I formed an organization called Bloom. We build solutions, we build digital and AI capabilities for hospitals, providers, payers, family physicians in multiple parts of the world, as I say, here in the UK, also in America and Canada, and across the GCC. So what does the shift to telemedicine actually mean? Well, at Bloom, we look very simply at how we can revolutionize healthcare. And it's in three ways. One, keeping patients out of hospital. Two, reducing down the amount of time that we keep patients in hospital. And three, making sure they never come back. Now, if you look at those three in isolation, 2 out of 3 of those happen in the community. So actually 2 of those capabilities are about supporting patients in the community. So trying to prevent patients coming to hospital, well, that translates to preventative healthcare. Reducing down the time that they're in hospital, that is operational efficiency. And then making sure they never come back is effective discharge, virtual wards, virtual care. So being able to treat a patient in the way that we treat patients in hospital, but from the comfort of their own home, brings many benefits. We know this. It's cheaper because actually a hospital bed is expensive. It's better for the patient. They prefer to recover at home most of the time. And actually, from a capacity perspective, building a hospital is expensive. So the more cost-effective way is being able to be a hospital that goes beyond the 4 borders, the 4 walls of the hospital building. So if you can provide hospital quality care without the patient needing to be in hospital, that is high impact and cost effective. We've seen a change in the way that we engage with patients internationally. Gone are the days where you need to be sat in front of a clinician, a healthcare professional, having a conversation there and then. The way in which patients consume healthcare data and healthcare education has also changed. Some patients don't necessarily need to have an answer straight away. They can wait. So asynchronous messaging has become really, really quite at the forefront, whereby a patient can ask a question and they need to know within the next hour, but they don't need to know straight away. And that's really changed the way that we can support patients whilst not overwhelming human resources. Obviously, we've taken that a step further and actually looked at how we take the human out of the loop altogether. And so AI supported triage, AI supported engagement is really changing the way that we do healthcare altogether. But it comes with risks, of course. AI is not always accurate. It needs training. It can be expensive. So AI is definitely the way that we are going. But we have to recognize that as much as there is gaps in the market, we need to understand, is there a market in that gap today? And I know that many countries across the world are really leading in this. And the Gulf is no exception, of course. That being said, we have grand ambitions. And for those of you that's not engaged with the United Kingdom before, we would encourage you to do so. I do a lot of work with engaging with healthcare professionals, business owners, hospital executives to come and visit the UK. I'd be more than happy to host you if you wish to visit to see our hospitals in action. We have some world-class mental health hospitals. We have some world-class genomics capabilities. We have some of the biggest pharma companies in the world. We're not perfect. As I say, we move slowly because of the complexity of our public health service. But our public health service also has some of the best access to data in the world. It has some of the best care in the world. It has world-renowned pediatric hospitals as well. So there's lots of good lessons to be learned from the United Kingdom. And we have a 10-year plan which you can access actually. And if you need to, if you can't find it, please let me know and I will link it to you. And it has digital and AI all the way through it. It has telemedicine in there as well, particularly in certain specialties like dermatology. So fundamentally, we recognize that even for an organization or for a country like the UK that has highly sophisticated healthcare provision, we recognize that we can still do more. We can still do more in the way that we support patients. It's very hard for us to build a hospital. There's not much space here. So we have to think about how we can treat patients not in a care setting. And this is one of the key things that we're doing. And we have lessons to be learned from our international partners too. We have a number of capabilities at Bloom that are unlocking this capability, not just for the UK, but internationally as well. We actually have a virtual ward. It's called Nexus by Bloom. It allows for a patient to have that experience whereby they can prepare for surgery, they can be treated at home, we can support their mental health. And this is all done via a mobile application. We can actually also monitor adherence for things like diabetes. So if someone is using insulin pens, we can track their dosing and make sure that they are taking all of their medication as prescribed. We also have a AI referral management solution that looks at a referral letter. It uses AI to extract the patient demographic data so we can understand whether the patient is known to the hospital or not. And then we can assess the level of risk for that patient. And based on that risk, we can identify how fast they need to be seen. So effectively, this is a caseload optimization tool. It looks at all of the patients in your population. It tells you who are the highest risk and therefore who needs the most urgent care and therefore who is going to get the best return on investment from a hospital resource perspective. And we've also built an agentic AI solution. It's a cancer solution that calls patients in between their chemotherapy. So as we know, chemotherapy is cyclical. They have to come in once a week, but actually our AI calls them every day. Every day it asks them how they feel, whether they have any symptoms, whether they have any adverse side effects, and based on what it finds, it summarizes that conversation and it presents it to the healthcare professionals for side effects, and it presents it to the pharma company for adverse events and looks at whether or not we need to change the dosing for that patient. So 3 really impactful projects that we're working on at the moment. These are readily available to the market. I would be more than happy to share them with you for you to look at, explore, understand, and learn from. So do let me know, and I'll share my email at the end of this if you want to find out more information. So where are the opportunities for transformation as we know it? Well, we know there's a diverse population. We too have a diverse population in the UK, and we know that there are growing long-term conditions like obesity, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, for a whole host of reasons. It's an ever-increasing problem here in the UK as well. We're looking at how we can prevent cardiovascular disease and automatically screen patients. We can actually do some really clever things like look at what they're consuming and what they're buying from supermarkets, and actually based on their shopping, assess their risk of cardiovascular disease. There's a data protection element to that is a challenge for us, but again, the impact that it could have is profound. We know that you have significant digital health strategies. It's the whole reason that I'm here talking to you today, because you have leaders like Dr. Hanadi organizing this thought leadership and this international conference to be able to share knowledge. And I'm really excited to be a part of your network and your country. And again, leapfrogging systems, the benefit of not having archaic and old systems in place like we do here in the UK is that you have a blank canvas. You have the ability to actually bring in the most up-to-date capabilities, which actually puts you ahead of some of the countries like the UK. We've seen massive disruptions in countries like the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, where they have a totally virtual hospital in Seha by the Ministry of Health. So again, the ability to be able to try something new is better when you don't have pre-existing and legacy infrastructure in place. But what does it take? It takes time. It takes governance, because as well as trying new things and taking risks, we need to ensure that we always think about patient safety and that we take the responsible approach, because as I said before, AI is phenomenal. It will change the way that we look after patients. It will change our jobs as healthcare professionals, but it can also create risks. There is a famous saying that if you invent the ship, you also invent the shipwreck. I don't know how to translate that to Arabic. I've only just started learning it, but essentially it means that when you build something new and innovative and disruptive, you also build something that is equally as harmful. And it's about reducing down something that can cause harm whilst getting the most out of the thing that brings great benefit to your populations. Infrastructure. To be able to run digital and AI, you need good hospital infrastructure. You need good Wi-Fi and connectivity. Even in parts of our hospitals, we still cannot get connection. If you have to work offline, it creates mass disruption, especially where you're using cloud services. And cybersecurity, you only have to look on the media in the UK to see cybersecurity breaches over the last few years in healthcare. And there was an attributed death to one of the cyber attacks. So really serious stuff, and we can always do more when it comes to cyber threat. Workforce adoption, one of the biggest challenges that we have is change. All of our healthcare professionals are busy all the time, which makes it really hard to get them to look at something new, try something new, have the capacity to try something new. So you have to take the clinicians on that journey with you as an innovator, or even as a senior executive of a provider organization. You need to inspire your workforce to want to change with you, because sometimes they're too busy in caring for patients, which is exactly what they should be doing, to take that leap of faith. And patience, again, patient engagement, patient trust. These are some of the biggest challenges. We see trust in healthcare AI being one of the biggest barriers to adoption. So taking that patient on that journey with you, giving them something that's not AI in the first instance, and then weaving in that automation capability builds trust with that population. It enables you to demonstrate the value that you're going to be having, so that your workforce and your patients experience it in an ethical and controlled manner. And where are we seeing the best benefits? Well, We're already using AI in a lot of diagnostic capability, triage, looking at how we can make decisions faster. At the moment, we still keep a human in the loop for a lot of the clinical decision making that we do with our AI solutions at Bloom. But the idea is that over time, we'll remove some of that human engagement. Wearable devices and robotics we know are fundamental to the way that we provide personalized care. We're working on a fantastic project again in KSA around monitoring Hajis through Hajj and being able to monitor their vital signs and their baseline so that if we see any adverse health condition that we're able to intervene and Red Crescent are able to support that patient based on their GPS location and based on their pre-existing health passport. We're able to analyze large amounts of data like never before. This is fundamental when it comes to looking at large populations and being able to plan for spend. So this really does take an impact in a regional and national basis. But actually, if we have this data, we're able to look at chronic conditions better. We've trained an AI model to look at 10 million retinal scans of eyes. And now we're able to tell you how bad someone's diabetic retinopathy is, not by a 4-stage disease, as we learned at medical school, but actually how bad it is on a scale of 1 to 10 million. And what that enables us to do is fine tune the budgets that we allocate to living well, screening, treatment, and actually it's too late, that patient is going blind. And hybrid care models. We recognize that not everybody can be treated in their comfort of their own home. And sometimes we need to be able to give patients that experience that works best for both the hospital provider and the community provider and that patient's circumstances. So that is everything. I think I am just on time. I have 2 minutes left for questions. Here you can see my contact details. I'd be more than happy to follow up with anybody that is wanting to speak with me. I am actually moving to the region in January, inshallah, because my wife has actually started maternity leave. So it's a great opportunity for me to connect with yourselves and spend more time in the region that I love and get to know you all. So thank you so much for your time. Any questions before I leave?
Many thanks, Professor Mike Watt. It was amazing presentation, and we enjoyed to knowing the updated information about the health sector and telemedicine. Now we need to closing the session and going for the next session. The next session is talking about smart city and infrastructure. Okay, re-imaging urban life. And this session will be running by Professor Khalifa Al-Jabiri from Sultan Qaboos University. More than welcome, Professor Khalifa. We are honored to having you in this session and also to running this session. You can start with yourself. Your introduce. Oh, Paul. Paul is there. Hi, Paul.
I made it just in time. My apologies.
Yes, yes.
How are you?
Is fine, thank you. Paul is from UK, and he is a CEO for Unified, and he will now presenting about the smart cities and infrastructure and how it's United Kingdom leading in this sector. Go ahead now. Who will chairing the session? Professor Khalifa. While unfortunately to inform you, Dr. Hassan al-Bahrani make accident, and unfortunately now he have some investigations, police investigations stopped him to participate in my conference. Go ahead, Paul, and thank you so much, Professor Khalifa, for accepting our invitation.
Thank you so much. And I really have to thank you, Dr. Hanidi. I felt so terrible. I was overseas for so long, and between one thing and another, I was over in 5 countries recently in the Far East, and I wasn't on top of my schedule, I'm afraid. So I really have to apologize for missing emails. Hi, I mean, Dr. Hanidi did say I'm here to representing how much the UK has gone ahead. I'm afraid I have to throw back on that one. We may be, as a company here, be pushing ahead with great technologies, but certainly my visit now just to the Far East, where I've been over in Malaysia, then Singapore, then Vietnam, then China and Hong Kong has really opened my eyes up to just how much further ahead many of these other countries are actually proceeding and actually getting on with it. Is what I'd say is really moving forward. One of my as well known, one of my big focuses now going forward is to look at the Middle East, and I see the Middle East as being an amazing bed where the growth is quite phenomenal, and that's where smart buildings, smart technology, and cities really need to be coming to the fore. What I'm going to do, I'm going to just share a slide deck now and take you through really what we see as being a major issue in pushing ahead with getting buildings much smarter. I'm Paul Sheedy. I'm the CEO and the founder of Unified. We are all about building intelligence. And what I'm going to do today is take you through a number of areas we're involved with, but also companies we're working very closely with. So a lot of what Unified is about is collaborating with other companies where we see the perfect fit between what they're delivering and what we're doing. And our whole system, our whole sort of ethos here is you cannot manage what you cannot measure. And the more you have measurement tools in your buildings, the more you can proceed and really have a grip on net zero and have a grip on how you deliver sustainability, lower energy costs, and also save your building in terms of how you run the building. And it's all about data, and that data delivered is information. And then the building actually thinking for itself. So delivering into a building wisdom based on what it has and based on what it expects to happen and what it's seen happen in the past. And we're trying to get buildings to think for themselves going forward. A lot of what we're trying to do in terms of really cutting edge stuff is develop even non-powered microchips. So we're currently developing with Manchester Metropolitan University a way of harnessing energy from Wi-Fi from 2.4, 5, 6, and 7G, and harness that energy to deliver ultra low powered IoT devices, which will literally pull energy out of the radio waves which are surrounding us all the time and deliver for us just the minimum amount of data we need for us to make decisions. I'm particularly focused on the high-rise sector. So in terms of universities, hospitals, high-rise commercial buildings, they're the key sectors we look at, which is why I'm so focused on the Middle East going right now as a company. Some of the statistics are very simple. Buildings are certainly in the UK are not getting used anywhere near about how they used to get used pre-COVID, and that is not changing, sadly. It's probably also, if I'm being a little critical here, but it's probably also why we're having such low growth. Whereas in the Far East, everybody's back to work, and I'm sure in the Middle East it's gone the same way. The data speaks for itself. People are still running buildings as they did in 2019 with as little as 2% occupancy on a Friday. This is actually a bank that we work with who consistently now for more than 3 years have never had more than 2% of staff in. That is appallingly low, and to think you're running an entire building as if it's full, as it was in 2019, is just heartbreaking for me. It's an enormous waste of energy, and that's what we're here to change. What we help do is help your building look at the key points that we see as being critical to deliver efficiencies: security, how you engage with people in reception on both the ground floor and each floor that people get out of, how you target net zero energy reduction, how you bring better facilities management optimization. But number one is safety of people in buildings. What buildings seem to keep forgetting is that it's all about the occupants. Buildings are built for people, not for sensors, not for HVAC, not for anything else. They're built for people. And we've got to put people number one in this scenario. Now, where we are right now in the world is we have technology. We've got disruptive technologies in terms of industrial IoT, cloud solutions, AI in various modes. Okay, so it's not just one. AI is a broad spectrum. And then we have the demand. We need to start looking at how we lower energy usage down, how we get better engagement with buildings. And where we are is at the heart of how we bring digital transformation. The pull and the push, and matching up correctly what should happen efficiently, cost effectively, so you maintain your margins. In fact, you increase your profitability. Our whole focus is what do you do in your building to increase your profitability with your first layer of smart building technology, and then look at maybe what you should be doing because it's a good thing to do that may actually cost you money. But there's so much there for you to really maximize profitability. It's quite amazing. Now, I'm going to first of all focus on a piece I haven't done in previous years is on fire and the amazing work we've done over the last couple of years with our partners, this time over in Shanghai. How we're looking at taking in all of the parties, the building owners, the fire department of the country, and looking at how we look delivering key data so you know your building's run correctly. You reduce your staff needs, you increase your efficiencies, and you deliver back for the building the compliance that it really needs. And that compliance is important because what we're really doing is the insurance sector. We're getting to a stage now where we deliver it to you such granular detail on how well you're running your building, on how you're reacting to everything that should be done, complying with all the regulations. And then you use that as leverage. You go back with that database and you hand it back to your insurers and you say, look, this is my building. This is how I'm running it. And based on that, we want to now negotiate how we leverage our fire premiums right down. We are looking at a reduction of 8 to 20% in your insurance premiums by basically putting in very few extra sensors, pulling all the data you already have and delivering that through. And again, for our alarm receiving sensors, I won't dwell on this too much. It's getting down to which is a real alarm, which is a false alarm. We filter all that out and we reduce your impacts massively. We're here to look at how we help you with real-time maintenance of equipment, fire incident monitoring. Is it really a fire? Is it something that's just gone wrong and therefore rapidly change that? And it's all built inside your digital twin. It's efficiency from start to finish right across there. It's taking what most of you actually already have, combining it back on the BSI standards, on the fire regulation standards to one real solution. And this is where the data that's there in the building already, we match it to your Fire Safety Act, we match it to BSI standards, and you get to see what's running correctly, where you're going wrong. And actually, let me say most buildings, every building we put our technology into, we've seen issues very rapidly fester. Now you can focus on what you're doing wrong, and you can focus on what should be done better, and quickly sort that out. The amount of extra sensors we go into a building are very few. In most modern buildings, we would only put in a tiny layer of extra, maybe pressure sensors in the top of wet risers, sensors to make sure that your HVAC system that's pulling smoke out of the building is working correctly. Very few bits have to be there. But what we do is take it back to this one solution, this one way of you. I'll fast forward this slide now. One slide where it's going to give you your detection level of how well you run that building, and you'll see very clearly where that comes through. So what we will do is reduce the fire occurrences by 77%, and that's on the basis of 14,050 buildings already having this technology put in there. The efficiency that happens after something does go wrong is massively increased because you have a digitalized twin that shows what's happening. Everything from the response times to the amount of staff you need are reduced right down because you're digitalizing what is in most countries around the world a paper-based system, which, let's face facts, people are box ticking, signing dates and names in certain buildings, and we know that it's actually not a proper way to actually deliver that. By delivering for you a 2D, 3D visualization, a digital twin of a building, you really are moving to a new solution. So here is here's sort of our deep level system alert we have for you, how we manage the entire system from left to right. Okay, it's all cloud-based in most cases. We can do on-prem, but this is how it's mainly done. We build your digital twin. Your digital twin takes into every single sensor, every pressure gauge, the fire doors, you name it. It's all in a digital twin. It's alerting you constantly to what is going wrong and why and how to get that sorted out. You're delivering intelligence right across the board. And by having the benchmarking, by having your dashboard there, delivered against all of these acts, it is the leverage you need to go and deliver a smart building. As I've said before, in the case of my building here, We can show during an evacuation exactly how each stairway is being used, what's over capacity, what's under capacity, where people with disabilities are in real time. And we show in a digital twin to the fire services of Saudi or Kuwait or Oman or anywhere else what is happening as they go on the way to that building. They have the digital twin on a screen. They know what's happening in there. As their firefighters go in, they can see where they are within the digital twin. They can see where the fire is right now. They can see where smoke is leading to. You have transparency, complete X-ray transparency of a building that allows you as a fire chief to make all the right decisions on the spot. Do you start doing floor by floor evacuation? Do you call for full evacuation based on maybe the occupancy levels on that day? But you get to see where your firefighters are. You can direct them by looking through that X-ray of the building in front of you. This is a simple solution to the deploy. We often just put our technology inside your access cards or use face recognition or several other new solutions we've developed over the last few years. We install the technology, we analyze, and we do the actions for you. We tell you what needs to happen and why and when. It gives you data that you can then use on predictive analysis to know what is going to happen the next day. How late can you put your HVAC on? How low can you put your fans? How early can you turn it off? How do you trigger smart lighting? So when the last person leaves your floor, all your lights are off immediately. This is where you're going to save a lot of energy and save costs on fire insurance. So the design concept is there. It's very simple. On a 50-minute call, I'm not going to take you through enough detail today. It's all built out correctly. It's all been analyzed to the nth degree to deliver for you the data.
Paul, 2 minutes, please.
Yes. Paul, you have an extra more 7 minutes. Okay, don't worry. Okay, not 3 minutes. 7 minutes you have.
Oh my goodness! I was rushing like I was a racehorse commentator there trying to get through these slides. Okay, well listen. So here's some of the case studies I thought I'd bring up today for you. So one of the buildings we have is an old people's home in Shanghai. Now it's a 17-story building. A lot of people with Alzheimer's, etc. And what we've put in place in this building is a way where the reception staff have data on the screens in front of them when they know an old person who's got maybe has dementia on a grand scale, who shouldn't be leaving the building. As soon as they get near an exit, there's an alert to the staff to say that this particular old person who is not allowed out of the building is now here and you should intervene right now. Other members can come in and out of this building freely. What allows us also to have full systems on everything to do with the water and smoke detection within the building. So obviously anything that happens here, they haven't got the mobility ease that maybe some of us who are much younger have. And this is why in Shanghai, they've changed the entire fire safety standards based on what we've done here with the Rainbow Building in Shanghai. We've now got 14,050 buildings, mainly around China, that have got this in place, and it's delivering the impacts that we expect. Again, another one, Shanghai-based one as well. Here is a mall where we need to obviously know who's in the mall, how it's evacuating, what happens when a fire goes through a mall, as we've seen in many cases around the world, can be devastating. It's ensuring that this building is running completely correctly, that all the fire blankets and doors and etc. are running and being detected constantly. Okay, and one of the most important ones is this high security building we've done in the UK. It's got a lot of government papers which cannot be destroyed, and therefore they have the biggest deployment of energy gas in the whole of Europe. Now, what we have to know in this building, which has anything up to 700-800 people in there at any one time, is who is in the building, who's not in the building. If the alarm goes off, we have to, through all the 13 evacuation doorways, know who has exited, where they are, that they're out of that building, and who we're left with. And we have a whole dashboard that literally takes us from the 800 people right the way down, and we know if anyone's left in the building. We know who they are, we have the phone number immediately, and we can act straight away. As soon as we know all 700 or 800 people out of the building, then the energy gas deployment kicks in, and the gas suppresses these fires. It means you can have high-risk buildings like this with very sensitive materials and not get caught out with having to use water-based extinguishers, okay? In terms of the return of investment, it's very simple. What we're finally giving you is absolute clarity on what is happening in your building. You have all the insights you can wish to see, what your occupancy levels are on every single floor of the building, the overall occupancy of the building, the predictive analysis of what that's going to look like. And that's how you can go in there and you can start really assessing the way to reduce your carbon footprints. And it is looking at floor by floor, culture, the predictive analysis that happens from Monday to Sunday, where you can make your carbon reductions right down. And, the Middle East has got a lot of oil, we know, but this is not the point. The point is, if we can bring energy efficiency to these buildings, you cut down the amount of carbon you need to power in the first place. We're going to drive those efficiencies in FM. We're going to bring your insurance premiums down by 8 to 20% and reduce your energy costs by between 21 and 24% in most cases. But for me, the most important thing here is control and safety, okay? It is paramount. The Middle East has got outrageous temperatures, especially during the summer, and through global warming, things are not going to get any better. We all know that. This is going to allow you to have buildings react immediately, and you reduce your risk to life straight away. It's a gold standard in fire safety protection, and it gives you clear data for you to start benchmarking today on ESG standards, how you're doing today, what you're going to do next year and the year after. My focus is, and has been for the last couple of years, on how we deliver data to cut your costs and deliver you a building that is going to be increase in its asset value as well. So that's it for now. I've raced through as much as I possibly could in those 15 minutes. I'm more than happy to take 2 hours next time we speak. But look, it's something which I'm very passionate about. We've had personally within our company here, one of my directors, my COO, was one of the partners at Cantor Fitzgerald. He lost a huge number of people in 9/11. And we see that in 9/11, what shouldn't have happened was nobody had any idea where the firefighters were. This is how we sort of go forward and bring clarity where there is none right now. I am very excited about our growth in the Middle East. And Dr. Hanani, thank you again for having me on this year. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Paul, for your excellent presentation. Thank you so much. We'll move to the next presentation, and I will be presenting the next one. My name is Khalifa Al-Jabri, and I am a professor of civil engineering in the Department of Civil and Architectural Engineering at Sultan Qaboos University. Actually, the Institution of Civil Engineers has asked me to present my talk in this presentation. Actually, I am the Institution of Civil Engineers representative, country representative for Oman. And in my presentation today, I will discuss an important topic, which is now it is a hot topic in all countries of the world, not only Oman, and especially in the Gulf region, which is the subject of sustainability, smart cities, and sustainable infrastructure. And therefore, in my presentation, I will discuss the Oman strategies and initiatives in order to have to reimagining the future of Oman based on Vision Oman 2040 and also the Oman National Spatial Strategy. And therefore, my presentation will focus on the introduction, impact of climate change on infrastructure, Oman's sustainable planning and infrastructure strategies, alignment of Oman National Spatial Strategy objectives with Vision Oman 2040, and Oman's sustainable infrastructure initiatives, examples of mega sustainable and smart city projects in Oman. And then I will conclude my presentation. As we know, Oman is a country which is, it is a Gulf country. which is located on the southeast corner of Arabian Peninsula. And Oman had an infrastructure. Let me see my presentation. Yes, Oman hard infrastructure supports transportation, trade, and water management, and contributing significantly to national development. Oman is dividing into 11 governorates and 53 cities. We call them wilaya or wilayat. And the major cities in Oman include Muscat, which is the capital, Suhar, the industrial city, Nizwa, Sur, and Salalah. These are the major cities in Oman. Oman is making notable progress across various governance and infrastructure. Actually, in Oman, we had a very excellent infrastructure. We have very excellent road quality, and the ranking, we have a good ranking in quality infrastructure. And this is among the strongest indicators. And also governance and environmental indices show significant gains which can help to attract business. Oman ranked among the 4th among developing economies globally for greenfield ICT infrastructure projects. Oman has a coastline spanning about more than 3,000 kilometers and an extensive network of approximately 60,000 kilometers of roads, including 2,000 kilometers, which is classified as major roads and highways. And Oman ranked 8th globally and 2nd in the Arab world for the quality of the road and the road network. Oman has 3 international airports, 1 domestic airport, 3 major ports, 3 small ports, and significant water infrastructure, including a major dam and several recharge dams. But unfortunately, due to the location of Oman on the Arabian Sea and also extending to the Indian Ocean, and due to the also the nature topography of Oman, Oman is highly vulnerable to climate hazards. So frequently we get cyclones, flash floods, sea level rise, and storm surge hazards. And these events, climate change events, threatening the infrastructure in Oman. And therefore, we had, for example, in 2007, a major cyclone called Gonu, which destroyed the majority of infrastructure in Muscat, which is the capital in Oman. And also in 2024, we had a very strong flash floods, and this combined has caused damages exceeding $5 billion. And this underscores the urgent need for climate resilience strategies. Now, also the frequency of the climate change events has increased in the recent years. And you can see here in the presentation how the frequent and the duration of these cyclones from 2007 to 2022, Oman has witnessed more than 4 major cyclones. And therefore, the presentation will focus on the initiatives and strategies that are adopted in Oman for future sustainable infrastructure and smart cities. This includes Vision Oman 2040 and United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, Oman National Spatial Strategy. And therefore, alignment with Oman Vision Oman 2040, this emphasizing sustainability, smart city, and resilience. And these initiatives support Vision Oman 2040 goals of building adaptive, secure, and sustainable economy and infrastructure. You can see these are some examples of the devastative effects of the cyclones which hit Oman in the previous years. And you can see there is major destruction in the infrastructure, and also the impact of the climate change events on the urban landscape in Oman. And you can see there is a total destruction of the bridges, houses, roads, and also the huge areas were covered with floods and with water. And these events really makes us in a terrible situation regarding our infrastructure. And therefore, the Oman Vision Oman 2040 was developed, and it's based on the sustainable development and economic diversification, integrating climate resilience and environmental sustainability into the country's long-term planning. Also, it emphasizes on sustainable urban planning, promoting green spaces, efficient public transportation, and smart city initiatives to reduce urban heat islands and enhance the quality of life. By prioritizing the resilient infrastructure, the vision supports the development of buildings and facilities that can withstand extreme weather events, reducing economic losses and ensuring safety. And also we have an initiative for sustainable cities, initiative for smart sustainable cities such as Sultan Haytham City and Sustainable City in Yeti. So this promotes also the climate responsive design and resilient infrastructure. Oman National Spatial Strategy 2040, it is a national level spatial framework guiding urban and rural development in Oman up to 2040. It aligns with Vision Oman 2040 and the UN Sustainable Development Goals. The strategy directs land use, infrastructure development, settlement expansion, environmental protection, and also balanced regional growth. So what are the key drivers? Rapid urbanization, population growth, and economic diversification away from the oil, unbalanced regional development with big concentration in Muscat. And we have also the sustainable development needs, protecting natural resources and also climate adaptation. And Oman currently is working in the national adaptation plan, and also to unify planning efforts under a coherent national vision. So what are the key features? The scope covers the period to 2040, including national, regional, and planning frameworks. Spatial planning defines the land use policy, growth areas, and settlement hierarchies, a greater cities concept. So we have promote cities like Muscat, Sohar, Salalah as a growth engines. And also thematic priorities. So we have balanced growth, sustainable resources used, smart cities, and heritage protection. And therefore, what are the examples? That, for example, we need to have greater cities, and we have a plan for greater Muscat structural plan implementation. And this has already started since the beginning of 2024. Sohar and North Al-Batin, a region identified as a key logistic hub. Sohar is it has the industrial port and also a free zone which attracts foreign global investors to invest in Sohar area and also in Oman. Smart cities planned for Sohar, Nizwa, and Salalah cities. Implementation, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Planning leads this strategy, coordinating with governorates and also municipalities. The strategy establishes frameworks for regional and local plans and emphasizes GIS and spatial data infrastructure for implementation. This is an example for the expansion or the master plan for Greater Muscat, and we have so we are going to have like smart and sustainable region and sustainable urban planning, where we can have integrated transport system with metro, tunnels, water taxis to reduce the car dependence. Zoned economic clusters for industry. So there will be zones for tourism, knowledge, and logistics. Sustainable or urban growth, which is emphasizes in green spaces and environmental resilience. Planned land use, ensuring balanced housing, services, and infrastructure, and also enhance livability. This is the Oman Vision 2040 stands in 4 pillars: people and society, economy and development, environmental sustainability, governance, and institutional performance. And Oman National Spatial Strategy should align its objectives with the Vision Oman 2040. And therefore, for example, for people and society, there is a lot of objectives that should be satisfied. And here we have a key focus area. For example, we need to promote balanced regional development and social equity, enhance quality of life and access to services, preserve Omani culture and identity in spatial planning. For example, the key focus areas: affordable housing, health and education access, cultural heritage protection. Oman is rich in cultural heritage, and therefore we need to preserve this valuable heritage. Safe and inclusive communities. For example, for the environment and sustainability, we need to protect the natural resources and ecosystems, promote compact, efficient urban development, enhance climate resilience and sustainability. Key focus areas: land and water management, renewable energy integration, conservation of biodiversity, and also we need to have sustainable agriculture. For the governance and institutional performance, strengthen multi-level spatial governance, integrate planning across sectors and regions. And here we have key focus areas: national and regional coordination, and also we have the planning regulations. So these are very important issues that we need to think for the future. And also these are some of the initiatives for the infrastructure. For example, for urban development, we have the Oman National Spatial Strategy, sustainable cities, green infrastructure initiatives, net zero carbon emission strategy, smart infrastructure systems, sustainable planning and construction. Water management, we need to have the initiatives, the green infrastructure initiatives, renewable energy projects, smart infrastructure systems, sustainable cities, and zero carbon emission strategies as well. Transportation, we need to have smart infrastructure systems, flood barriers and seawalls, sustainable city, renewable energy projects. Communication, we need to smart infrastructure, renewable energy projects, green infrastructure initiatives, tourism. This will be achieved through the sustainable cities, net zero carbon emission strategy, green infrastructure initiatives. And these are some examples of the projects. I will not go through them due to the shortage of time. And these are some examples of mega sustainable and smart city projects. One of the major projects now in Oman is Sultan Haytham Sustainable City. And this is Oman's pioneering smart and sustainable city located in Muscat Governorate and designed for 100,000 residents. The city aims to embody Vision Oman 2040 by integrating residential, commercial, educational, and recreational zones with smart technologies and eco-friendly principles. And key features includes green spaces, integrated public services, smart infrastructure, and focus on sustainability through renewable energy and water conservation. And these are some pictures of His Majesty in the ceremony of laying the foundation for the Sultan Haytham city. We have Yeti Sustainable City also. This brings together a pioneering vision of sustainability and unparalleled quality of community living to Oman. The main objective is to improve quality of life for residents and using clean energy, water and wastewater recycling, food production, clean mobility, and better air quality. And this is Oman's first net zero energy city. We have also one of the big projects, and this is a strategic project, which is Suhar Abu Dhabi Railway. And this project is under construction, and it's 238 kilometers. Actually, across the borders, the railway between the major port in Oman at Suhar port, and the free zone Oman, and also the city of Abu Dhabi. And the project is valued at approximately $2.5 billion. And we have freight trains and also passenger trains. So the passenger trains will travel at speed of 200 kilometers per hour, reducing the travel time between Abu Dhabi and Suhar to 100 minutes only. And also we have a major road projects which connects Diba, Lima, and Khasab. And this is a major strategic infrastructure project in Oman, Masandam Governorate. And to be honest with you, this project is challenging with mountainous topography of Masandam, which is required extensive civil engineering. And the projects include 11 projects and more than 300 box culverts. And earlier plans mentioned 7 tunnels, which is totaling 7.3 kilometers. And therefore, in the concluding, the strategic vision and national alignment, Oman Sustainable Infrastructure and Smart City Agenda, guided by Vision Oman 2040 and the National Oman Spatial Strategy, establishes a long-term framework for balanced regional growth, environmental protection, and economic diversification. The ONSS promotes coordinating spatial planning that enhances urban resilience through sustainable land use, smart infrastructure systems, and renewable energy integration, reducing vulnerability to climate-related risks. Given Oman's exposure to cyclones, floods, and sea level rise, the presentation emphasizes the necessity of embedding climate adaptation measures such as resilient transport systems, green infrastructure, and adaptive water management into every stage of planning and construction. Mega projects like Sultan Haytham City and the Sustainable City at Yeti demonstrate Oman's move towards low carbon, smart and people-centered urban development, creating new opportunities for innovation, employment, and sustainable tourism, strengthening multi-level spatial governance, leveraging GIS and smart city technologies, and promoting data-driven decision-making are key to achieving efficiency, transparency, and sustainability across all sectors. And achieving Vision Oman 2040 goals requires continued investments in green infrastructure, renewable energy, and smart urban solutions, ensuring that Oman cities remain livable, adaptive, and resilient in the face of future challenges. Thank you so much for your attention. And this is my card. If you have any questions, any queries for the future, please, you can contact me at any time. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your attention. And now we will open the floor for discussions. So for our audience, if you have any questions, please, you can ask myself or you can ask Paul.
I'll jump in seeing as there's too much silence, okay?
Okay, go ahead.
Very impressive presentation, really. I've been to Oman a couple of times, very briefly to Oman, but I had no idea you were getting hit with those cyclones so badly. How do you cope, I mean, with the way weather forecasting is going? How are you going to cope with those floods? Are you looking at building artificial lakes? Is there I don't know if you look into Shenzhen, but Shenzhen is what we call a sponge city, where it's been developed to take in vast amounts of rain through the way they've planned the city. I mean, what sort of ideas have you got in terms of making sure you mitigate these disastrous floods, which I was shocked to see in your presentation?
In Oman, we have an effective early warning system. Oman early warning system for the natural disasters is one of the, I think, one of the best in the world, where there's warning is called enough time before the disaster. Once the cyclone is formed in the Indian Ocean, there is a continuous warning from the authorities. And also, there is a proper coordination with different authorities. In Oman, we have a committee for emergency. And this committee has members from different government and social society, from also the army, police. And there's a proper coordination for evacuation of the resident, and also for coordinating the evacuation for the refuge. So we have a very good like early warning system and also evacuation process. Okay. To mitigate these effects, now the government has done a lot of efforts. Like, for example, there is a lot of dams, protective dams, which have been built in different cities in Oman, so that it will reduce the effect of the detrimental effects of the either flash floods or cyclones. Also, Oman is working on the updating of the building codes, and also of the flash flood codes as well. And also, Oman is working now on the National Adaptation Plan, and also in the mitigation plans as well. Oman now trying to reduce the CO2 emissions by a certain amount by 2040, and also it's working on its national adaptation plan, so that we can find more ways in order to adapt to the effect of these climate change events.
Very
Yes.
good. Very good.
Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Any other questions?
Will I jump in again? In terms of look, it's been a number of years I've been back to Oman. In terms of your sort of high-rise buildings, how many have you now developed over Oman? In terms, is that you've got a lot of space, but you haven't turned it into a Dubai or that yet, have you? I mean, have you got a lot of high-rise buildings over in Oman?
In Oman, we don't have high-rise buildings.
Yeah, I couldn't remember seeing any when I was
In
there
Oman,
last
the
summer.
maximum the buildings is with maximum 15 floors.
Okay, good. Good.
Oman is preferring to go to develop horizontally, not vertically.
Well, I
So,
clap for you.
so in Oman, we need to maintain also our, I don't know, they call it our culture, our identity. So in Oman, we don't have like skyscrapers. If you come to Oman, you will find our buildings are high dwarfs compared to the buildings in Dubai or in Qatar or in Saudi Arabia. So we don't have tall buildings.
4.46 million, 4.78 million.
Very good, very good, very good. No, I mean, you have a very unique culture. I remember when I first landed in Oman, it was the friendliness of the Omani people was just overwhelming. So yeah, keep that up. Don't get swayed by other cultures, okay? It's there's certainly something very memorable about the Omanis. So more power to you for not copying everybody else, okay?
Yes, thank you, Paul. So any other questions?
Thank you so much for your presentation, Dr. Khalifa, Professor Khalifa. It was amazing. You're talking about the smart cities in Oman. And, Paul, Oman, there are plenty of United Kingdom company investing in Oman and doing a lot of construction. Specifically, I have my friend of mine, more than 30 years, called Leeds International. They
Yes,
running many. Yeah, you see the CEO last time, Mr. Richard Peer, and they have plenty of projects in Oman. Because Oman it's a leading market, and they having plenty of smart cities and plenty of construction in Oman.
Fantastic, fantastic. Well, I look forward to visiting you again, Dr. Khalifa, in Oman next time.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Paul. You are most welcome.
Thank you.
Still we have 10 minutes. Would you mind to inform us, Paul, about your experiences in the Middle East, in which the country you be, and you deliver some projects?
I mean, I've done a lot of sort of I've done some big scope thinking for Saudi for Hajj and Umrah. They asked me to sort of get involved in a real deep, blue sky thinking about how we could help with security for Hajj and Umrah in particular. And there we were allowed to sort of let ourselves free and really come up with some of the big ideas which maybe wouldn't normally happen in normal scenarios. And a lot of what we tried to do there was look at how we could do predictive analysis of when we know crowds are going to start becoming an issue, and very early on sort of alert that, so that you start taking preemptive steps much earlier than normal to know that in 15, 20, 30 minutes, you're going to have an issue with overcrowding. And a lot of what we did was looked at how we could help with efficiency. So obviously with the huge volumes of people going for Hajj and Umrah in Saudi, one of our solutions was to look at how we build a visa. So when you apply for your visa to go to Saudi, you actually get a card, and that card would be built with lots of technologies that will allow us to know when you get off the plane. So from the plane to going through immigration, to baggage control, to getting on which sort of transport you got onto, when you arrived in the hotel, automatically, instead of going to a receptionist, you use that visa card to as a way of touching a kiosk, which would program that visa card to be your hotel room door key and instructing you on everything. So it was a way of detecting you through key points within the city, even down to the malls. We know when you walked into a mall, we know which stores you walked into, which stores you purchased from, which restaurants you went to. And a lot of what we tried to do with that was look at how we then segment those huge volumes of people and decide what type of person they were. And one of the big ideas we came back for Hajj in particular was that we look at cultural events. So maybe a Filipino cultural event or a Bangladeshi cultural event or a Omani cultural event. And we look at the people who've gone from those cities, segment them up and market them in a way where they go back during the outside the Hajj period to sort of keep that city running much more. So between that and other solutions I've done in Dubai, which have been looking at the high rise sector, that's really what my experience so far in the Far East is. I'm looking to really sort of motor on in the next year or two to expand across the Far East much harder, because we're seeing a lot of issues. We've seen in Dubai in particular, a lot of high-rise fires happen there. And with climate change and the temperatures going up and up and up, it's just going to happen more and more frequently now. So I want to think a lot of what we've done in the Far East. I mean, I've been spending significantly more time recently in the Far East, in Vietnam, in Malaysia, Hong Kong, and particularly in China, mainly around Shanghai and Shenzhen, in looking at how far they've proceeded with safety aspects, especially in buildings. Very early warning, like you mentioned, Dr. Khalifa, the early warning systems, which allow you to know what is likely to happen, what you need to be mitigating against much more efficiently. And my focus isn't, as I mentioned earlier on, it's really to try and get people to think more about how you take, your dumb building, you make it smart, but actually this saves you money by making it smart, not cost you money. There's a narrative out there around the green agenda, which is all going to cost us, trillions and trillions of dollars. And yet what I see is that a lot of the ways you can finance solar, you can finance various different things, you can actually really make money very rapidly and save money rather than cost money. And one of the things I'm vocal about is getting away from this narrative of going green is going to cost your economy. It just isn't. You can make massive strides very quickly and save you a lot of money. And certainly, I'd be very open to come over to Oman and show what we can illustrate in some of the buildings there to reduce energy down. And a lot of this, as I mentioned earlier on, is common sense things. It's what frustrates me massively based in Canary Wharf in London is I sit in Canary Wharf with all these high-rise buildings, and I look over the city of London with all these high-rise buildings, and at nighttime it's like a forest, Christmas trees, and these buildings are lit up all night long, and it's over really very, very dumb reasons that that's the case. It's often a security guard is walking through each floor every couple of hours, and he'll trigger all the lights on for 30 minutes. And, we're in 2025. It's not rocket science to know that a security guard's arrived on your floor and he's no longer there. So what we're doing is building the buildings, the intelligence at 2 a.m. when there's no lights on it and a security guard arrives and 90 seconds later he's gone, that we know he's gone, and we override systems and turn all those lights off. I mean, my floor here, I've counted, it's 448 lights that get triggered on for at least 2 hours every night for absolutely no reason. And, I often joke I'll get a Nobel Prize for common sense, but nothing more than that. But it's looking at where your energy is being used, why is it being used that way, asking yourself, how can I mitigate against this? Should I really have a building that every morning at 6 a.m. the HVAC goes on and at 8 p.m. it automatically goes off? You've got to start looking at weather patterns. If tomorrow in Muscat it's going to be overcast all day long, and that day, that a Wednesday Muscat has got a certain level of people coming to an office, then get the HVAC system to come on later, get the fans down lower, get it to turn off earlier in the evening. And you save a lot of money very quickly. And, this is, at the end of the day, we've gone through a crisis. We've seen a property values drop, especially, I just got back from Hong Kong where rents are down by 40 to 50%. You've got to find savings, and you've got to do it really easy and keep it simple. And it's all about, what I would say to everybody here, going forward, it's all about collaboration. Nobody has got a silver bullet. We all have to build our silver bullet as brilliantly as we can and combine these silver bullets together to go and deliver an overall outcome, which will be massive energy reductions, safer, smarter buildings.
Many thanks, Paul, for your explanation. We are always interested in your collaboration with different countries. Professor Khalifa, did you want to conclude and closing the session? You muted yourself, Professor Khalifa.
Yes,
Professor
thank you, Dr. Hanadi, and thank you so much for attending this session. And I hope this session was useful. If you have any questions, any concerns, any queries to Paul or to me, you are most welcome to contact us at any time. And thank you so much for listening to us, and thank you for your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Paul, for your joining our conference. Thank you, Professor
My pleasure.
Khalifa. Now we reach one of the most important track. It's digitalization ecosystem, digital innovation, digital AI, and digital entrepreneurships. Who's running this track? Professor Peter Dobbs. I think Professor Peter is there. Hi, Professor Peter.
Hi, hi, Hanadi. Hi, everyone.
Fine, thank you. You take care about this one. I think Professor AJ from Japan, it's there, and Macro, it's also there. Hi, Professor, how are you? How we pronounce your name, Professor AJ?
Yes.
Yes. Good. This is Dr. Hanadi Al-Mubaraki, Conference Director. And Professor Peter will take care about these sessions. Abdullah Kamal, Professor Macro, it's in other room, but we try to bring him there. Professor Macro, try to accept the invitations to come inside. Oh, finally.
And I think we're only missing one of our panelists. But we can start. So hello, everyone. Welcome to this session on digitalization ecosystem, digital innovation, AI, and entrepreneurship. Our first speaker will be Marco Brunhose. Hello, Professor Marco, if you can introduce yourself.
So, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, very good. Can I share the screen?
Yes, you should be able to share.
Okay. So, is it sharing something?
Yes.
Okay. Is it happening something?
Yeah, we can see your screen.
Okay. Very good. Okay, so we are progressing. So, can I start?
Yes, feel free.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everybody. It's 4 o'clock in Finland, and it's a great pleasure to be here with you and to meet so many intelligent people on these 2 days and to learn so much. And I really appreciate the invitation of Dr. Hanadi Al-Mubaraki, and of course, dear Fernando. to be here, and to the participants as well, and of you that you are leading the conference now. Okay, so what I will be talking about is about the Finland as a VIP, as part of the world digital ecosystem. And a bit things about myself. I don't want to bore you with the information about me, but between advisor, investor, and and the teacher in the university, lecture on the areas of finance and internationalization. So that is my my comforted zone. And with that in mind, I will explore this area of Finland as VIP, as part of the world of the digital ecosystem. So, and I will navigate with the three areas that they are of our panel. And the areas are, I apologize, the areas are of digital innovation, DNNs. I refuse to use the word, the expression AI, because I don't like to insult my intelligence. So I use DNN, and I use the not entrepreneurship or technoship. I use teamness, and then I will go to the end, welcoming you to Finland. So these two notes that they are related with what I just said is, one of them is AI is just another form of automatic integration. The universe has got several of them, and this is just a new one. So I find it more appropriate to call it deep neural network. And of course, in the two extremes, Ralph Nader, a person that I admire very much, he calls it arrogant ignorance. And this paper that is among the academic world on the dangers of stochastic parrots, can language models be too big? So this is very clear. You just enjoy the stochastic parrots and then move forward. Then the teamers I talk about, and then now about the VIP. What is this VIP? So here in Finland, we have a collection of very much very inspiring persons, and because we are so many, then we create this a VIP place. So that is the reason why I call it Finland VIP. So these are pictures of mine in the winter and in the spring, so you can observe how beautiful is this, and you are welcome. And here we have Finland and Qatar, the center of the universe today at this hour, these last 2 days. Just Qatar yesterday and today, and now Finland. And in terms of the infrastructure, Finland, the GDP is around half of Kuwait is around half of Finland. The population is more or less the same, and both of them, they have strong constraints in terms of defense. Then Finland is a data center exporter. Kuwait is a domestic consumer. So that's why we have this huge difference of data center installed capacity. And then in terms of sharing the data, both of countries, they have similar, according to the international trend as well. Submarine fiber cables 95% and satellites 5%. But in terms of infrastructure, even though Finland is very well served, and especially now with the Arctic moving on in terms of being more easy to navigate, we are having the secret of Finland is very much the intersubjectivity architecture, so the strong trust that we have among the residents, and then this understanding of the epistemological environment. So we don't go very much by trends like this DNM now. We are very much on the reasoning and moving forward. And in terms of organized wisdom, what I find that is very interesting here in Finland is exactly the public sector. So the public sector is in the way a situation that is a continuous learning sector, which incorporate all the good that the society brings to the table, so it's always improving, and the rest of the world. And now we go for the digital innovation in Finland, and we see how successful we are here. So last year I present Ostaway as a success story here in this conference, and this year, a few weeks ago, they were becoming another unicorn, and this is happening naturally. Foreigners came here, they mingle with the locals, and then they make this type of achievements. And then the next unicorn might come from the aerospace cluster in Finland. And this picture is this image is taken from a conference that I was giving a talk some months ago here, and where in the region where I live, Kymenlaakso, we are having in Pyytä, we are having one of the promising areas for this aerospace industry. So, by the way, the PDF will be available in the email, or if you join me in LinkedIn, you just ask it, and then I will send the PDF. And then the PDF has got a system that I don't put the sources there. You just click the image and then you go straight to the source. Then another thing that I find it interesting about this AI thing is that Douglas Engelberg was one of the persons that came up with this AI thing, but he called it augmented our intelligence. And because we are running out of time, so we move forward to what happened in 1968. In 1968, we were having Douglas Engelbart was already showing to the world in the the mother of all demos, as was called, that he was presenting the computer mouse, the hypertext, the video conference, and collaborative work in real time, and much more. You see, so this quite many years before the things that amazing us. And 41 years before, we published the book Team Nurse. That's why I prefer teamnership than the traditional entrepreneur and so on. And this book has got a chapter that the last chapter, clearinghouse model, that I present there, something that is much more interesting than Bitcoin and useful, and it became law in Portugal in 2019. Then why Finland, they have so much success? I think that it's got to do something with the language, their language. I am not Finnish, I am Angolan, just enjoying the paradise for quite many years. When I met my goddess and I got married here, we are still on honeymoon. And here the Finno-Ugric language, they must have some additional kick in terms of IQ. So that's why Jan van Neumann was one of the parents of the computer, and Lino Torvald. Both of them belong to this Finno-Ugric language, and they know that failure is part of life. So they even have in October every year they celebrate the failure normalization. It all starts with the student in the university, Aalto University, and now it's a standard. And then this year again, I made a conference where I was highlighting the importance of the flops, the failures, and the success. So, and then I mentioned there the traditional and very important Zamblanity and serendipity as a tools, and Tom Peters, test fast, fail fast, adjust fast. And one example of the teamnership here in Finland is, for instance, this lady. She's recently 21 years old, graduates next month, and is already clients in Portugal, in cloud computer, in Finland, physical intelligence, and in Greece, and digital nomad. So this is the type of things that this country produced to the world. Then another innovation that is quite unique in Finland is the virtual power plant, where you can have the example of the three telecom operators to organize a system to handle energy, like we saw in the previous panel. That was fantastic, the presentation of the speakers, and gives us inspiration for the future ahead. So, my friends, you are welcome. Finland is very beautiful in the winter, as you can see, and is very beautiful in the summer. Just send me an email and then I will send you the PDF, or then connect me in LinkedIn, and then we talk more. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Marco Brunhose. I'd like to open the panel to any questions before we move on. Does anyone have any questions?
Participants become speechless.
Yes, Abdullah. You're muted.
Yes, thank you very much for the presentation. It was actually enticing, and it was on my bucket list and still in my bucket list to go to Finland. And it's very interesting to see that, most of the technologies and innovations came out of Finland. And obviously, everyone knows here, at least in Kuwait, that when we talk about Finland, we talk about Nokia. So this is something that stayed with us, especially in my generation, because we lived with Nokia, we lived with the innovation that they came up with every year. Unfortunately, what happened at the end is not something that we wanted to see, but I'm glad that I still have a router that is Nokia brand. So I'm sure now that they're getting very strong in the 5G and the 6G in the future when it comes to innovation. So do you think that this is something where Finland heavily invests in terms of financially and through institutions or universities? And how would that continue within the near future?
My opinion is that they are very, very serious on contributing for a better world. And so they have the public sector that is extremely well organized on and receptive to the stimuli and the initiatives of the private sector. So they have instruments on equity, they have instruments on debt, they have instruments on mezzanine, they have instruments on grant, that as long they are good ideas around the world, just come here. This is the fertile soil, and you and your family, you are very welcome here. Let me know, and then we have space here. You can stay with us.
Oh, that is, thank you very much for this. This is very generous of you. And I'll definitely make sure to contact you, hopefully for maybe a nice cup of coffee or something traditional when it comes to Finland. To be honest, I'm eager for that. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, and then just if you come with time, then we can even organize some conference with you in the university, and that would be fantastic.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you very much. I really appreciate this invitation. Thank you very much again for it.
And I also had a quick question. I think you mentioned that what's important for digitalization is, if I understand correctly, societal trust, reasoning or rationality, and a well-developed public sector. Is that are these sort of the three main pillars for a well-developed, digital environment, entrepreneurship in the digital space?
Yeah, so the idea is go like this. 315,000 years ago, it seems that we show up in Morocco. Tomorrow, some scientists find some teeth in Australia, and then we show up in Australia. We start in Australia. But the point is that our relations, we start there. We are all a big family of 80 billion persons. Some more clear, some whiter, some bigger, some smaller, some fatter, but we are just one family. Whatever we like it or not, we just have to love each other and to be friends to each other and move forward, because we are having a real serious problem here. And the idea is that on the moment that we split the relation one-to-one, we create these barriers, the technology, you see, then we start to get away, and we stop this relation, the family relation, that we belong together, you see. And then it's what happened in Finland is that even though we have all of these digital barriers, physical barriers, and all of this, whenever you are approaching the public sector, the private sector, a listed company, a cooperative, whatever, a person in the street, they react to you because they trust you. You see, so they don't have this idea, well, it's dangerous, I don't talk to him. No, the trust issue is there. And it happens because when I meet somebody, I immediately create the trust credit for him. And usually what I'm doing next is to increase the trust credit. You see, it's not reducing it. You see, so this is the way we have it. And this is so beautiful. You have to experience this, and this could be multiplied to the rest of the world, because the rest of the world, they are Homo sapiens like the guys here. You see, so there is no difference between us. Of course, that they are guys that they are extremely rich and great and all of this. Those ones even they want to go to live in Mars, they should go and stay there. But for the rest of us, we enjoy it here.
Thank you so much. I also had one other question, but I also don't want us to relate. But just very quickly, on one of your slides, you mentioned that we want to make sure that the goals of the augmented humans are aligned with the non-augmented humans. Because I think that's something that you didn't mention. So I was just wondering what do you mean by what is specifically an augmented human?
We are the same garbage that we were 315,000 years ago. You see, so it's the same thing. The only thing is that we got curious about what's going on. And then we find that, okay, we have legs, we can go far away, but somewhere, sometime, even in the Middle East, you had batteries already 2,000 years ago. You see, but the point is that you didn't have the market, you didn't have the use for it. You see, so the point is that we can have these possibilities with the technology of augmenting our inner possibilities. We can see stars, the telescopes. We can see quants with the microscopes. We can see. So this thing of the DNN, the deep neural networks, is something that comes from us. Without us, the thing doesn't have existence per se, because it is depending on us. So instead of creating a new God, because we are specialists on creating gods, you see, so in 1844 we create the God that is money. You see, do you remember Karl Marx, the phrase when he writes I am not great fan of Karl Marx on the economic part because he's a total disaster, but in the philosophical part he is real fun to read. So then when he comes there, he takes this quotation of the Bible, because he was Jew, of the first command. So Moses is coming down from the Sinai, and then he say, well, I am Jehovah your God, you cannot have your any other gods besides me, ta, 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 ta. Then he goes there to that phrase, and then he used the word that he had, find and replace Jehovah by money. So now we are having, I am money, your God, you cannot have any other God besides me. You see, and then we are about to do the find and replace again. Go there, replace money by artificial stupidity, or the way they want to call it. You see, so DNN. And then we have to know that we control these things, you see. So these things exist to make our lives better, you see. So that is the thing. We are having real challenge in terms of global warming. And the last thing that we need is to have systems that contribute to increase the global warming. And I was very pleased with Paul when he was saying that, well, I should have the Nobel Prize on common sense. Lovely. This is the thing that is typical Finn.
I see. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Abdullah Kamal. Abdullah, the floor is yours. Marco, if you can stop sharing.
Yes, I will do so. Let me see, how can I do the same? Oops. Yes. Did it work?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Abdullah.
Okay, great. So could everyone see my presentation now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So what I'm going to talk about, and I'm actually going to zoom out a little bit from where Dr. Marco was talking about, and just give a small perception of what has happened since last time that we've met, and what is going on currently here in Kuwait, just to give a better perception of Kuwait and the digitalization ecosystem in Kuwait. So thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Thank you, Dr. Hanad Mbarki, for preparing this and putting everything together. I know this is an immense effort. So I would like to delve directly into, the presentation just to give everyone a perception of what has been happening and what will happen next, and what kind of technologies are now seeing the light and coming into, the GCC, if I want to talk about specifically, and all across the globe, especially with now I'm afraid to call it AI because it was just nullified by Marco. So, but I'm gonna use it not very freely. It's actually very enlightening to know that it is something we all experience. So this is something that you have to bear in mind with me that, because we use it now every day. I totally agree with you, Dr. Marco, that it is being used used as a system that is arrogantly wrong. Okay. So this is something that we always have to watch out, always need to focus on, even though people think that with such technologies, with such advancements in technologies, things will become easier, lives will become easier. However, it's a double-edged sword because it could make your life hell if you don't know what is being presented. So this is very simply put, and we have to really watch out for what we talk about when we talk about, artificial intelligence, large language models, machine learning per se, because at the end, this is controlled by us. So we have to have the right controls. We have to have the right governance. We have to have the right way of thinking. And especially that in a region like the Gulf region, we still don't have, let's say, a native language model, a large language model that we can say we have tested this model, we are relying on this model as factual information. It's not biased. It is not, going into the discussions of religion, ethnicity, race, etc. So these are always in the back of our heads. However, when it comes to Kuwait, we did our vision way back in 2010. So there was no intelligence, there was no artificial intelligence, and it was all based on factual data, what is happening, the current situation, historical data, and how can we utilize such information to move forward. So how is Kuwait looking at it right now? Well, Kuwait's Vision 2035 positions digitalization as the engine for economic diversification, which is one of the main pillars for the vision, and for job creation, global competitiveness. And since global competitiveness now is becoming very tough, and people who hold certain aspects like the chips that generate the knowledge or generate the calculations will definitely win the race. Someone else says, well, whoever has the highest GDP are already set and they shouldn't be worrying. That's all wrong. That is all what we perceive, but not what is on the ground and as reality. So we need to make sure that when we use it, we make sure that we're using it catering to our requests and our internal and localized needs with limitations. Okay, and I say this with a very double red lines, because without limitations, you will quickly lose control. So what did Kuwait mandate, or the state mandated that AI, cloud, and e-services across public and private sector will be implemented, and we're not just going to let it go through, but we will assign certain entities, which is KATE, CITRA, and the National Cybersecurity Center, all newly established. KATE is the Central Agency for Information Technology. CITRA is also the agency responsible for transportation and communications. And obviously, the main player here, which is very, very newly formed, is the National Cybersecurity Center. We've seen how things could go quickly wrong because of the wrong use of technology, or the wrong use of certain tools that could affect populations. We're not talking about personal effect where it might affect me or might affect someone in my family, but it will affect populations and their perception. So this is something that we really need to watch out for. And this definitely, when done right, and why I do not say that it is done in the correct way, is that because it's never one way or the other. It's what is adapting to your current situation, your localized needs, and how were you able to extrapolate the data and information you request to give you the right results, the factual results. Okay? So when we talk about the national AI strategy and something that Kuwait has been working on, because we have been lagging in many aspects, and as Dr. Marco rightfully said, we are a consumer here in Kuwait. So we consume the technologies that are coming out, and this is where we want to leverage on consumption to move into more production or supplementation, as we say. And in my last contribution and this conference, I've mentioned Google Cloud, and we were very happy that, we are the entity, Nest and the subsidiaries of Entech, which is the company owned by the Kuwait Investment Authority, is actually the partner with Google. So we are handling Google as a semi-government entity rather than letting it run around Kuwait and try to build and scale out without having any jurisdiction, without having any protocols or guidelines or guide rails even. So this is where we moved into channeling almost more than $800 million through the KOC budget, utilizing Microsoft Azure and Google Cloud partnerships to assist in predictive maintenance, assist us in fraud detection. And one good example where Kuwait has excelled when it comes to digitizing and digitalization is Sahel. If you have ever been in Kuwait, worked in Kuwait, wanted to finish anything, pay fines, you definitely worked with Sahel, because Sahel is the main application that you could do almost 300 government tasks geared toward the citizens without even ever showing up to a government entity. So it's all done online, it's simplified, it's made easy, and this is a good example where technology, when utilized properly, could definitely support you in that process. So now over 72% of enterprises run at least one AI or large language model or machine learning modality in one way or another. And this has supported many, and I can talk on behalf of at least the National Technologies Enterprise Company, where the service cost has been down by 40%, just because we've adopted certain technologies like Copilot, utilized Odoo, for example, for projects that also analyzes data and gives us better outcomes. And this basically what it does is it boosts satisfaction. So with Sahel, 70% satisfaction has been achieved when we were one of the lagging nations when it came to customer satisfaction with government services. And this is not something that is hidden. It's out there. People talk about it. So this alone by itself is a very good start, or let's say push moving forward. So what are the current innovations we're basically using? It's, having the bilingual LLMs being used in banks, telecoms, resolving queries and whatnot. This had helped a lot of companies here in Kuwait that I've been working with personally as, managing projects in these entities to boost the morale, to upsell in some of the services. And obviously, as I mentioned before, utilizing predictive AI or predictive services where a large language models will be analyzing data and giving me what would be done to enhance inventory control, to better the services for the community and the customers of government agencies and even the private sector. Okay. When we talk about AI, a lot of people forget that there is another aspect that we really need to focus on, which is ethical AI or multimodal AI. And this is where things get interesting, because this is where people move from becoming creative to just pure lazy. Okay. So this is a big problem. I see Dr. Marco is happy because of that. Yes, indeed. It does make people become lazy. People think that they can rely on, AI interpreting a certain video or speech or, just typing something and letting AI produce videos. But there is that loss of emotions that are portrayed in these videos. Sometimes even when you analyze videos, it's not going to be the exact same thing or not even close to becoming realistic when it comes to interpreting emotions. And this is a very critical aspect because what keeps humans together and what keeps humans interconnected is emotions. So emotions is a very important aspect. And then AI with ethical issues, this is where we really need to focus on. I've mentioned that it reduced compliance risk by 40%. It also improves employee retention. Yes, but at the same time, people tend to lose their sense of being with what is wrong and what is right. And this is because they are getting information that is sounding ethical, sounding factual, but in reality, they are non-existent. So this is something we really need to watch out for. And I really want to mention, yes, there are the better things that we can do, but don't forget or don't over rely on such technologies because we tend to. We are now experiencing it on a retail basis where AI is also being used in daily tasks. And we can see that within the last 2 years, people are heavily relying. I see my employees, for example, sending me near perfect emails when I know that they could not even write 2 sentences without having the mistakes that are more humane, to be honest. I miss these mistakes. And why do I miss them? It's because I know that the person has put in the effort to write that email, to do a certain task, to actually go through the process, because this process is a learning curve. And now, you're using less and less brain cells. So what does that mean? That means that the learning curve, instead of going this way, is actually going downwards. Because now I know less. I can just teach the AI and let it know what I should be knowing. And, this is the result. Will I get good results? Yes, I will get, improvements in certain aspects. However, what about the human aspect? Am I getting any improvements? I kind of doubt it. I will not neglect it, but I will doubt it because I'm not the right person. I didn't study it. But once I do, I'll give you the results maybe, inshallah, within the next year. It will be something that I will be presenting here to talk about it. Now, when we talk also about digital entrepreneurship, and this is something that I'm happy about, that this is something where Kuwait has been a pioneer when it came to taking digital entrepreneurship into the forefronts of its objectives. So, how could this help? How could this new technology help? Well, one example is low-code platforms, where vibe coding now is a big thing. So a lot of people could use that to actually build, their applications, build their ideas from scratch without needing the technical people required to test an idea. Now you would need them at a later stage. However, moving from idea to product became much shorter than it used to be. And coming from doing an MBA at a very highly regarded university, especially in entrepreneurship, we took a couple of courses to do that. But now looking at this and the time horizon that we have reached such a milestone where time has been squeezed into less than a week or two, it showcases that, yes, cutting delivery time down, having the right fund here in Kuwait with more than, the 200 million tech fund that has been created through the SME fund. We saw a good example. The Delivery Hero 1 million, the Carriage exit that happened. There's a company called Carriage where they deliver food, and it had an immense success where it was bought by Delivery Hero, the German company. So this is something where it's bringing Kuwait and scaling Kuwait to be one of the big players in the global domain. So is it this good? Yes, it is good. Do we have to over rely on it? No, because it should be the building blocks and not the deciding factor when we come to talk about SMEs. Now, what kind of technologies? I just want
just one more minute.
Yes, I'm just gonna now mention some of the technologies and that's it. I think we should be done. How are some of these technologies helping this ecosystem and the SME ecosystem? Well, one of the things is that Nest is a company where it invests into companies and IT companies or tech companies that are up and coming. And one such investment where we have invested and we're bringing them to the market and we've experienced immense success is Eon Reality, where we've brought in Eon Reality, and now they're helping us through an Eon Entrepreneur Guide through a 10-step platform. Imagine within 10 steps, you can mention your problem, passions, and it will take you through these 10 steps, leading you to an actual application or a website to kick off or kickstart your project. Is this success? It's immense success. And that is why we want to have a guide. We want to have such technologies as a guiding principle, but not as a deciding factor. So this is what I always want to focus on. Again, Career Compass is another application that we are using through Eon Reality, and it takes people from leaving college, all the way to the job market. Again, with the same process, making sure that they can go at a faster pace and to knowing exactly where they should be working, which is all helping us achieve, the Vision 2035, where human prosperity is also another big aspect when it comes to talking about technology and how we can enhance the human capital here in Kuwait. So these are some of the comprehensive programs that will, inshallah, ensure Kuwaiti can operate, audit, and innovate in AI systems. And we are focusing on these companies and helping these companies to achieve their desired outcomes through our efforts here at the Entech and Nest to make sure that such technologies are guided, are always protected, and made sure that they are conforming to Kuwait standards, localized, and safe to use by everyone. Next steps, as I said, we're focusing on having strategic partnerships and maybe with Dr. Marco from Finland with new technologies, where we can push forward with new technologies that are guided, that are secure, that are focused on the human aspect of that equation and not on how to scale and enhance and explode in growth without having an idea of what kind of growth is being achieved. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the time. Sorry, I've went over the time, but it is a lot to mention, and I wanted to build always on, Dr. Marco's points, which were very enticing for me, and I think that we are aligning in such aspects. So thank you very much, Professor Peter, for the time.
Thank you, Abdullah. Appreciate it. I would just, if anyone has, I'll allow one single question at this point. We can go back after Professor Ejin Nagasawa's presentation if we have time. Anyone have a question? Okay, so I just want to quickly mention for 30 seconds that it just seems
Dr. Marco, you have a question?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Can I do the question?
Yes.
Okay. Congratulations for the presentation. Absolutely great. I love it. I see quite many synergies between what you are doing there in Kuwait and the Nordic community here, and in general, and in Finland in particular. You are touching areas that I see the most difficult thing is that you don't cooperate. You see, the most difficult thing is that you don't cooperate. So I suggest that somewhere next week we could organize a video call, and then we could go a bit further. And then on the meantime, if you could send me your PDF, so then I would study it. Then I would be honored to introduce you to key decision makers here in Finland. You see those ones that have good blue eyes and they are blonde, not like me that I was born in Angola, but they would be very, very pleased to talk to you and to go deeper in the subject, because you are touching the areas that I know that they are touching as well.
Amazing, amazing. Thank you very much. This is something I will definitely follow up with, and we could definitely stay in touch to build more on that. And with many other counterparts, I don't want to just focus on that aspect, but whoever is willing, we are here to cooperate. We are here to share our information. And thank you very much for initiating it, Dr. Marco. This is something that we always work on here at both levels, NTech and NTech, which is the National Technologies Enterprise Company, and also at the KIA level, which is the Kuwait Investment Authority, the Kuwaiti Sovereign Wealth Fund. So we definitely will find common grounds of interaction.
Just to conclude, this is the situation that in Finland we have Slash, which is very known, and Arctic 15.
Yeah.
And then my father is Portuguese, and in Portugal we have Web Summit as well. So I can link you up
Wow.
to the Portuguese ecosystem as well.
That's amazing. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, so our next speaker is Professor Eiji Nagasawa, and I'm also chairing the next session. I don't see any of our speakers yet, so if we go over a few minutes, that will be okay. I just want to make sure that Professor Nagasawa is going to have time, because we went a little bit over. So don't worry, Professor, you can go about 15 minutes.
I'm searching my PowerPoint. Just a moment.
Sure. No problem.
So, not this one. Click on this one. I found. So sorry. You can hear it?
Yeah, we can see
it. Okay. I'm sorry. So this is. Can I start?
Yes.
So thank you very much for moderator and also Dr. Hanadi for inviting me this important international conference. And I'm sure my topic is not directly related to the digitalization or digital ecosystem, but just I mentioned I would explain some the activity of JSPS, Japan Society for Promotion of Science. I retired the university 6 years ago and started working at the JSPS station in Cairo. So today I was asked by Dr. Hanadi to explain the activity of this activity, which might be helpful to the technical scientific development of the digitalizations. I'm sorry, I'm not a scientist. I'm a historian. My specialty is modern Egyptian history, but I want to. But this time I try to explain my title is JSP and is programs. So the contents of my presentation. First, I will introduce JSP and history, and I want to focus on the scientific and science and technology policy in Japan, and our activities. So JSP is the abbreviation of Japan Society for Promotion of Science. established in 1932. Japan is one of the major co-funding research funding agencies. We support each scientist by bottom-up system. So the society was established by the proposal of leading scholars in imperial academies, and this proposal was approved by the business leaders and the army leader also. The important thing is the emperor, Showa Emperor Hirohito, gave the donation 1 million Japanese yen at the time, roughly 1 billion Japanese yen in 20 times. This is the basis of the financial basis of financial basis of the JSPS. Our symbol of the rooster, this one, is the symbol of it's taken from the emperor's short poem. It is a meaning the opening the gate of the knowledge of the new world. So we are establishing a network among researchers in academia, industry, and government, and promoted collaborative research across sector for first time in Japan. So we also started from 1939, launching the grant aiding scientific research fellowship for young researchers and both senior researchers. But after the war, the main three Japanese academic institutions were reformed by the occupied armies. Imperial Academy changed to the Japan Academy. National Research Council changed to Science Council of Japan. Also, Japan Society for Promotion Science stopped the Japan subsidies, but it regained the subsidy after 3 years. So we must mention about another major important institution, JST, Japan Science and Technology Agency, formed in 1996, and then it is after the merger of Ministry of Education and Science and Technology, JSPS, our organization, JST, came under the jurisdiction of the new Ministry of Education, Culture and Sports, Science Next. Another important institution, JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency, maybe you know, it was officially established in 1974, but it gave us many major, also supported scientific activities. One of the major big research programs, SATREPS, Science and Technology and Research Partners for Science Sustainable Development. This is very related to the theme of this conference. This is joint international research program collaborated by JST and JICA, and now with two SATREPS programs ongoing in Egypt. Other two major research funding organization is the Japan Agency for Medical Research and Development under the Ministry of Health, and Welfare, and the New Energy Industrial Technology Development. This is a map, general idea of science and technology policy system in Japan. Maybe it's not time to explain this form. So after the Second World War, the space expanded to serve support for foreign researchers. In 1965, we have first overseas liaison office in Tehran and Nairobi. Now Tehran's office changed to the Cairo now, and now includes 10 overseas centers. Also, we started foreign research fellow system since 1970s. Then I will explain this one later. Also, we have an intensive joint research program in various forms. And this is a map of the 10 JSPS overseas offices, including Cairo and Nairobi. And the Cairo office covers the Middle East and North Africa. We also have a JSPS Alumni Association network. Now in Cairo, so the Egyptian Alumni Association is very active to give us for them delivering the seminars for young researchers online. We have the bilateral cooperation program, JSPs, and the counterpart, any funding agencies. Now we in Cairo, in Egypt, we have one it's funding agency, SADF. Of course, Kuwait or other any countries have us make a proposal to JSPs headquarters to agreement with bilateral cooperation. Also, we have the Quad-to-Quad program. These are 3 countries triangle of cooperation system. This station established in 1894, promoting the academic exchange, Japanese and researcher from the Middle East and North Africa. So we have a variety of fellowship system, program, postdoctoral fellowship, mid-career professor or invitation fellow program, and also it is a new system, postdoctoral fellowship for Asia and African countries. We cover the North African countries. Also for meetings, this is the inviting the young scholars to meet the Nobel winners, so the high-ranking researchers. Also, we have bridge fellow system for the alumni members. Hope meeting with this Nobel laureates like that. Every spring we have such meetings. This is a number of the funding opportunities, and the number of the research exchange under the JS programs. So please visit our website or scan this our Cairo Center's website to contact us to develop the academic cooperation between Japan and your countries. Thank you very much. This is Facebook. Thank you very much. See you.
Thank you, Professor Nagasawa. Does anyone have any questions? Yes, Marco.
Professor, thank you very much for your enlightening presentation. And I am in conversations with a friend of mine that is advisor in one African country, and he recently asked me about research programs with funding associated in terms of PhDs.
Yeah.
Do you have among all that institutions that you have programs of such sorts for Africa?
So in Africa, we have 2 centers, Cairo and Nairobi. We cover the North African countries, and Nairobi covers Sub-Saharan African countries.
Okay.
And from this year, we started the new program for the postdoctoral or pre-doctoral program for young researchers. Now, I'm sorry, the October is a timely deadline. So
okay.
Maybe anyway. So this is the requirement we require is a researcher who took the PhD within 6 years, or researcher who will take a PhD after 2 years. So maybe this is a good opportunity for the African researchers from African countries, I think.
Thank you very much. I will pass the message and then I will put you in touch.
And please to visit our website. So this is more
definitely.
Very concrete information. Yes. Thank you.
Thank thank you, everyone. So I'd like to thank Professor Marco Bunhosa and H. Nagasawa and Abdullah Kamal for your presentations in this session. So that concludes this session, and so now we're going to move on to our next session, which is building the bridge, fostering a thriving startup ecosystem. I can see that our first speaker, Carlos, is here. Just before that, Hamadi, just real quick, do you know if, I'm not sure if any of our other speakers might be here, but they're not listed as panelists. Do you know if, can you see them on your end?
We will contact them. Don't worry. Let's.
Okay,
Carlos,
just
how are you?
sure.
Oh,
Okay.
Carlos from far away, huh? Puerto
Yes,
Rico.
Puerto Rico. I am in Puerto Rico.
I like you and I like Puerto Rico.
Come visit.
Carlos,
Beautiful country.
Thank you so much. We will be visiting one day.
Yes. Mi
Thank
casa, tu casa. My home is your home.
Thank you so much.
All right, so then we can begin with our first presentation by Carlos Jimenez. Carlos, feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Okay. Let me write this down and let's start from the beginning. You can see the presentation, right?
Yes.
Well, my name is Carlos Jimenez. I am in Puerto Rico. I have been, I am an entrepreneur and an educator. I have been, I develop businesses, and also we built this company, which is called Youth Entrepreneurship Education System. It was 25 years ago. So what I'm going to talk about today, it's about how to build an ecosystem and using education as the pillar. So Mr. Kirby, Peter Kirby said that entrepreneurship is great as an important animal hunted by many individuals through multiple traps, but nobody has had the opportunity to grab one. Everyone who has seen it as a huge animal, but they don't agree on its attribute. It's simple like a elephant, right? And we know for sure that when we try to find how many words there are to describe an entrepreneur, we have found that 562 terms comes. So we can call them any way you like. Businessman, entrepreneur, business person, contractor, manager, tycoon, executive, etc., etc., etc. So that said, that we have over 562 definitions of an entrepreneur, and there are many ways to become one entrepreneur. But we still, many countries lacks of entrepreneurs. And this is very difficult for an ecosystem builder of entrepreneurship to understand this. So what we can do, knowing about entrepreneurship and doing entrepreneurship are very far apart, very two different things. Okay, there is a big gap, and we were hearing before us the professor from Japan, and this is what Ritsuo Shingo told me, that knowing and doing are very far apart, and we can teach entrepreneurship, but then how to do entrepreneurship are we need to fix that. And I will going to explain what happened in Puerto Rico and what we do about it. Okay, so maybe you could have that this experiment that we have been working on in our island, and what we did. Okay, so what everybody knows is the triple helix, that it should be working in any country, the academia, industry, and government together. This is not always what happens in the real world. Okay. And in Puerto Rico, in 2007, Babson College came to the island and started the first ecosystem study in the world. It was done in 2007 and it came up until October of 2010. It took 2 to 3 years to develop. It was done by local entrepreneurs and local businesses. Okay. And what it came out of it, it was Daniel Eisenberg model that you have to have many parts: policy, finance, culture, support, human capital, markets, and in each one of those you have to have many elements, right? And when they did this study in Puerto Rico, we were one of the only institutions on the island. Okay, they did this map and they put in all the members or organizations or networks or different entities, and we find out that the local entrepreneurship ecosystem was really small. This was 2007. We were born in our company. Our company was born in 2000, so we were like 7 years in the system, but there were not many players. In that year, we decided with two other organizations, which is Guayacan and Inteco, which is not shown here. We decided to get together and do our first Global Entrepreneurship Week activity, right? And from there on, we saw that there could be different ways of the triple helix to work, and in Puerto Rico, nobody was connected. It was like a laissez-faire, and we were relying almost like 100% of state to do all the work. So we needed to change that, and we needed to start learning from one another and start working with one another. Even though that started to happen, we still saw a gap in what was going on in Puerto Rico. It was now 2-3 years has passed by, and when we saw the model, the universities were missing. And for us to see that gap, that the universities were not into this triple helix workflow working, we went to the universities and asked them to do something about it. It was 2007 and 2010, 2011. We came again, and it was Global Entrepreneurship Week, and we told them, hey, you have to do some activities, and never happened. So in 2013, our organization decided to do something and try to help to make 1,000 flowers blossom, right? And what we did was very simple activity. When we described that the universities were not doing any activities at all, we found that 3 professors, one in Maya West campus, which is I will say our MIT, in the West, Mr. Romaguera, he was doing something in his classes with business planning. Professor Norma Ortiz was doing some stuff in her classes in marketing that will be described as entrepreneurship. And Mr. Professor Nicolas Rosario, those were the 3 doing something in the island in different universities. So once we saw this, and we identify who were the players and what was happening, we needed an adaptive way of teaching, and we needed to do it fast so all the universities will come. In Puerto Rico, we have about 110 campuses. Three big universities, which is Puerto Rico University that has 11 campuses, University of Inter-American University that has about 12 campuses, and then Universidad Ana G. Méndez, which at the moment were 3 campuses, but now they have grown to 20-something campuses. And let me talk about just a little bit what we were doing at the moment. This is us with the Department of Education, the head of Department of Education, and the Association of Industriales, which means the Puerto Rican Manufacturing Association. We were doing in small steps or in small activities what it was called the helix, the triple helix. But we were only in the preschooler, primary, and secondary school levels, right? And we were developing the mindset, and we were developing the community outreach, and we were developing the mini companies, okay? And we were helping youth to build their dreams. But it takes time for a young student, even though they are having different experiments and different activities and selling and building their companies. It will take a lot of time for them to reach university and then have experiences, and after that build a company. So even though we were building the skills and attitudes in the youth, what was happening when they get into the university? So once we identified that the students were going to university, and in the universities they were not much happening about entrepreneurship, then we decided to help the universities go to the next level. So with that, we had this funnel. We were building the funnel from the youth, but we were not having the entrepreneurship programs in the universities, okay? And we went to Blerick University with the EFFER, which is the Entrepreneurial Research Forum for Entrepreneurship in Europe. And we find out that they have done a great study on 29 university centers of dynamic entrepreneurship. When we look at it, these were the universities that were doing something, and they were studying the system from University of Cambridge to Harvard, Stanford, MIT, London, and different universities. And they show us in that year that for a university ecosystem to work, they have to have different levels of elements, right? The overview, if they were the topics of school focuses on entrepreneurship, if the name of the center has the word entrepreneurship, the curriculum, if they have degrees, cases, business studies, teaching methodology, language around it, if they have student activities like clubs, networking events, conference, competitions, internships, and other type of activities like summer schools or special events or visits to benchmarkings and see other places. If they had funding, if they acquire funding from ex-students or ex-alumni or from government or from the same university, if they had joint ventures with the companies or partnerships, and this is the most important thing, if they were having spin-outs, okay? if the universities at the end of the day, after teaching entrepreneurship, were having spin-outs and there were companies growing from the universities, and if they had the ex-alumni involvements, right? These universities that everybody knows them, right? And we saw each one of them, they were doing. We figured out in the island that if this was the case, if we could do this to every university, then the universities will blossom the students that or the entrepreneurs that we needed in the island. This is Cambridge, and this is some of the research that was done and the interaction of the companies that were happening in the University of Cambridge and London University and Massachusetts and Stanford. So entrepreneurship is not considered a priority for the life in many countries by many students. And this happens in the Caribbean, in many states, or in many other countries. And from that, the next thing that happens at university is that they always measure the university by the amount of students that have a job, not by the amount of enterprise that has spin out of the university. So the missed question is, do you want to be an entrepreneur? And that is not the measure that the majority of the universities do the thing. So in Puerto Rico, in 1903, three universities got together and start a competition between sports, and they were competing in basketball, baseball, and running. Okay, this is a real story. And we figured it out if we could do the same thing for universities to compete against each other. And so we created what it's called the NCAA for entrepreneurship in the island. Okay, it's called the Justas Empresariales Universitarias, which means in Puerto Rico, Justas Universitarias is the competition for sports. So we introduced the competition for entrepreneurship between universities. That's what this means. And what it's, if you say it in English, will be NCAA for entrepreneurship in the island. So we started teaching or training the trainers, okay? And we were using the same games and activities that we were using to teach kids. And we started teaching the professors of the university with the same games to teach entrepreneurship. And you can see in that picture that we put them the vest and how to correlate that with an income statement. And we decided to compete. We took the Copenhagen consensus at that time that they have different needs and different problems that agriculture and food, software or computing, environmental things and energy, technology, health.
Sorry to interrupt, just one more minute. We're running out of time. If you can finish within the next 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
And to make this really quick, we took the Copenhagen consensus and we turned it on into a big competition in the island. They were having practicing experiences, and this is what really happened. after this, that we have the winners, and they are still doing businesses with their spin-outs. One thing happened. Universities started building incubation and center for entrepreneurship. And as of today, we have more than 50 incubators in different campuses in the whole island. So I know I am out of time. I don't know if someone wants to make a question. I'm open to it. Just let me know. Thank you.
Thank you, Carlos. Does anyone have any questions? Thank you for the very interactive presentation. Okay. Yes, Marco.
Carlos, bienvenido. Me ha gustado bastante.
Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your inspiring presentation. Because I took my MBA in the Norwegian Management School, I would like if it is possible for you to share how was the cooperation with them in Norway.
Will do. Write me your email so I can send you the whole story.
Thank you once again, Carlos. And so now we're going to move on to our second speaker, Mariam Etminan. I'm hoping that I'm pronouncing that right.
Yes, thank you so much. Yeah, give me a moment. I'm going to share my screen.
Yeah, take your time.
My screen should be visible right now. Am I right?
We can see your screen.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much for the invitation, actually. I'm going to present globally.ai, the AI agentic immigration platform to automate about 93% of the immigration and visa processing that is user agnostic, country agnostic, and visa agnostic. Every year, about 20 million people try to move across borders, and the system they meet is broken. People spend over $2,000 just to find out whether they're qualified and which visa type they qualify for. Lawyers drown in repetitive tasks. Immigrants drown in misinformation. That's not a friction, that's a global market failure. Our platform coordinates 8 specialized AI agents working together like a digital law firm. The visa recommender, case builder, document parser, form filler, risk checker, and all of the process for the immigration and visa process. The system runs 24/7, doesn't forget, doesn't miscalculate, and doesn't burn out. Based on all the issues we have received so far, many people have challenges. 3 main challenges during their immigration journey and change of status.
Okay.
Based on all the issues that we receive, the main challenges are how to find a proper visa that matches my eligibility criteria, how to find visa sponsor jobs, and how to find verified immigration lawyers. Let's explore how utilizing globally.ai can address these challenges to maximize success. The journey starts with 5 minutes form to collect all the personal information like education, skills, and language proficiency. And the AI agent will generate a visa list that matches personal information. In each single card, as you can see here, government fees, processing time, all the benefits and right of the visas, all requirements, and the whole process step by step, all the information that each applicant needs. Exactly the same as a handbook for immigrants, but this handbook is tailored to their personal situation. In this way, globally resolves the first challenge and provide the proper visa list. Then,
right?
For the next step, I wanted to check if my screen is visible.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. We know that many visas need visa sponsored jobs, which is why Daily Globally lists thousands of jobs offered on Globally that employers will sponsor the visa process. Finding these jobs is not easy on any other platform like LinkedIn or Glassdoor. In this way, we resolve the second challenge. And what's the third one? Finally, if the applicants think that they need to have access to the immigration lawyers, we try to help them to figure it out themselves. But if they need the immigration lawyers, Globally is a partner with top-ranked immigration lawyers, and AI will connect applicants with lawyers based on the lawyer's expertise and immigrants' visa eligibility. Immigrants will match only with the lawyer's experience and immigrants' eligibility. Rather than addressing all these three challenges, Globally provides many AI tools to maximize the success chance, like AI check documents before sending to lawyers or submit the application, AI installation, process 24/7 case tracking system, and AI red flag detection. With just 6,000 users and 27 lawyers, Globally already performs like a scaled SaaS engine. It's live, paid, and scaling. The market is massive. Immigration is a $1 trillion funnel with outdated tools. Our system is not country specific. It's architecture specific. We can scale across USA, Canada, UK, Australia, and other 50 countries that are active in immigration. Immigration shouldn't take thousands of dollars, thousands of hours. It should take minutes with certainty, transparency, and fairness. Globally isn't just building a product. We are rebuilding a broken global system. To all the founders, investors, and builders in this room, immigration is the backbone of talent, innovation, and growth. Please join us, partner with us, build with us. Globally is opening border with AI, and we are just getting started. Today, one of the most in-demand visa process in the world is the US visitor visa. With the 2026 World Cup and 2028 Olympic coming to US, demand is exploding. The form is long, complex, and usually take people hours. Globally automated the entire process. Our AI agentic system completed one of the most complicated US visa form, end-to-end in under 2 minutes, with perfect accuracy. If you are a startup, business, or organization that connected to immigration, visa, travel, translation, language education, or any other specific businesses related to immigration, we want you in our network. Global's ecosystem is scaling fast, and we are opening to partnership for travel services, visa-related businesses, immigration adjustment platform, translation agencies, language academies, and anything else. This is a rare moment to plug into a platform that is transforming entire industry. We invite you to partner with Globally and grow with the future of global mobility. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mariam. That was very interesting. I haven't really thought about using AI for immigration, but I mean, it makes sense. Does anyone have any questions for Mariam? Okay, I have a question. So this is essentially your service can be used by anyone who is interested in essentially immigrating or leaving the country where they're currently residing, and trying to figure out based on perhaps their, I assume, perhaps passport, their type line of work, perhaps also assume, cultural compatibility and things like that. They're trying to figure out, and assume obviously taxes, things like that, that they're trying to figure out what is essentially the best place or places that they might want to emigrate to, and your platform, your service can help with that.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, by collecting all the information from the applicants, for example, their skills, education, their age, and even the amount of money that they can spend for the immigration process, our AI agents provide all the visa lists that they are eligible for, and all the required information, the processing, step by step, what's the forms, what's the government fees, and what's the benefit of this type of visas, and all the information that they need.
I see. Okay, just real quick, we have a couple of questions in the comments. So Monica Mari is asking, who is the target customer? So I think I mentioned that. I assume that would be basically digital nomads. Or the second question is this a permanent visa move, or can it be temporary or second visa if I'm not looking to move permanently?
Definitely. Yeah, for the temporary visa holders is the question.
So the first question is who is the target customer for you? So would that be digital nomads, people who are planning to work elsewhere, or people who permanently are trying to relocate to a different country?
As I mentioned, actually, this is a great question. And as I mentioned, actually, the Globally is an AI agentic platform that is visa agnostic and even user agnostic. Any type of visas, anyone can apply for that, use the system for that, because the AI agent system can provide all the visa lists that they are eligible for. For now, our focus is for only 5 countries: US, Canada, Australia, Germany, and Emirates. But in near future, we will expand to more than 50 countries that they are active in immigration industry. The other thing that we recently focused is apply from US. The people that they live in US but with the temporary visa because of the government pressure on those people that they have only temporary visas. We provide specific services for those people. They live in US but with the temporary visa. They can apply with our platform for the green card process, and we help them even to find the jobs. Those jobs can sponsor the visa process, and these jobs are not easy to find in any other platforms like LinkedIn or Glassdoor or anywhere else. Why? Because these type of jobs are related to the visa. Those employers guarantee and sponsor the visa process.
I see. Thank you. Thank you, Mariam. Does anyone have any other questions? All right. Well, thank you so much. That was very interesting.
Thank you so much.
So our next speaker is Kevin Coim. So Kevin, feel free to start whenever you're ready.
Sounds great. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on what part of the world you're in. Thank you, Dr. Hannah, for this opportunity again to join you guys. I'm joining from Austin, Texas. I'm one of the individuals that formed the ecosystem, the entrepreneurial ecosystem here in Austin. And we've been extending these ideas to the world. And so I would like to say thank you to my fellow colleagues here. One of the things that I appreciate about this conference is some of the collaborations that have come out of this, including with my buddy from who's originally Portuguese, but from Finland, Marco, so thank you all for the opportunity, as well as I'm looking forward to the collaborations that come out of this work together. I'm the founder of a place called Tech Ranch. Tech Ranch is Austin's first privately funded incubator. We do a lot of venture acceleration. We focus on helping global entrepreneurs access markets to drive impact. Mainly accessing the Texas market since it's exploding economically across the world. And if you're touching Texas, you're also touching Mexico because of the tie between the two regions. But the idea behind this, in previous years, I've talked about our venture bridge concept, where we're connecting one region of the world to another region of the world. Specifically in this case, though, I thought a simple framework might be useful, a framework that we're starting to share with our entrepreneurs to help navigate these, cross-regional connections. So everyone knows here we're living in this age of disruption. There are other items that probably should be up here as well, including the war against Ukraine and items like that as well. But there's a number of different disruptions that I believe that the only people that are really ready for responding quickly enough to what's needed, and the driving force behind my personal work about why do I care about entrepreneurs and what is it that's carried me to 23 countries in the last 8 years, is this idea that if we focus on supporting entrepreneurs, especially with these cross-regional connections, we can really drive things forward. Now, this last week, I was in Sarajevo and was very honored to get to work with a number of entrepreneurs and larger organizations across Sarajevo. But there was actually a 10-year history that I'll tell you a little bit about in what's in this story. I'll quickly go through it really quick. But first off, a reflection. Civilization didn't begin with fire at the wheel. It began with when one human took care of another. There's a story that I'll tell you a little bit more in a few slides about this specifically, but I think it's important as we start framing in the conversations that we want to support our entrepreneurs to be having. The second thing is that the future belongs to those who care more deeply, connect more boldly, broadly, and create more boldly. This is kind of like if I was to give you a thesis of what the larger conversation that would probably take a couple of hours for us to go over, I'll quickly try to condense into this, this handful of minutes together. But the idea is, this is our thesis. We've been building out these venture bridges to tie regions together. But really, the thing that we really want to frame in on is the only thing that will deal with some of the lack of compassion that we see, especially in my country right now, and some of the different issues, is to embolden and support the entrepreneurs that are creating the culture of the future, right? We'll talk a little bit more about this. The framework has three forces: care, connection, and creation. And I found in all the different work we've done with these venture bridges, like I mentioned, 23 countries in the last 8 years, I found that the number one thing that you know, I've been carrying the vision for, you know, 22 years, but the truth is that we need a simpler operating system, which is at the basis of this three-part framework. I'll go through it really quick. First off, Margaret Mead actually said that society didn't start, or she didn't recognize society as starting with any type of tool, but when one person decided to stay behind for another person to heal a femur bone. And it's interesting to think about that was like when society began. And because of how social media has been used, there's been this lack of care that we see. So how do we actually support our entrepreneurs, especially as these tools that we have continue to get more complex on the amount of impact that they can possibly have? Part of it is really supporting the entrepreneurs, and the most effective entrepreneurs are the ones that are expressing direct care for one group of people or one set of issues. One of my favorite examples of this is one of our entrepreneurs that's originally from Mexico, but it's leveraging technology out of Singapore University. Her name is Mayra Hurtado. She's developed a women's healthcare, especially in the United States, really is designed around 90% of it's designed around, you know, healthcare for men. And she said, hey, I'd like to shift this. She came up with a hormonal test. The test can be done in home. It can be done continuously on a daily basis. There's implications about that if I had more time, I'd get into the details of, but really advocating at that level. And it's from that then we're talking about connection, because that application in itself needs to be connected into a larger group of entrepreneurs that are responding to the deficit in the women's healthcare area. Now, I use a background so that you can get the topology of what I'm speaking about. I want to use the example of, if we look at mobile phones, on mobile phones, Windows used to be there, but now has been displaced by Android and Linux. And you got to ask yourself, I mean, Windows was designed by, you know, top down, one company, but how is it that this group of activists, you know, hobbyists and some corporations were able to work together to design an operating system that has been strategically been like more powerful than Windows in the mobile space? This speaks to the dynamic that we see emerging, not just with software developers around something like Linux, but with entrepreneurs around areas of concern. And as an example, there was a disruption. The disruption as a catalyst for this, during the COVID times, one of the most powerful expressions of this leaped out at me when we had 4 teams who connected on one of our programs. We had to shift a lot of our programs. We already had some programs virtual, but we shifted everything online. And we had 4 different small entrepreneurial teams, one in Mexico, one in Texas, one in Italy, and one in Egypt, that recognized that they had different answers. Now, you might say, what was the topic? The topic was moral injury that doctors and nurses were facing. You might remember here in the United States, and it happened around the world, that we had doctors and nurses that were so overwhelmed with what they were having to do that many of them committed suicide. And the moral injury alone was really difficult. These 4 ventures were able to coordinate together and deploy solutions in each one of the regional markets. When I saw this, I realized what we had built really implied something much bigger. It's like this open source software developers around Linux working together, collaborating together. We started seeing these entrepreneurial ventures collaborating together. And so what this ends up allowing for, as an example, we have a group of 54, mainly women, entrepreneurs, scientists, researchers that are working together. This is an example. This is just a screenshot of one of the WhatsApp conversations that's going on together about how they're able to collaborate on things and then insert specific items around that. From that, we're using the broken pieces of what's happening and responding to the disruptions to really start creating. Now, I'll hop into this really, really fast, but part of the idea, when I was in Sarajevo, since I had first interacted with entrepreneurs and a researcher in Sarajevo all the way back to 2014, I can tell you specific ideas, but one of the things that we have to recognize about this group of people in Sarajevo that were under siege for 4 years is out of the deficit of what happened in the 90s, there's this amazing kind of creativity that's plugged in. Part of what we, and I mean my colleagues here in this forum, need to do is start creating that greater connectivity so that we can take advantage of the people in Sarajevo clearly understand disruption, and they clearly created a response. And we might say, well, we should help them. Actually, in some ways, the real power is not looking at them and saying that we should help them. No, it's actually to really learn how did they manage disruption. They managed disruption at such a fundamental level that there are cultural elements there that instead of thinking that we should be going there to help out, we need to actually also look at what we can learn from them. I can give more details about that, but the main thing is that this adversity that different parts of the world face actually end up having a lot of the answers for where we're going. And that's why I've been thinking about this framework in the way that I've been talking about it. The main idea is creating disruption, creating opportunity and transformation out of the disruption. I'd love to actually have an opportunity to go into more depth about what we mean by that. But the main thing about it is to say that the future is built together. It's forums like this that I'm real excited about being a part of. Even like as the simple example, as I mentioned at the very beginning, meeting Marco in Finland and being able to do some activities between Texas and Finland because of connections that happened, 2 years ago on this same said program. Real excited to have this opportunity together. Let's grow stronger through the storms that are happening. Obviously, things have been somewhat difficult around the world, including in my country and around the world. And this is the time that entrepreneurs really need to step in. With that, it's my honor to be here with you today together. I look forward to the opportunity to collaborate. In just a second, I will post my contact information into the chat. So if there's anyone that would like to follow up with myself or with the Tech Ranch, let's go change the world for the better together. Thank you all for this opportunity. I look forward to collaborating with you, and let's go have a major impact in supporting our entrepreneurs. Take care.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for the presentation. Does anyone have any questions for Kevin?
And shout out to my buddy Marco. I look forward to following up. I'll send you a message right after this.
Oh,
And thank
Marco
you, Dr.
become
Hanadi, for this
hi,
opportunity.
hi, Kevin. Hi, how are you? Marco become very, very, very important person. Everybody want to connect with Marco. What is the specialties, Marco? What happened? Are you attracting all my speakers? Or you send them some message?
Oh no, I'm actually I'm enjoying the collaborations we've gotten to do over the last few years together after meeting in this forum for sure.
Ah, yes. He contact Carlos, he contact Kevin, he contact, I don't know, Mr. Abdullah, and now he want to connect all the people together with all over the world. You are so famous, Marco. Why you didn't told me? Open the mic and let me see your photo. Okay, Peter, you can continue. Still, we have 9 minutes.
We have about 9 minutes. Yeah,
Yeah.
Kevin, you said that you wanted to expand on. I'm kind of missing on exactly what it was, but if you want to expand on something that I think you wanted to talk about something that you went over quickly, but we still have time if you wanted to kind of go back to that.
You know, the main thing that I would say is, I mean, my biggest concern well, I'll give Americans a hard time. One of the things that Americans tend to do is we build businesses that then we duplicate everywhere. We put a McDonald's everywhere or something like that. The thing that I've actually seen in my work, and I'm really trying to emphasize, is the inverse of that. The idea is in building these venture bridges, you know, to build a bridge, you need to have a firm base on both sides of a bridge, as an example. In the example with Sarajevo, you know, there's a university that we're connected to, also the foreign ministry, as well as one of the things that we found in our own you know, here in Austin, Texas, is, you know, 5 different connections, 5 different citizen to citizen connections through marriages, through business relationships and things like that. And what we've been doing is really emphasizing not trying to put like you know, a tech ranch everywhere, but to take these low-level connections and just make them more visible to each other. It's a really interesting in that there's not a GitHub if anyone's involved in the ideas around open source software. The thing that's missing right now from the overall architecture that I mean to point to is a platform like GitHub. GitHub is what you use for source code control, as well as, you know, coordination of the team. But part of the thing that I'm real excited about is, you know, one of my favorite things to say is all the world's problems have already been solved. It's a matter of connecting the entrepreneur with a solution to the market with a problem. A good example of that is here in the United States. We have a really terrible situation with our healthcare. You might have seen some of the political stuff that's happening about it. And you would think that the United States, as strong as we are, would be able to get it together and figure that out. I don't think we're going to, but one of my favorite examples of saying how we can actually solve this comes from northern Mexico. One of our entrepreneurs has a technology that that can test for heart attacks up to 8 hours before the big event. In the United States, if you want to watch for a heart attack, you put a watch, a $1,200 watch, or maybe a $900 watch on a person's arm, and you watch all the heartbeats like that. Whereas this test is a $2 test from you know, Chihuahua City in Chihuahua State in Mexico. Husband and wife team were able to come up with a way to extend that. That's how I think we're going to change the world for the better. Like, and it's not just US centric. It's about this innovation that we're finding around the world. I can go off the deep end and talking about that because of my excitement about it. And any of my colleagues that are out there that like to tie into this, I'd really like to do that. I'll follow the lead of Miriam, who just shared her LinkedIn. Let me grab my LinkedIn chat really quick, and I'll do that same thing because I'd like to find other collaborators. I think this is a much in Mexico, you would say it's a strategy that's much more de la raza it means of the dirt, which kind of implies of the people. But it's through that focus of bottom up type of innovation that I think we can do more. We just have to get better about creating rapid cycle times around it. Maybe that gives you a little bit more.
Yeah, thank you, Kevin. Yeah, and I appreciated your working specifically with Bosnia, which is sort of become the forgotten country sort of in Europe, because I'm Bulgarian, I'm from the Balkans, so I know the culture essentially. Even though I haven't been to Bosnia, you know, it's a similar region, similar culture. So I think it's great that you're trying to help out with their entrepreneurship scene. And since we still have 5 more minutes, I want to also bring it back to Carlos, since I had to cut you off. If he wants to add to your presentation. And we did have, I'm not sure if we still have Monica Mario here, who is the chair of the entrepreneurship program at Stockton University, where I'm also located. We just introduced an entrepreneurship program at Stockton, which is something I wanted to mention to you, but we were running out of time. But yeah, I think what you're doing is basically you were one of the first ones to actually recognize the need for that.
I think that you have to fill in the gap that the entrepreneurial ecosystem or the e-ship ecosystem depends on you, not on the country or the method. So I will say, build the pipeline yourself. Try to find out help with other friends that or people interested in the theme. Get those champions in. Get them. Try to find capital. It doesn't have to be yours. Just go to the government, go to different pockets and try to find capital to those entrepreneurs. Get them mentors. That's really easy. People likes to help. Try to keep KPIs. That's very difficult to keep on, but try to keep them. Use what you need. Integrate other partners and try to be the hero that doesn't exist in your country. Just try to make it happen.
I'll concur with what Carlos is saying, in that there was one champion that came from Sarajevo in 2014 to Tech Ranch, that we had a conversation that then she launched Sarajevo Unlimited, which is the event that I had just been the keynote speaker at for their 10-year anniversary. One conversation, and then that idea that I just heard from Carlos say that, she brought that first element of the entrepreneurial culture. A little bit of it was Austin, a little bit of it was Kevin Coyne, but really it was expressed through a woman by the name of Bohana Oma. I'm not gonna be able to say her last name. I apologize in advance. But yeah, it's really interesting about how one little idea can actually really have that kind of impact.
Yeah, for us it was a competition. Let's put them to compete one another, and they're doing great. After 5 years into the competition, now we don't have to do it anymore. Now we have moved on to do other things, but that thing, that momentum of making them work together and against each other, that was our main point right now. And universities today in Puerto Rico, they are competing, doing real stuff. They're sending rockets to the moon, literally.
Can I ask when you started? This is Monica Amadio. I'm chair of entrepreneurship at Stockton University in New Jersey. And I'm curious, for Professor Jimenez, thank you to both of you for sharing. I hope to connect actually with all three. And but my question is regarding mentors. How, and I know you spoke about this briefly in answering your question, but if you could revisit just how many mentors you had at the very beginning, how many teams you had, since we are at that spot now getting started,
Okay.
and how you went about recruiting them.
First, because I am an entrepreneur, my phone becomes my biggest arm, my biggest gun. So I will call them. I will make the call and tell them, hey, I need you this day. And probably we have had more than 10,000 mentors in these 25 years. The other thing is, as an entrepreneur and as an organizer and as a single person, you must go to the Chamber of Commerce. You must go and participate. Be in the committees actively. And this is funny because in 2002, we decided to build a chapter for students in the universities. And it wasn't until 2012 that the universities were doing the entrepreneurial program. So, but this was when we were at the Chamber of Commerce. So go and talk to the Chamber of Commerce, go talk to the retail association, go talk to the people who are doing the manufacturing organization. They are willing and angered to help youth. That's my experience.
Thank you. Thank you, Carlos, again, and thank you, Mariam. Thank you, Kevin. So this concludes this session on fostering a thriving startup ecosystem. And so now we're moving on to the next session, and I'm not sure who is going to be chairing that session. If the chair is here, I can see that Ushma Isar is our first speaker. Is
the next session is with Dr. Rania Sultan, but she is in other room declining our invitations. Dr. Rania, can you accept the invitation to come to this room? She is there.
Thank you.
Technical support, can you take her to our room? Can you take Dr. Rania?
I have sent a request, but they're not approving it.
Okay, we can start the sessions. The first presenter, this track, it is fueling innovation. While we are focusing on innovation ecosystem, this track concentrates about fueling innovation, accessing finance, and investing for growth. The first presenter is Ashma Iser. Do I pronounce it correct, Ashma?
Ushma. I'm Ushma.
Ushma, nice to meeting you, Ushma.
Nice to meet you.
And more than welcome. The floor with you and also the mic with you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Dr. Hanadi, and welcome everyone to this part of the session. I'll just take the liberty to share my screen so you can see the slides that I've prepared. So I wanted to, on the topic of fueling innovation, I just wanted to describe a bit on the work that we are doing at our organization called Ripple. And just kind of walk you through what I would describe an innovation gap in the health system that we experience globally. I'll just start off with the innovation gap. Sorry, I just need to restructure here. Perfect. The innovation gap that we experience in health. Fueling innovation, I think a lot of times we do need to look at what we mean by innovation. And I just want to highlight here that it's not necessarily, or let's put it this way, in the scope of this presentation, it's not necessarily only about technology, but also looking at how systems are built and how we can perhaps reimagine systems and innovate in the structures of systems. I'm going to be introducing to you a new concept that is called healthing, which includes the innovation aspect that we spoke about on the very structure of society. So it's a lot about building alternative economies, economies that address the issues that we have and that we experience in today's health systems. So this is kind of just the disclaimer at the beginning that in our definition, technology goes beyond, innovation goes beyond technology. So if we just look at the scope of today's conversation, so really the problem statement, I would like to highlight on a couple of numbers. We do have budgets in our health systems that really focus on treatment and not on prevention. We have a wasted spend that are perpetuated, of course, by a fee-for-service infrastructure or fiscal system within our health system, where 30% is of our budgets are lost to inefficiency and unnecessary care, oftentimes associated with overtreatment as well. There is oftentimes we do think in silos, that there is a healthcare system, there is an energy sector, etc. But there is a very strong connection between the health of people and economic growth as well. So just as an initial idea that we do propose throughout this presentation is how early prevention actually does boost our GDP by quite significantly. And this connection between prevention and economic growth is extremely important for us to leverage on when we think about innovation. I'd like to always, it's very important to, of course, connect to the human story as well. I'm sure each one of you know a Asha and each one of you know a Maria. On the left side, Asha, a 42-year-old that really is working on prevention first, joins available wellness programs, healthy eating, walking groups, early screenings. And we see the impact of Asha's life throughout their lifespan. And then on the same side, we have, on the other side, we have Maria that has been has undetected pre-diabetes, and at 52 we can see the consequences of this lack of detection of diabetes and all of its consequences with daily pills and doctor visits and long-term worries that impact the health of the individual, Maria in this case, but also their family. So prevention really is something that protects that potential. Pills, to move away from pills that actually solve problems once they exist, but we want to address this. So this is what where I want to introduce this concept called healthing. What we do often talk about is wellness and prevention and health promotion, and I'm going to be using these terms interchangeably as well, just to refer to them. But I would like to take a more systemic approach, a more inclusive approach, a more active approach, which is why we decided to use the term healthing. It is moving away from prevention being considered a reactive and kind of illness focus, because if I think about what is it that I'm preventing, I am thinking about diseases. Wellness is something that has been associated to a lot of like exclusivity, individual health focus, and health promotion is in the academic world very much top down and behavior only. So we wanted to introduce something that is really systemic, inclusive, and active as well, and kind of create those connections across sectors to break the boundaries that we have, to make something a bit more proactive, not as a state like health is, but really something that needs to be worked on. And it includes all the different sectors. So it looks at healthy environments, active infrastructure, accessible food, etc. So the strategy of our organization is basically making healthing accessible everywhere. And the way we do that is a three-pillar strategy. One on sensing, really understanding where the connections lie, making visible to people what the connection is between prevention, for example, and economic growth as well, but also what the interconnections are with the microplastics industry or the plastics industry and people's health. So this is really about sense making. The learning segment is really about understanding what frameworks and what publications and what programs already exist, how successful there are islands of success, and we want to ensure that they are widespread, illuminate them. And then the last pillar really is about co-creating. How do we collaborate with policymakers, leaders, to ensure that the decisions that they take are informed by what has been sensed and what has been learned in that space. So a couple of just examples of what it is that we do. We do have a podcast where we regularly talk about and we invite guests from multiple sectors and with multiple experiences, just to get different definitions of healthing, as well as their perspective and view on it. But we also have the ripple effect kind of carousel that we use on social media to highlight and dissect a couple of really important papers and studies and policy briefs into actionable items for policymakers, but also anyone that's interested in learning. And this is where we also move toward learning, really turning insights into knowledge. These are things that we are developing, healthing frameworks and principles. We can partner on publishing white papers and articles, delivering programs, etc. And then the last one on co-creation, there we have a policy action lab to co-design these kind of preventive policies, as well as a business innovation base that really looks at business models that are working in the preventive space. And I'm going to be introducing a couple of products that we are currently developing to support decision-making for policymakers. So one gap that we kind of identified was the connection between prevention and economic growth. And here we're building a platform that is like a decision-making intelligence, but it helps policymakers as well as investors concretely, how much money am I actually going to make if this preventive intervention is going to be implemented? So we collect research data and papers and consolidate them. My co-founder is an econometrist and a mathematician, so he makes all of the calculations to model and build scenarios so that it's very transparent and very clear on what impact these different interventions may have. We also have a delivery intelligence. This is a proven tool that was used by the Dutch government during the COVID pandemic in 2020. We have a lot of experience from there on looking at all the logistic implications of delivering a vaccine. And it's a planning tool, so that's important. It's a planning tool that anticipates bottlenecks in supply, in demand, but also in capacity. And then we have one that kind of consolidates all. It's very important that that we measure and learn whatever it is that we're implementing or whatever projects that we're implementing. In a way, you can consider us a partner that enables or paves the path for anything around prevention. Prevention is something that is very invisible, and we're trying to make that visible so that it's easier to understand. I do have one slide per, but I'll skim through it really quickly just in light of time. The TLOS tool, which is making the case, really builds scenarios. So on the left side, you can click different interventions, and on the right side, it'll show what would happen with the economic growth. With CNO, it's really about planning everything. With TLOS, with UMA, it really looks at the interconnections in between different departments, also looking at the energy sector, education sector, relation to health, right? All of the silos that the walls that we have built are being translated or overcome. Our theory of change is really to look at how our products can facilitate and realize alternative economies that support us rather than creating issues that the nonprofit sector then needs to fix. I'm on my last slide. Thank you so much for your time. There is, of course, global momentum on prevention. We have a unique value where we're connecting valuable data with insights to enable better decision making, and we consolidate a wide variety of expertise on the team, and very much look forward to collaborating with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ishma, for your presentation. It was amazing. And Dr. Rania, you will chairing this session. And
thank you, Dr. Hanadi. Thank you, Dr. Ashma. Thank you very much for this nice presentation. I would like to thank Dr. Hanadi as well for inviting me here to talk about my journey. If it's possible to have the presentation, Dr. Hanadi, that I send it to you.
You can share it from your end. The technical
sure.
support is, I think Mr. Hilal Al-Hilal, he is a second presenter.
Yeah, that's
Hilal,
right.
how are you?
Yes, Dr. Hilal.
Hello, Sahlan. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening.
How are you today? How are you, Dr. Rania?
Fine, thank you. Pleasure to see you here.
pleasure is
We are
all mine.
so grateful for Dr. Hanadi to do this grateful meetings and conference.
It is. We are so thankful and gratitude for such opportunity to speak and meet in here
Sure,
in cyber and in person later on, inshallah.
sure. Inshallah. So please introduce yourself and what's the presentation you are going to give us today.
Yes, I'd like to share something new. My name is Hilal. I am, as you may say, engineer by training, marketer by passion, mentor by calling. My PhD in civil engineering, basically. Then I shift to marketing. Then I shift to mentoring. But on the beginning, many, as you know, freelancers fail. But freelancers, they don't fail because they are lacking of talent. They fail because their minds full of scattered mind, not focused, and cannot focus. Over the last 10 years, I've studied, monitored, diagnosed, analyzed hundreds, maybe thousands or more of freelancers and service providers across the Gulf, Arabian Gulf, in here in this area. Architects, life coaches, consultants, designers, and I kept seeing the same pattern. Chaos disguised under the name of hard work. And that's me again. As I said, I'm a civil engineer. And I used to build structures, box culverts, designs, CBMs, design, so many things across the whole of civil engineer, plus teaching the same subject, especially in management. But let me tell you this. Structure and soul, that's what make marketing really, really is when it's done right. It's not about funnels. It's about human trying to make sense of their value. Every freelancer I've met, because through all that 10 years of journey, they face these three invisible gaps: the clarity gap, the structure gap, the confidence gap. Not knowing exactly who they are going for or meeting for or serving for, reinventing the same wheel every time they meet a new client. Second guess on self-doubts, their purpose, their self, their price, all the time. These three marketing problems, they are human problem. And it takes us to another thing. The clarity and structure, yes. But once we align it together, we find that we are talking many times about technology, and we are talking today about techno-entrepreneurship, but technology alone that doesn't create innovation. It's better like to put it as it's the bridge between logic and human insight. True innovation happens when technology serves empathy, not the other way around. And whenever a freelancer asks for structure, for a tool, for a strategy to work like a blueprint with, the answer always they got use the business model canvas. But let's be honest, the canvas, the business model canvas, was designed for companies with teams, departments, investors, not for a woman freelancing from her bedroom in the house in Riyadh, or a life coach in the Starbucks in Kuwait, or a civil engineer trying to make a living through checking the maps and blueprints. in a cafe somewhere in Abu Dhabi. So this business model campus, yes, for such multi-million, more than 100,000 companies, it suits them well. Why? For example, like Amazon and Netflix, it's perfect fit because they have supply chains, they have departments, and or they have budget. A freelancer business runs by energy, runs by focus and trust, and that's very different operating system between both. And here we come. We face a gap, and there is two weights: the million weights, the focus and energy and trust to weight. Something was missing in the middle. And here we came, me and my friend Felipe Hamel in Sao Paulo, and we said, look, there is something missing. And after studying more than 3 years, we came with something. That there is gaps for the freelancers, and you can name it. Identity gap, client gap, value gap. I don't know who I'm professionally going for. I don't know how to attract the correct audience or attracting the wrong audience. I can't explain why I'm truly worth. There is also the workflow, the pricing, the growth. There is all leading about to burnout and self-doubt again. The root cause in here, not the structured, the human-centric framework for freelancers, not available until now. We came for it and we register it in Kuwait, we register it in Sao Paulo there. And I'm delighted to show it to you today. But before that, this is the full gaps and the root cause and what actually happening. Please excuse my typo in here. I can send you all the presentation or PowerPoint later for those who are interested in. This is the 15 blocks. We named it Zawiya Hamel Canvas for the freelancers. It turns, let's say, not a tool, but it tends to be a therapy for the chaotic mind. It turns the mess in the head into a map, a flow, and it's built on 3 layers. The foundation layer, where I can see, I can find, I can trigger who's my client emotionally and psychologically and practically. What do I offer? What I promise? What is my, not just like my elevator pitch and that's it. How I define the success. When we'll finish the layer, we no longer chase things or chase client, we attract them. And then we come to the system layer, which is the other blocks. And the system layer is where most freelancers start, but few finish. Mapping your workflow from first message to final delivery, it defines your ecosystem, your allies, your milestone, your scope. This is where creativity meets discipline. Because freedom without structure is just chaos, my dear. And the last or third layer is the growth layer. And here, where we calculate the budget versus the value, identify the risk, and build emotional endurance. Ensure that one difficult client doesn't collapse your entire month or your motives. The layer transformed the freelancer from a reactive worker into a strategic entrepreneur in the future, inshallah. When we compare two, we compare the business model campus and the Hamel Zawiya campus. We find that the business model campus built for systems, while the Zawiya campus is built for souls. Where the old model see products, we see people. The old model sees cost, we see measurable energy. That's why freelancers always see themselves in this tool. Well, alhamdulillah, we tried it and it's worked perfectly. And I have to mention each block, there is like worksheets, there is Excel sheets. It's more like systemized, and we always, after finishing that worksheets and the spreadsheets, we translate the notes on the block. As the advantages in here, we saw it is a lot for the freelancer, but let's say it starts with mindset, not the money. The value emotionally and sustainably as much as financial stability. It builds ecosystem, not silos. On the other word, it adapts to human instead of expecting a human to adapt to it. And there is another comparison in here between the business model canvas and the freelancers canvas. And the advantage for the freelancer. And last but not least, ladies and gentlemen, let's remember that we make the system and the system run the business. Because systems always liberate people, so we need to liberate ourselves so we can focus on what's next. I hope I don't take a lot of time. Thank you very much for listening. I can't hear you, Dr. Aranya. Turn on your mic, please. Dr. Aranya, I can't hear you because your mic is off.
Yes, I'm here with you. I'm saying that thank you for this very nice, very inspiring words that you ended your presentation with. The systems liberate peoples, and as we agreed, and you promised 2 weeks ago that you will help with my invention and how you're so activate and how the inspiration that you are going to help with everything that you are, every word that you put it here, you are right on it. And I believe that you could do much more for people to help them. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, I think I have any questions, or we could ask Dr. Hilal.
Please do.
And Dr. Melha. So let's move to my presentation now. You agree with me that the fuel of the innovations fueling accessing finance and investment for growth is so important to be step by step together, side by side. Is it right?
Come again, please. Please simplicize your words.
Yeah, I'm saying that the fueling innovation, accessing finance and investment for growth is going together side by side to transfer your innovation to real impact.
Yes. I agree with you on that.
Yes, that's right. Let me share my. Okay. I'm trying to find the, don't know how to take it, but we'll see now. Mm. Sorry, I couldn't add it doesn't want to go to download. I don't know. Is it some problem with my network, I think. Mm,
Take your time, don't worry.
yes, I'm here now. Can't you see the screen? Is it okay?
Yep. Start sharing, double click the full screen. Yes, that's your screen.
Yes, but is it my journey of innovation? Is it right? Is it okay? Is it sharing of my ticker AI innovation?
Yes, now. Now,
Okay,
yes.
thank you. Okay, we'll start about talking about the same field of fueling innovation, accessing finance and investment for growth. I'm a director of innovation for Ticker Company. I will say in brief about my journey, how I start. Over a decade ago, I pioneered one of the first health as a Saudi woman
Excuse me,
and
doctor.
nutrition source.
Excuse me,
Sorry?
doctor. Would you mind to enlarge your presentation?
Enlarge it?
Yes, to make it full screen. No, don't enlarge the slide. Full screen.
Is it right? Is it here? Is it okay, Dr. Hanadi?
No, just make it full screen in the right corner. You make it full screen.
Here. Sorry, I couldn't see it, but let me find out. Is it layout, you mean? Sorry.
Yeah, exactly.
Layout, is it right?
Just enlarge it. I send you the screen.
Sorry, I couldn't see it. That's why. From where actually enlarge it?
Now you open your chat. You open the chat. Now you are in the WhatsApp.
Uh-huh.
You
How
open
about
the
here?
PowerPoint. Yes,
How about
now
here?
it's correct. Yes. Enlarge it. Enlarge. Make it full screen.
Mm,
The upper box.
uh-huh. Sitting, you mean? In the corner?
There are cross and box in the corner.
Here, is it right?
Yeah, you can leave it as it is. No problem.
Yeah,
no problem.
like this? Is it okay?
No, not yet. It's enlarged. Yes, it's okay. Okay, you can proceed.
Okay. I'll go through what is in my innovation journey in a brief. That's over a decade ago, I pioneered one of the first health and nutrition stores specialized in beneficial bacteria, turning my research to be in accessible wellness for the public. Today, my work continues through innovation that integrate AI with the photonic and vibration technologies, all designed to improve health and sustainability. During my challenge that of during the innovation journey, as you know, we live in a time of extraordinary ideas everywhere, from biotechnology to clean energy, from quantum science to AI. Innovators are building the future, but many of them face the same obstacles how I faced, and how to access the right funding to grow. Too often brilliant projects remain in the lab because they are lack of early investment, or because traditional investors do not fully understand the long-term value of deep tech innovation. There is a clear disconnect between the language of scientists and the language of investors. Innovators speak of discovery and potential. Investors speak of risk and return. I look forward to connecting with everyone and exploring how together we can build the ecosystem that truly fund the future, and how I challenge it through my journey, and somewhere between those two worlds, because progress is lost between the bridging this gap, this space between the imagination and implementation is where transformation truly begins. I believe how we can do with the fuel innovation sustainability. I believe that there is a four essential strategies. The first one is by building credibility through science and data. Second one, strengthening ecosystem partnership through the governments, universities, incubators plays a vital role as co-funding early stage innovation. Third one is use AI and digital validation to reduce risk. This is the fourth one is promote impact-based investing. True innovation should not only seek profit only, it must also deliver value to humanity. When investors see measurable social or environment impact, they see long-term sustainability, not just financial gain. In the future, the most successful companies will be those that heal, empower, and regenerate. The vision for the future that the new era of innovation requires more than technology. It requires vision. We must learn to see innovation not as a race for funding, but is a journey of purpose. Finance should become a catalyst of positive transformation, not a barrier. When we fund projects that align with health, environment, and human consciousness, we fund the evaluation of the society itself. And we must celebrate diversity, especially that leadership of women in innovators who are redefining creativity and entrepreneurship across the Gulf and all the world. When women lead in science, health, and AI, innovation becomes more inclusive, more humans more and more holistic. So what truly fuel innovation? It's not only, as we said, this it's about money. It's about believing, collaboration, and courage. When science investors and visionaries meet with shared purpose, growth become inevitable. So let's start together. I will show you the in brief within the last 2 minutes, the innovation workshop, how I become the director of this ticker company, because I'm believing that this is a journey needs who builds together, who put the ideas, who concept the development, design, implementation, launch, and how we together can build. Here of some of the working of background of the ticker. It's established in UK and it's IT solutions, and they do as well professional service, including advisory, programming, project management, cyber security, digital distribution, marketplace platform. Here of some of the importance of innovation that's help in ticker company by research advancement, collaboration and funding, economic diversification, global leadership, sustainable development strategies partnership. In brief, ticker company, from the time that they adapt me and hold my prototype until I do my clinical trials, and I'm doing now manufacturing my innovators to become real. They do many others contracts in Saudi here with the universities of Jeddah, with King Abdulaziz University. We do a prototyping for different innovators of the student in Saudi Arabia. They do a genomics like a real example of and how they applicate it in the government of Saudi Arabia via NAFAD. So this is the end of the speaking, and I could give you the slides to look for how many of these ticker company helped the partner of the journey. How they could be a partner of the journey, and together to help all the inventors to have their innovation to become true. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rania, for your invention in the health sector. Your invention will be value added to the economy growth and also for economy diversification. Any questions? Actually, we don't have questions in our conference. The protocol, it's only discussions between the three.
That's right.
I think Mr. Hilal and Ashma, if there are any discussions. Would you mind to inform us, Dr. Rania, about your invention? Did you have multiple invention in the same invention you extract from this invention, or your invention will be multilateral from different perspectives?
This is as you see, as if we see any invention in the world, the first generation. This is my first baby of my innovation, and I could feel it as is the first generation. Will have branches from different AI, photonic, and acoustic of this vibration. The first generation is about the antimicrobial resistant bacteria. Later on, maybe I used different type of cancer cells or fungus or viruses. So this is the beginning of my innovation now. As you see, I'm in the step of the clinical trials, and the ticker company take it to the hospital in London. So my clinical trials as a pilot study only, I got a very promising results, and they give me the approve to start manufacturing the prototype in China, and they keep with me to finish the last step and to spread it worldwide.
Perfect. Because as we know from some inventor, the generation or the identifications of the patent, starting from one direction, and some inventors prefer to continue second generation and third generation and fourth generation. Why? Because only the such person knowing about the invention, you are only the inventor over all the world knowing about your invention, because it is a
That's
first
right.
generation. Except if you get some invention from other countries and you add some new pillars and you invent something new.
That's right. Especially that now we are dealing with the AI, and AI will spread the data of the patients who is having the antimicrobial resistant, and this is allows you to share all the data of different patients from Saudi, from different region in the world, will give you an idea who have the antimicrobial resistant, who is carrier or as infected, and how it could help by my innovation. So the integrate of the AI is so important nowadays to spread the data, to help the students, the researcher, the scientist, how to help on the second step. You are alone sometimes in the journey, not enough. You need some scientists to help and collaborate and to share the ideas. So
This is
through the
what we
AI.
call it. Exactly. I'm in total agreement with your opinion. In fact, this is what we call it now. It is the invention have different stages. It's not only I invent and I register and I have a certificate by my invention. The second stage or the third stage, it's the prototype, if he prefer to doing some prototype. And the third stage, it is the commercialization. The commercialization process, it is the most important for the inventors, specifically if the university invests with the inventors to taking the royalties some percentage. And the top ranking university through the world who is taking millions and billions is Stanford University. They are a leading in commercialization, and the university supporting all the inventions and attract all the scientific through the world to be part of their program. And they take the responsibility to connect the inventors with the market. And this is what we are missing in our countries, let's say in GCC and in Arab countries. We're missing this little gap. Based on that, I established my company, Ecosystem Consultant, focusing in technology commercialization to take the inventors from one stage to the second stage till he reach the market. And it's not only for the local market and also for internationalization, because the people who is working in a small market, whatever it is, the limitations of the market, you need to be, you have a competitor from international market. While some invention, it's very value added, but unfortunately, sometimes you see the economic visibility study, it's not taking a lot of money. And there are a competitor from China, maybe your invention's price, let's say $100, but the inventions, maybe something is equivalent to your inventions from China, it's only costing $10. And this is, you don't want to wasting your time, because all the people will going for the $10. And based on that, we make a visibility study for the economic visibility study for the inventions, as well as connected with the large companies who's taking the responsibility to connect you with the market, whether local market or international market. Is any
So true, Dr. Hanadi. So true. Your words is very valuable. That's so true. We suffered a lot in the journey.
This is my company. This is the ecosystem consultants. It's focusing in economic diversification, and also part from my services is technology transfer and technology commercialization. Then there are plenty of companies as your companies in London specialize on that. They connecting the inventor to the market.
Sure.
And they're taking full responsibility. You don't need to contact the Chinese people for factories. The prototype is not important to be interfering yourself there. They taking their journey by their self as a full services, as a full package.
Wow, very nice. It's a great. I wish that I know before this time. I wish that I know. I suffered 4 years until now.
You told me about yourself. You told me because
yeah.
I publishing my book about technology commercialization in 2019, but I working in such large project. It is technology commercialization. It's a comparison between the United States programs or the United States University versus to the GCC University. Then this is I spent 4 to 5 years for this project, and I conclude this one by doing my book. And my book will be available in Amazon.com for anyone who want to learn about
Very nice. Great.
And based on that, I invest all my experiences because I'm not inverting myself without knowing what is going on. My company is offering highly sophisticated services and most important to deliver for governments, for the countries and government and the large company in the private sector. Any contribution, Marco?
Thank you.
We need to hearing your voice, Marco.
So powerful, Dr. Hanadi. So powerful. As you said, I start my first journey with my probiotic and good food products, fermented food, and I treat it through the gut microbiome and still doing the anti-aging research due to gut microbiome. And I have this is the second innovators. Sometimes you need some support from others to help you in investing, help. Your work so valuable and what you are doing is so inspiring, Dr. Hanadi. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rania. But just I need to say congratulations, don't worry. Now the technology is helping us. How is technology helping by using AI? Now all the people through the world asking about we will be back again for COVID-19. COVID-19 is hurting the world, and all the world become handicapped. But thanks God, while the new generation of AI, within 3 months, or let's say 6 months, the vaccine published for the world. But in real life, the duration for the vaccine to get accepted and to be published for the world, it's taking the minimum 2 to 3 years. But for the COVID-19, they're using, first of all, from the COVID-19, they use the innovation lab. And most of the innovation lab all over the world, they're using the AI. Based on the potential of AI, they indicate the best vaccine, and they implement it directly to the world. And this is one of the proven the potential of our work, the potential of the AI, and the potential of innovation lab, and the potential also for innovation ecosystem together. Marco, I think you want to contribute the remaining exactly 6 minutes before we jump into the next session.
Congratulations, Dr. Raina. It's very inspiring your achievements, and definitely it will be a great success. The outcomes. I just got to know about the book of Dr. Hanadi, and I just want to ask a favor, that then I send you an email that I would like to have a few books from you, sign it from you, to special people, persons here in Finland, and then you send it over, and then you tell me how much is it, and then I send you the money. But that is the
I will deliver it. I will deliver it for you free. No need to
And me
pay
too,
me.
please, Dr. Hanadi, don't forget me. And I'll send you my book, The Gut Microbiome, me and the 100 trillion gut microbiome family. I will send you my book as well. Please exchange with us your books. Want to learn more. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Go ahead, Markio. While we are still having one moment. Excuse me, Dr. Rania, can you stop sharing screen?
Yeah, sure. Yes. Is it okay?
Yes. Let me see. Moment. I want to share the screen for a moment. Mr. Hilal Al-Hilal, if you have any contribution. Is my share screen is clear? The technical support.
Yes, it's visible.
Yes,
Yes,
perfect.
yes.
This is my book. All those books, it's available in Amazon. What is this number? This is the number of the book, the ISBN. Okay, for the publications. I don't want to talking about myself because some people told me always you talking about myself. The achievement is important to speak about the achievement. It's not attacking myself to
No, we are happy to hear about you. We are so happy, Dr. Hanadi. We are happy to talk about yourself, and we are hearing and listening to you.
Yes. This is the book. This is the book what I told you. The best practices of technology commercialization program, GCC versus to the United States University. I visiting several leading programs in the United States with some university. I'm also visiting several programs in the GCC. Wow. I make a comparison and I'm making the case studies, and the book will be very rich with the case study. At the end of the book, you will see the roadmap for implementations, for successful implementation. Then no need to pay me or to pay McKinsey to do consultation or to doing consultations about any project. Everything will be available inside my book, and it will be listed under my name, and also it is listed with the year of the publication. And also this is the first book through the world. The technical support, can you help me how I enlarge the book? Yes, perfect. I do it.
Yeah, you are doing fine.
Yes, this is the book, and this is a such book through the world who is comparing developed and developing country by using business in practices of best practices of business in incubation. What is yesterday, who is attending the last sessions, the president, Charles Ross, it is the president for IMBA, a leading associations in the United States. The age of this association more than the 70 years, and I'm be a first member who is joining this this organization. And this book, it's published, and I do it in the United Kingdom, and speaking about the procurement of international business incubation programs through the world. In this book, there are plenty of a program to be visited. All my projects, all my data, it is from the ground. It is practical data. It is not theory. I all the time, always I using case studies, and the case study, it is real case study, visiting the program, staying with them, collecting all the data, presenting my KPI, doing a comparison. Then at the end of the day, I deliver the I deliver the roadmap for successful implementation. Thank you so much. I will send this one in the chat box. Who prefer to order the book and who want it as a gift, more than welcome. I will stop share. And now I think we will jump in for the next sessions with Professor Monica. Go ahead, Monica.
Well, hello. Thank you, Dr. Hanadi. Always a pleasure to see you. And I am also adding your book to my list of to read. So if I get a signed copy, I would be extra happy. I'd like to introduce the next session, which is session 3.1. It is AI-powered business models, disrupting industries, and driving growth. I believe we have with us today, or will have with us, James Garner. He's the head of AI and data for the Gleeds Coast Management Limited organization. James also has received his education from Leeds Beckett University. And I am tuning in from Stockton University. My name is Dr. Monica Amadio. I'm chair of entrepreneurship at Stockton and assistant professor of management with a focus on technology and innovation management. So I believe our second guest is not joining us, so I will fill in his space if that's okay, and I'll hand it off to James for the first session of our presentation time. Go ahead, James. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you, Monica. Great introduction. Really appreciate it. So, yeah, thank you everyone for joining us, and thank you for inviting me, Hanadi, as I think this is my third year in a trot. So, real pleasure to be back. And I'm going to talk to you a bit about AI and what we're doing with AI, particularly at Gleeds as a multinational business. So I'm going to share my screens. Just give me a moment. Let's see. I want to share my sound as well, and it's not currently letting me do that, but that's not a problem. We'll get by without it. I'm going to share anyway. Okay, so hopefully you can see my screen okay. So what we're going to talk about is the problem we're trying to solve in construction, particularly in construction, but we also deal with nuclear projects, infrastructure projects, all kinds of major kind of real estate and property issues. So what I'm very keen not to do is make AI feel like a square in a round hole. So let's actually establish what the problem is we're trying to solve. And then we're going to look at some of our solutions. We're going to look at an overview of what service innovation means. And then finally, some of the stuff that we're doing at Gleeds to give you some practical examples of what we're doing to sensibly apply AI. So a little bit about me. I am the head of AI and data at Gleeds, but I actually come from a project delivery background. So I spent 20 years as a surveyor before moving into this field. So I feel like I really understand the pain point we're trying to solve. And I'm very passionate about the use of AI and data in our industry. And because of that, I also do a lot of work with our professional industry body, which is the Royal Institution of Chartered Surveyors. I sit on the construction professional group panel for them. And we've recently published for all members, firms and members of the RICS are safely using AI guidance notes. And then I also do some work for the Project Data Analytics Task Force, which is includes government representatives, and I know, Hanadi, I've introduced you to some of the people from that task force. It also includes academics and includes colleagues and other consultants. And one of the things we do as part of the task force is we do a weekly newsletter and a weekly podcast where we get to interview people around the project delivery space, around what we do. So you'll see there, we recently interviewed somebody from Rolls-Royce, and we've had people from various academic institutions, and we've had people from industry. So that QR code will enable you to subscribe for free. I'll try and put it on at the end as well if anyone's interested. So, yeah, what I'm not going to do is just another talk on AI, which I'm sure people are fed up to the back teeth of. This is going to be very practical and actually taking you through a guide of what a multinational company is actually doing. But like I said, before we get into any of that, I want to kind of establish the problem we're trying to solve. Because, you know, if we were sitting in a world where projects were being delivered successfully time after time, we could reasonably ask ourselves the question, why do we even need to worry about using artificial intelligence? Well, but the reality is, as you will see from this study, the only 1 in 200 projects finish currently on time, on budget, and to the benefits outlined in the business case. So there's a real problem to be solved. And a real issue. And even if we 10 times that figure, you're still only getting like 1 in 20 projects. That's still not very good, but it's a lot better than it currently is. And this is worldwide, by the way. This is not limited to one country. It's not limited to one industry, and it's not limited to one sector. This is pretty consistent. There are some exceptions to the rule. You know, something like the Olympic Games, they always tend to finish on schedule because they have to, but then they're always over budget. So there's certain kind of variances within the data that is quite interesting. But as a rule, we tend to very rarely finish a project like we should do. And when we look at the UK, for instance, it gets even worse. Productivity within the industry has gone down between 1997 and the current date. I know this only goes up to 2020, but it kind of continues. So there's a real problem. There's a real problem we've got trying to solve. And to me, at least part of the solution is artificial intelligence, because lots of studies on this, but we're looking at a $16 trillion growth to global GDP through the use of AI. And we're starting to see that already. We're starting to see the fruits of AI. Not everyone is really implementing it properly. And even still, we're still seeing quite significant gains when people use it properly. And that's made up through a combination of productivity gains, personalization, quality is really important, especially in construction. So many times we do something and then we have to do it again because the quality is not right. That's really, really wasteful. So, you know, 2030 is not a long way away at all. We're talking 4 years away now. And we're well on track to get that productivity gain. And obviously within the real estate and with my company Glee being a major player in that, I feel we have a certain responsibility. And the responsibility is this. The responsibility is elevating ourselves from being a very reactive consultancy. And this isn't just Leeds, this is the whole industry. And I would dare say, you know, much more than our industry, being very reactive in that bottom left-hand corner where we deal with very old data when we're looking at projects, which often is 2 weeks old by the time you sit around the table to discuss the issues. And there's very little that can be done with that data apart from find someone to blame. Project's time when you're sitting there saying, well, why has it gone over budget and why is it late? What we're trying to do with the use of AI is elevate ourselves to that top right-hand corner. So we're dealing with real-time data and we're dealing with prescriptive analytics, which has been fed through the AI, through this generative AI, the new AI that we've all grown to love over the last few years. It can actually start telling us what to do. And so we can start avoiding problems before they arise. Much better use of all of our time in the industry. So we're just seeing the beginnings of that starting to happen, and it's extremely exciting. But I want to talk about another way of looking at things. So, you know, this slide really talks about productivity and, you know, if we can do things in half the time than it normally takes us without AI, great. That's obviously a thing we should all do. Even if it's a 20% increase in productivity, that's definitely a thing we should do. But at the same time, we have to ask ourselves a very, very fundamental question. And this goes for all industries. And I want to pose this question. I'm stealing this with pride from Professor Richard Susskind, who is one of my idols, really, in terms of how he's profoundly impacted me. And he asked the question, when you go to a DIY store and you buy yourself a drill, what are you buying? And most people at this point just look at you in bewilderment and say, well, I'm buying a drill, you idiot. Of course, I'm buying a drill. he argues, and I agree with him entirely, you're not buying a drill, you're actually buying an outcome. You're buying a hole in the wall, right? That's what you're buying. The fact that the drill gets you there is fantastic, and drills have got better and better over time. They're now electric, but it's the same outcome. It's the hole in the wall. And what he forces us to do is, as well as doing the low-hanging fruit, the productivity gains that we can get from AI, we should also be asking ourselves this very, very important question. And you can swap project managers here out for any industry, really. And the question is this: how in the future will we solve the problem to which project managers are currently our best answer? And what that forces us to do is reshape and rethink what we are trying to do within our profession and what our profession could look like in 10, 15, 20 years' time, and then work backwards from there. Because maybe we actually don't need project managers to solve the problem that it currently solves in 15, 20 years' time. And it's a hard thing for people to get their heads around, and it's not exclusive. You don't do one and not the other. You have to do both together, in my view. You have to kind of go down this track of productivity improvement whilst at the same time thinking about how things could be in the longer term. But it's really important we do that, because if we don't, and this is my message to the RICS, where I'm a member of the project construction panel, is that if we don't, then our profession and our institutions will be taken over, probably by AI and software companies that build AI. So it's really important. And the other thing I'd like to think about is the pace of change, right? So we are going through unprecedented pace of change, that's for sure. But the change actually is nothing new. The fact that we're going through a change has always happened, and we could go all the way back as far as you want. Arguably you could go back to the invention of fire, right? But let's just go back to 1780, for the steam power revolution, and then the steel and rail. And the latest one that we've all been party to is the silicon chip age. So these things happen very, very regularly and very, very often. So in that sense, this is nothing to be scared of and nothing to be worried about. Business as usual, right? Well, not quite. There is a fundamental difference between those previous revolutions and what we're going through now, and that's the pace. So most other revolutions or technological revolutions have given us the chance to get used to it over a period of decades. So even the internet would have taken nearly 20 years to come to some kind of mass adoption. And that's important because you can watch things unfold, you can let mistakes happen, you can experiment, and you kind of sit on the sidelines a bit and see what happens. With ChatGPT, it took 10 months, and I think we've all seen how quickly this technology has pervaded what we do. Everyone uses it now. It's just standard. It's even, vibe coding entered the Collins Dictionary as word of the year. That's how quickly things are moving. So we don't have the luxury to sit about and wait, because we will get left behind, both institutionally and individually. So that's a really important, I always want to start with that, because it's before we start talking about the technology, I want to kind of understand in the first half of this presentation why the hell we're doing it in the first place. And in the second half, as I said, this wasn't going to be just a normal AI presentation, because I want to reframe how I'm trying to get my company to think of AI. And really, it's not to think of it as a technology at all, actually. This is not a technology rollout. This is not rolling out a new email client or a new version of Excel. This is extremely different. And that's where I think we're going to unblock the power, because too many people think it's a technological rollout. And what I want everyone to think about on the conference is to think of AI as your thought partner. You're the thought leader. You're still in charge. And the AI is a thought partner. But it's very different from software or IT, because it really does act like an assistant. And this is really important, because at the end of the day, this isn't a technological problem. All of our businesses still have their strategy. And we've got to ask ourselves, what is our strategy? And that can be our business, it can be our projects, it can be our personal lives. What is our strategy? What are our goals? And that has to come first. And then the technology has to come second. And the problem we've got at the moment, I feel, is that we've got such hype around AI that everyone's trying to sell you a technology product and trying to get you to pay for it. And to me, it's the wrong way round. we don't need any of that. Actually, we just need to change the way that we deal with it. Most of this technology is free or extremely cheap. This isn't a technology rollout. This is a change of mindset, and it's really difficult. And that change of mindset requires a journey. And we're all on this journey, whether we know it or not. And some of us are at the starting point, and some of us are way up in the top, and it doesn't matter, because a bit like the internet when it came out in the late 80s and early 90s, it's not going anywhere. The worst AI you will ever use is the AI you use today. Now, some people will have had their light bulb moment. This is the moment that you kind of get it and you go, oh, wow, this stuff, this really works. This is different. And some of you won't have had that, and you'll be at the beginning saying, I'm still not sure what this means for me, and I'm a bit scared to play around with it. And then there'll be others who've had their light bulb moment and then had the reality check. Now, the reality check can be looked at by some people as a negative experience, but it's not. It's a really important part of the journey, because whilst the light bulb moment gives you the ability to understand the opportunities of AI and what it can do for you, the reality check equally tells you what it's not good for, what the risks are, and what the things that you shouldn't use it for. And only when you've done both those parts of the journey can you really put it together and start changing the way you do things. So, take a look at that. Ask yourself the question, where do you think you are on that journey? And then what can you do next to get yourself further along? If you've just had your light bulb moment, start thinking about some of the risks. What are some of the issues? If you're just at the starting point, please just experiment. Just play with it. A lot of it is free, but the longer it's a bit like the internet again in the 1990s. The longer you spend waiting, the harder it will be to sort of catch up with everybody else. So there's Reid Hoffman, who's the founder of LinkedIn. He actually looked at these 4 AI mindsets. And again, I ask you to recognize yourself in this. So are you a doomer? Do you think this is all an existential threat? Do you think we just need to stop? Are you a gloomer? Are you one of the people saying, oh, this is going to cause job losses and human displacement, and we're all going to go downhill from here? Are you a zoomer? Are you one of the people who adopted it really quickly? You're full speed ahead, and you just love it and you can't stop talking about it? That's probably me. Or are you a bloomer? And that's probably the best place to be, that kind of balanced optimism, controlled progress. You're thinking about it. So yeah, see where you are on that and ask yourselves how you can maybe move to a different mindset. Because I say this is all actually about mindset. So that's a little bit more about that. So now I really want to talk about some practical examples. So I think I've got about 20 minutes left. So I'm going to talk about some of the things in the industry. So in the industry, one of the things we do is scheduling, and scheduling is a bit of a dark art, if you like. It's like people with 30, 40 years experience who say, yeah, well, it'll take about this long. Guess what? They're always wrong, right? Every project goes on longer. So how about if we had a AI that was trained on 750,000 schedules of actual schedules? So I'm just going to play this video very shortly. I'm not sure if you're going to be able to hear the sound because it wasn't let me share sound before, but I'll give it a go.
Here's the thing about construction schedules. They're time-consuming, complex, and expensive to build. Experienced schedulers are hard to hire, and those you do have are spending too much time on scheduled grunt work. Here at Nplan, we believe scheduling shouldn't be this hard. That's why we built Schedule Studio. Generate and edit detailed schedules using an AI trained on 750,000 real project plans. Go from scope to detailed schedule in...
So I won't say any more than that. Obviously, there's a longer video if you want to have a look. But it's a game changer. It's a game changer for our industry and the way that we can utilize AI to help inform our decisions. But it's not about taking over the decision. It's about augmenting our decision, because it takes me to this next slide, which is about the safety with AI and who takes responsibility for the output. So some of you may have heard of the recent Deloitte case, where Deloitte had to pay back £750,000 to the Australian government because they were caught using AI and it had made up facts, so it hadn't been checked, and they had to pay it back. So very embarrassing. And that would have been stopped if they'd used this methodology, which I call the bookending methodology. And then what it basically says is let AI do the grunt work. Let AI do the really boring stuff that nobody really wants to do and nobody really pays us to do. The moving the data from one spreadsheet to another, all that stuff. But we have to take responsibility for what we're asking the AI to do and the prompt. And then equally, we have to take responsibility for the output and what comes out the other end. And that framework will hold you in good stead, because that makes sure that you're always responsible either side of the AI. And the slide from IBM, that's a real slide, by the way, 1979, a computer can never be held accountable, therefore a computer must never make a management decision, which I feel still holds true. So what we're doing at Gleeds, we are looking at various systems. We're looking at the general wide use of AI with things like Copilot and our own trained ChatGPT, which we call Assist. They're generalized wide tools because you can use them for everything. And then we're building narrow AI tools for specialized functions such as bidding and other things. Those are just some examples. So we're trying to sort of combine the use of the different types of AI. And then very importantly, we're giving a very clear policy to our people about how they should use AI. That's our AI policy. And that is now being informed by the recently published RICS policy. So it's because it's moving so fast, we're having to adapt it very, very regularly. And yeah, that's the RICS guidance there that I mentioned, the responsible use of artificial intelligence in surveying practice. And then there's lots of stuff going on in the UK in terms of how we can position ourselves as an economy and as a country between the mighty Americans and Chinese, who are, they're pouring billions and billions into. So we're trying to position ourselves as that kind of middle ground between America, which is going very, very fast, and Europe, which seems to be putting the brakes on. They're very, very cautious. And I personally think the UK have got it about right. And I think we've recently struck a deal when President Trump came over to the UK a few weeks ago, where we got all the major players investing heavily in the UK. And that was all led by that AI Opportunities Action Plan. So I'm not going to talk too much about the history of AI, because I'm sure you're familiar with it, except just to see how far we've come. From 1950 to where we are now is just an incredible, when you actually look backwards, it's an incredible journey, and it is only speeding up. And the big thing that has taken everybody's imagination has been the release of the generative AI large language models. And I'm not going to go through all these now as in the videos, but they kind of pervade across all different industries. If you're in graphic design, it's being built into Photoshop. If you're in architecture, it's being built into the Autodesk and Revit tools. And of course, it's even being built into your trusty Excel and your Word and your Outlook with the likes of Copilot. So generative AI has really caught the imagination, but I don't want to dismiss what went before. So I call this generative AI, I rephrase it as creative AI, because it can be very creative, and it's based on a probabilistic algorithm, i.e. if you've ever tried using ChatGPT, just try putting the same prompt into ChatGPT twice, you'll get two totally different answers. That's because it's probabilistic rather than deterministic. Now, that's not a fault, that's a feature. And the feature of that is that it becomes incredibly creative. So it's good for those kind of tasks, graphics, music, when you're trying to write reports, when those kind of things, or summarizing reports, it's very good for that. It's not very good for when you're dealing with numbers. And the machine learning algorithms that we've had in the past are actually much better for sort of numerical based data, and that what I call analytical AI, because it's much better at analyzing data and patterns. And again, it's deterministic. So if you put the same prompt in, you'll get the same answer each time. And that's what you want when you're dealing with numbers. So the point I'm trying to make here is it's not either or. They're both got uses. They're both artificial intelligence, and artificial intelligence is quite a wide definition. And I think everyone's got so kind of spellbound by what's happened with generative AI over the last few years. They've almost forgotten that that's just one type of AI, and there's lots of other AI. And of course, they can be used together. So, you can use analytical AI to get to an answer, and you can use generative AI then to be able to present that answer in a way that's compelling. And then that leads me to my point about what's coming next, or what's really here now, which is agents. And we've heard a lot about agents, and there's a lot of misconceptions about it. And I feel that people really overcomplicate agents. And don't get me wrong, it can be quite complex, and the architecture behind it is quite complex. But very simply, an agent, I just define it as something. It's an AI that then performs an action at the end. So a very simple example could be it does something and then sends the email. Now that's amazing, and you can take that to the next layer, and it does all kinds of other things. But it's also very dangerous because now you're giving the AI some kind of agency to do things, and that's where we've got to be really, really careful. And I think the project manager's role in the future of agents is orchestrating these agents. I call myself an agent orchestrator because I feel part of my role is to train an agent and then to check that it's doing what I want it to do, and then take responsibility for what it's doing. And that's going to be a real key skill that we're all going to have to learn in the future. So the last part of my presentation is really just to take you through a whistle-stop tour through some of the things that Gleeds are doing. And I make no apologies for starting what we're doing with, as I said at the beginning, nothing to do with tech. It's to do with education and upskilling. This is the centerpiece of what we do. And we train all of our staff in AI and data, whether that's lunch and learns, whether that's one-day courses, whether that's master's courses. I'm actually doing myself a master's in artificial intelligence at the moment because we've got to keep up with this. And it's ours. I say your AI literacy is your own responsibility, and it's not just for work, it's for your whole life. So that is really the foundation of everything we do. And then what that does is it allows people to use these tools that we've created over time properly, because otherwise the risk is you spend time and money developing AI tools and they never get used. Now, there was a recent MIT study that showed that 95% of AI projects fail. That's just astounding. I mean, all the money going into it. And that's really damaging as well, because then people start saying, oh, AI is rubbish and I've invested in it and it didn't do what I wanted it to do. So it's a really bad situation to be in when you're letting AI projects fail. And I seriously believe that it is due to a lack of education. So that very quickly, I know I've only got 3 minutes left in terms of time, but I think it's only 3 minutes left. I think I finish at 30. One of the things we've done is benchmark, which is where we've collated all our data. And then
You're okay, James, if you want to keep going.
Yeah, I've only got about 5 minutes. Is it okay if I run a few minutes
Take
over?
your time.
Cool.
No problem.
Okay. So
Thank you.
so these are some of the real life examples. So we've got all of our project data. We've put it into a database. We've labeled it correctly. It's all been verified. And now we have AI that can look at that data and cut and slice it in loads of ways. And then the generative AI can create reports from that data. Again, that's one of our flagship apps. Another one is our rates database, which is aligned to that, where all the tenders that we've got coming in are collated in a central database. And again, our surveyors can now use that to look at the data. They can do forward planning. They can ask the AI to create reports from that data. So we're no longer guessing about what's happening. We can look in real time about what's happening, like, for example, there with the cost of bricks. Another thing we've done is we don't want people using ChatGPT at work, and we don't want people using Gemini at work because it's free. And the reason it's free is because you're giving people your data. So it's very, very dangerous. So what we've done is we've developed our own version. We call it Assist. And it is set, the important thing is it's been built specifically for Gleeds, and it's currently in beta. But it's based on the same model. It's based on actually the Anthropic Claude model, so similar to ChatGPT. But it's been fine-tuned's not the wrong word, because fine-tuned, for anyone into neural networks, knows what that means. But it's still the best way I can describe it. We've kind of taken the Anthropic model and we fine-tuned it for Gleeds people to use. And it's got lots of features that you don't have anywhere else. For example, we've got shared chat. So if you're on a project together, you can set up a project, and then everyone in that project can kind of feed into that AI chat. So that's being rolled out at the moment, and we've got some case studies about some of the percentage, how much time it's saving people. It's absolutely incredible amount of time it's saving people, so that they can focus more on what they're doing. Another thing we're doing is using AI, and this is our first agentic solution to help with bids. Now, this is not to do the bids for people. This is very much an assistant. People were very clear to us they don't want the AI to do bids because it will sound very generic. But what they did want was an AI to help them through the process, understanding what the RFP is asking for, finding out information about the client, what's the client's pain points. So it's an assistant. Rather than doing the actual bid for them. Another one we've got is our visualize technology, which enables us to go around sites and kind of cover everything that's going on with 3D cameras. And then the latest feature from this is going to be able to allow us to do AI progress tracking as well. And then, of course, as I said, those are what I call vertical AI solutions. Our kind of horizontal AI solution is our Copilot, because that's just general for everyday tasks. So I'm going to go through a few of these. I don't think these are just some value add solutions, which I won't spend too much time on. These are basically things that we sell to clients if they're interested. One's called Transform, which is basically our digital transformation service. One is our Orchestrate service, where we can allow portfolio holders to look at huge swathes of data on their project in a unified dashboard. That's an example. So I think I'll leave it there. I was going to talk about robots and stuff, but I'll probably run out of time a little bit. I hope everyone found that useful. And if there's time, I'm also very happy to take some questions.
James, I have some questions for you, and I'm sure others do too. So we'll open the floor to see if anyone would like to post in the chat or the question and answer, which I am monitoring. So question for you from me is what role do humans play in the loop regarding decision making at GLEADS?
Yeah, really good question.
How do you teach them that? And also, if you do want to continue on robotics, we're good on time.
Oh, okay. Well, let's answer. Let's talk about some questions. If there's time, then I can show you some cool videos. So it's a good question, and that was that bookending analogy, really. What we teach all of our staff is you're responsible for the output of AI. So whilst we use AI, it's not an excuse, especially if you're a chartered professional, which most of our people are. You are still in the driving seat. You are still the human in the loop at the beginning and at the end. And actually, because of the RICS policy that's just come out now, that kind of compounds that, because now we are obliged to do that through our own governing body, which is the RICS. So yeah, we don't want to be in the situation that Deloitte found themselves in, where they had to pay back £250,000, but it was actually the reputational damage that was worse. The fact that they were all over the press being caught doing that is not a good look, and we never want to be in that situation. So I'll go back to the point that this isn't really a technological rollout. This is really a culture change thing, and a big part of that is the training. And I'm going around the office all the time, and next year I've got a road show where I'm going literally around the world, because we need to get that message across to people, Monica. It's such an important message. The technology is amazing, but you don't want this. You still want to play a role in it, because then the next thing that people start moaning about is job displacement. Well, there's not going to be job displacement if you make sure that you've got a role in the loop.
Mm-hmm.
But it's not easy.
Yeah. To your point, I think I'm with you as far as being a Zoomer and advocating for the AI use. I appreciated your sharing that as well. Brian Cassidy is asking a question. Do you want to, I see that he's also able to speak. Brian, do you want to share your question, or would you prefer I read it?
I can talk. That's easy. Hey, James.
Hi, Brian.
Thanks for talk.
Thank you.
Hi.
Where are you? You look very sunny there.
I'm actually sitting in Brazil today.
Oh, wow.
So you can, if you listen carefully, you can hear the birds in the background.
Oh, fabulous.
So my question is I tend to downplay the security risk of LLMs.
Yeah.
I said, look, it's like peeing in the ocean. How do you find it? I mean, it's just all. Do you have any real facts on the risks?
Yeah. Well, in some senses, you're right, because it's the way the mechanics behind it are neural networks, and the way neural networks work, they're literally called hidden layers. So as the input goes in, it goes through these hidden layers. So it's not like it's sitting on a database somewhere. So you're right in that it's going to be very, very difficult for anyone to ever find a smoking gun with it. It's like, oh, you've stolen my data, or you've leaked my data. The only example I've had, and this is anecdotal rather than pure evidence, is that let's say you're the only person in the world that's got some government information, and then for the way the models work, the free ones, is that you put it into the LLM, it then goes through the mix and it trains itself in it. So then let's say in the worst case scenario, your client then asks a question, and then the answer to his question comes back displaying the information that only you could have had the information, so they can kind of join the dots saying you must have, but how you prove it I don't know. And this is a lot of the court cases going through at the moment. You may be aware of this for the music industry, where the music industry is suing the AI companies. There's one called Suno and one called Udio. They're suing them saying, well, you're clearly taking our copyright because it's obvious that this music sounds like Taylor Swift or whoever. And then what these guys are doing is they're going, but they're basically saying, prove it. How are you going to prove it? And then I think the music companies have almost realized that. So now what they're playing for is some kind of deal so that they can get some kind of percentage. So it's very difficult. There's only anecdotal evidence in terms of the LLMs, but it's going to be an interesting landscape, because who knows what could come out in the future in terms of technology that can start identifying things. You don't want to be the first person. And then, of course, you've got the Deloitte case that I talked about. That's another good example where you don't need to have the evidence. It was obvious that they published a report that they'd just been paid £250,000 for, and they literally made up stories.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Thank you, James. That was a fascinating discussion. I loved it, and I look forward to hearing more from you and connecting with you and following your journey.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
Yes, absolutely. So there are some also very practical tools. I wonder how you feel. Now, you don't use ChatGPT and the more public AI tools, and you've built your own. Are there any off-the-shelf tools that you would encourage using?
Yeah, so I mean, the off-the-shelf ones are fine. I don't want to kind of demonize them, but what you find is you if you're using it for work, you've got to look at the terms and conditions, and any kind of AI company worth its salt will be able to answer some very simple questions. You know, what data it's trained on, what's happening to your data, how long do you keep the data for, all that kind of those reasonable questions. If they can't answer those questions, those are real red flags. But what I encourage people to do is try as many of these things out as possible with your own projects, you know, whether that you've got a side hustle you're doing, or whether you're planning a holiday, or whether you're doing, you know, there's loads of things that you can try out in a safe environment at home. And I'll give you a few examples of other ones that I love. So there's one out there called Manus that is more of an agent. It's kind of, so it's like ChatGPT, but it actually goes and does stuff for you, which gets a little bit dangerous, but that's one well worth trying that one out. Another one that I find incredible, if your typing's as bad as mine, there's one that I'm using a lot at the moment called Whisperflow. So what Whisperflow is, and it's spelled WISPR flow, and it's a dictation tool. Now, dictation tools been around for ages, but they usually suck, and they usually pick up every you sit there dictating, and you're like, I've got to go back in there and change it. What Whisperflow does is you dictate to it, but as it hears you, it then uses the LLM within it to change the words so it makes sense. So the words that appear on your page sound amazing. It's like a filter for your kind of words. And I'm using that a lot. In fact, I can't remember the last time I typed an email. I'm just use that tool all the time. So those are two really cool tools that I use. And like, if you're interested in this, I mean, I just go, I try and cut. The reason I do all the newsletter and the podcast for the Project Data Analytics Task Force is to show people this. So every week we put our tool of the week. So if people are interested, I can put in the chat. I can put the link to it if they'd be interested.
please.
But we try and do that because that's a good question we get. We always have a tip of the week every week, and then we have a tool of the week every week. So I'm going to put that in the chat here. I guess I'll find it in the. I'm going to put it to everyone, and it's very simple. Projectflux.ai, and you can subscribe there. And then, as I said, we also get really good guests. So we've had Microsoft on, we've had NVIDIA on, we've had famous authors on. So it's quite a rich resource for anyone who's interested.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Pleasure.
And
Monica, could I add something really quick to
Yeah.
what James was saying about the public model? There was a story a couple of years back where Bloomberg invested a lot of money to make a private model. They invested about 10 million to predict certain things in the market. They trained it on all their internal data. They got it all done. And then they compared the results of their $10 million model with the ChatGPT, which you can run off the shelf. And actually ChatGPT 4, which has many more, a larger database, actually outperformed it.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
there
I
is
saw that
something
one.
to be said. There is something to be said for using the public model unless you're building an amazing internal model.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mhm.
Yeah, don't
So-
reinvent the wheel because you're not going to be able to compete with the big guys. They're putting billions into this.
Yes.
So I think the answer is to leverage it and then fine tune. Fine tuning's the wrong word, but that's the word people resonate with. I suppose configure it is the correct word, but
So working in the space of the university, we also have to be aware of compliance of our student information and student data. And so we've been collaborating, a number of us, through the AAC&U, the Association for American Colleges and Universities, with 123 other schools to figure out the best practices on that. And part of my research now, along with the team, is to identify the best practices quantitatively, like what are people doing with the data in AI, what shows real results, and how do we report on that? But as an institution, we have to be careful with releasing student records or anything that's sensitive for student data, as that is a federal law for us. So I know University of Florida hosted an event, and they have something called the HyperGator, which keeps all of their data in-house. But that was a result of what I believe was a $50 million gift from, partnership with NVIDIA and gift from a well-known alumni. So, but they've made that those tools available to other universities, which is nice. So it really promotes research. This is something that I made with a platform called Gamma.app.
Oh, yes.
And I find this to be quite useful in sprucing up presentations. So just a quick bit, this will take maybe 7 minutes, sharing with you my background, and that is bridging the scholar and practitioner model, where I have a background personally in entrepreneurship and as a technologist. And in the university, I bring that research collaboration, and in industry currently, I'm doing some consulting deeper dives. One of those consulting projects was recently doing title and mineral rights search using AI to cut weeks off of research for companies that need to look at oil and gas, in particular, mineral rights. Okay, so part of my research falls into some buckets. You can think of it like a Venn diagram, where one is entrepreneurship among high achieving women. So I have conducted this research study, qualitative research study, which is about listening and interviews, and spoken with a number of women. I plan to expand that to a nationwide study this year, going out with a survey to multi-million-dollar earning entrepreneurs in the United States. And that has implications also for my international research, which is currently focused on entrepreneurship in Africa. This is going to be a mixed methods study based on a friend that lives in the United States who is quite successful as a physician, purchased 39 acres in Nigeria, converted that into a farm, and also has an on-site wellness center to address an ongoing issue with extreme poverty in that area in her state, and allows women to come and harvest crops, sell them in the marketplace, and then become micro entrepreneurs, purchase seeds, replant, and have some sort of sustainable farming, agri-entrepreneurship business using and making a big difference in that area of the world. So I'm very excited about that. Moving on to fintech. So this is another circle in my Venn diagram where technology overlaps with financial payments. I've been involved with a number of startups as far as fintech and AI. And so how we're using that to evaluate rewards and figure out, earning potential and total addressable market and revenue has from some pretty large implications in the US and around the world. I've recently or am working on becoming a board member for Strategic Alliance USA, and their website is linked here, which is strategicallianceusa.com if you're interested in learning more about any of the intellectual property or energy spaces. Now, AI and technology is my fourth thing. This is where I'm doing the most of the work. This focuses on my course, has sprung out of my technology and innovation course at Stockton. We have been working with the team to look at best practices of AI in higher education. So what faculty are really doing well around the world. And this obviously has some pretty immediate implications for both industry and for education, as well as I've been challenged or honored by being invited to be an editor of a case-focused book from a high-level academic publisher out of the UK who has asked me to develop that for tech and innovation management. So I will be reaching out to some researchers as well. If you happen to have what you think might be a good case study for technology and innovation management and is relevant for today, this is my little commercial. Please email me because I will be actively putting out the call for cases relatively soon. In my own classes, I tend to use custom GPTs. So I teach and focus on entrepreneurship classes. So in addition to the tech and innovation management, we have the entrepreneurship program, and the tech and innovation and entrepreneurship courses both use AI tools. Now, tech and innovation uses a platform that's called Breakout Learning, and it's actually where the students interact with an AI module and an AI person, like a simulated person, during this like conversation that they have that's recorded. And then AI is used to analyze their words. I actually don't get a copy of the video because of privacy law, but they do. I do get a very detailed report about their understanding of the concepts, the context in the course, and whether they were interactive and to what level. And it's quite a detailed report. So far, the students have reported that they like it a lot. And they find it really useful, and it gives me immediate feedback without having to worry if they wrote the paper, right? So it's actually recording them in real time. So we're kind of flipping the AI conundrum on its head there and using a third-party tool. In addition to that, I use the custom GPTs to help my students write their own business plans. and develop some pretty sophisticated pro forma without having to really, I don't want to say labor over it because they are responsible to check it, but it just makes the lift a little easier when they have so many balls in the air. Our research on education runs from high school for us, so 9th grade to university to graduate school, where we're looking at all kinds of levels of application of AI in education, as well as financial literacy in addition to media literacy. Finally, human advancement. So looking at all of these things, this is how they all come together. Entrepreneurship, literacy, generally speaking, as far as financial and technology, and increasing access to all, so global access, and then expanding the impact and strengthening education. Some things that are coming next are new pathways, collaboration. So I'm often looking for current collaborations that are global, and publication goals. We will be putting out the book as well as several articles in the next few months. And if you'd like to be part of that, please reach out. Okay, ways to engage. And here is my contact info. And I'm going to leave, we have a couple of minutes. So if we're still on with James and he wants to show us his robot video, or if you have any questions, I can be happy to answer those as well. I also see Dr. Hanadi put her book link in the chat if you have access to the chat. Thank you. Okay. Do we have any questions, or is James still with us?
Monica, I have a question for you. I don't know when I was supposed to talk. I thought it was a few minutes ago, but am I still up for this session or not?
You're not on my session at all, Brian. I apologize.
Okay, so I was
Apology, accept my apology. He is jumping to our agenda soon. We didn't update it. Still, you have 8 minutes. I know you are very professional and you can do it, Brian. I listening to all your discussion. I think Professor Monica want to present her work in front of you. Then I keep so quiet. I cannot interrupt her. Okay, go ahead, Brian. Then, Brian, you ask several questions to James, and this is part of from your presentation. The remaining time. Go ahead, do it.
so Monica, I will follow your lead here. I've got about a 10-12 minute presentation. I don't, but we have 8 minutes left. You tell me what you'd like to do. We could also just do question and answer.
No problem. I give you extra minutes from the following track. Go ahead.
Yes, Brian. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to share my screen here, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
Boom. Let's see if it works. And see if it works twice. Okay, and I want to see the presentation, so I'm not looking shady and looking off to the side. So there I am, and we're good to go. So I'm going to do a quick talk about using AI, and I'm going to talk to you about an acronym. Remember back in school, you learned to do things with abbreviations. I'm going to teach you a really cool abbreviation. But before I start, I want to talk to you about my mom. And my mom is 82 years young. I can't use the word old in the same sentence because she's always going to be young to me. Her and my dad just got back from a trip to Europe. They were jet lagged, cranky, and hungry. And I probably talked a little bit too much about AI while they were here. My mom called when she got home. And she said, we're starving, too tired to go out, no food. Can your AI thingy do something with that? Of course, expecting I'd say no. I asked her what's in the fridge. And she said, I don't know, a half a zucchini, maybe some wrinkly cherry tomatoes, a lemon. I said, Mom, do this. Take a picture, then talk to AI about your need for dinner tonight. She tried and said something that made me smile. Ha, I never would have thought of that AI stuff works. She came back a few minutes later with roasted tomato zucchini pasta, a lemon garlic oil, plating it like a Food Network star. If my mom at 82 can work with AI, you can work with AI too. Now, I speak at a lot of conferences, and I'm often asked the question, what's happening with AI? And my answer is everything and not very much. And the reason why is most people are dabbling. They read a little, they try a dozen tools, they search for the magic bullet, but the more tools they try, the less they actually get done. If you're excited about AI, I have a pretty good idea of what you've been doing. You probably read, probably tried some tools, and if you look, you'll find them. On just one site, you can find 36,000 tools. You'll try them out, you'll use them as tools, you'll focus on asking questions and looking for faster replies, but the more you try, the less you're actually going to get done. Now, there is huge potential with AI. AI can make people faster, more productive, and a really, really cool study with Boston Consulting showed that they can make people a lot more creative. But here's the kicker. According to McKinsey, fewer than 10% of professionals are getting real productivity gains from AI. Why? It's because of how we use it, and that's because we treat AI like a search engine and not a teammate. Now, there are some predictable issues with the ways we use AI. There are well-known behavioral issues that get us to do things wrong as human beings, but also get us to do things wrong when we're working with AI. And here are 7 things that we do wrong. There's first the overconfidence bias. We trust the AI outputs too much, especially when it sounds confident, and unfortunately, it always sounds confident. There's present bias. You say, wow, baby, quick wins, that feels good, we're done, we stop, we're off to the races. There's automation bias. If AI said it, it must be right because computers are really clever. There's cognitive offloading. AI is thinking for me so I can turn off my brain. Just like I turn off my brain when I'm driving with my GPS or driving with my wife, I don't think anymore. There's authority bias. AI is an expert, so I can trust it. And there's confirmation bias, which is probably my favorite. We just keep on asking AI questions until it agrees with us, and we do the same things with our friends. Now, but the biggest and the most dangerous one is accepting things half done and stopping to think. Now, if you want, take a picture of this screen and you will get a copy of the talk. And I will also put some links in for it. Now, I have a solution for you. There's too many people on the search for magic bullets, the tools that are going to make everything easier, secret prompts, the secret handshake. What you really need is sparks, insights on how to work with AI differently, so that regardless of the tool you're using, you're always getting better results. If you use Claude, Gemini, ChatGPT, your own private model, it won't make a difference. And there's a word I love, which is sparks, because sparks of insight are closely tied to innovation success. So I'm going to use this word to show you how you can work better with AI. The first letter of this is about speaking things out. The next time that you use AI, instead of typing something, talk out loud. Talk until you get things clear. As James was talking about, use whisper. You don't even have to make your typos anymore. Now, why would you want to talk? First, because when we talk, we think differently. Typing makes you edit yourself too early. Talking gets you into the flow. You say things you didn't even know you were thinking. And perhaps more important, talking is a great way to tell stories. Now, I'm not sure if any of you have read this book called Primal Intelligence, but it's a fantastic book. And they talk about one of the superpowers of human beings is the ability to make up stories. So based on this, I did some research looking at the ability of stories to improve human productivity. What you found in this area, which is AI creativity increased by 45% when you had a story versus no story. If we look instead At the uplift that we get from humans plus AI, we have a 24% increase. But the real big news is when you bring the three together, humans plus AI plus a story, you get 2.6 times more creativity. So start stalking to get your story right. The second letter is pivot, P for pivot. Most of us use AI like a search engine. Instead of searching, let AI ask you some questions instead. Now, I argued against magic prompts, but if you want to have a magic prompt, this is about as magical as it gets. If you want an eye-opening talk with AI, try this. I'd like your help figuring out how AI can best support this project. Of course, you need to describe the project. Ask me questions one at a time about my goals, my process constraints, until you have enough context to use a few obvious and non-obvious AI recommendations. You will be amazed at how much better AI is. Now, I say this is a magic prompt. The magic is not the prompt, but it's the process. Ask me questions until you can do this. A is about asking for more. If you really want to get more from AI, you got to be a bit more demanding. Often we accept the first answer AI gives us. Being generative, you can keep on asking question after question after question. You can push the regenerate button. The fourth idea is almost always better than the first. So don't just nod along, say what you like, say what you don't, then ask AI to try again and again. Because creativity isn't about the first answer, it's about pushing for the best ones. The reality is everywhere you go, big ideas are built, big ideas are nurtured and made into something great. When you accept the first output, you're unlikely to build something great. R is about reframing. When you change your questions, you get different answers. When you change your perspective, you get different answers. You can and should use AI to reframe your questions. You should also do it yourself. In a study we ran on idea generation, the strongest predictor of the number and quality of ideas is the number of ways we ask a question. The reason is simple. What happens is when you ask the same question over and over again, you run out of ideas. But when you ask the question in a new way, you get new insights. A term which some of you might know or might not know is HMW. How might we do this? How might we do this differently? If you keep on reframing your questions, you'll get amazingly different results. K is about keep asking. Great ideas don't land in one shot. Too often we give up excited by the first results. In social science, this is what Hermit Simon calls satisficing. A definition I love comes from Jeremy Utley's book, Idea Flow from a 7-year-old child. He said, creativity is doing more than the first thing you thought of. Keep asking questions like, what did I miss? How can I see things different? And my favorite is, how could we do exactly the opposite? These questions will get you past the first thing you thought of and get you into the world of creativity. Last is S, and this is the place that nobody does. You need to stop and think. After 10 prompts, don't just keep going. Ask, what did I learn? What changed in how I see the problem? What should I ask next? There's a great study, it's a little bit old now, by The Economist, where they studied 312 companies with strategic pauses and companies without strategic pauses. Companies with strategic pauses sold 40% more and earned 52% higher profits. Can you think of a stronger reason to stop and think? Lastly, to unlock the potential of AI, you need to shift your mindset from simply using AI to working with it. This involves a partnership. It's about being a team member, and you treat team members differently than you do tools. You need to be patient, and you need to give feedback to each other and learn from each other. Now, I'd like to end with a challenge for you. Now, it's easy for you to go to this talk, move on to the next one, but I'd like you to do something. I'd like you, during the break, to record some thoughts about this talk. Go stream of conscious, just talk. And then ask ChatGPT, your favorite LLM, to summarize your thoughts and make a LinkedIn post. Tag me. If use one of the tools here. Talk about your experience. If you put me in the post and I like it and it makes me smile, I'll offer you a free 1-hour keynote at your company. Hint, if you tell me a story about your mom or your grandma, you're almost certain to win. So going forward, if you want better results from AI, you have to go from using AI to working with it. You can print this out, take a screenshot, you will get better results. That's a way to change. And as far as next steps, you can scan this page. I'm going to put in a short blurb saying you should buy my book. This is, by the way, about half of a chapter number 27. I have 29 chapters in the book. And the book is on sale until November 23rd for a really special price. You can get this talk in a 2-minute version or a 10-minute version. And I'm also writing a new HBR piece about going from hype to action in 90 days. And I'm looking for people that would like to do an interview, and maybe you would be featured in my interview. And that was my talk. And I'm going to put something in the chat here, which will give you some links. I think I put it in. See, I got that. Oops. Shoot. Monica, I have to give my links, but it's okay. That was
Wonderful. That was excellent. If you were able to copy and paste that into the chat, I think the links will go.
Yeah, let me see what I got here. So yeah,
That's
there
quite
was something else.
generous of you. I like the keynote giveaway as a competition. That's pretty awesome.
No, it's fun. And actually, every time that I get one of these, I smile. But you know what? Most people, there's a big gap between intentions and actuality. You're going to say, that's cool, I'm going to do it now, but chances are you won't do it. But surprise me, there's 24 people here. If 12 people do it, it'll make my day.
I think there are hundreds more watching on YouTube. I watched on YouTube yesterday, and it's there are a lot of folks watching around the world, more than are on the visible on the panel. But we do have the next panel coming up, which is a smart economy, AI-driven transformation of public and private services. So Brian, thanks again. Thank you to James Garner as well. Excellent presentation, and we always appreciate your contributions. Dr. Hanadi,
Thank you, Monica.
thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Monica. Thank you. Looking forward to see you next year, 11 and 12 of November.
Yes, ma'am. I just got your email.
Hi, Professor Mike. Hi. Oh, Trent, how are you? How is the Swiss?
Michael
How
Butler,
is the Swiss?
I think you're muted.
I miss you. I miss you, Trent.
Happy to be back. We're thanks for giving us this opportunity again. So
thank you.
Okay, I guess it's me. I'm taking over for my dear friend Monica. So let's get started here. Carol Witt and Trent Simmons. I have Carol going first. Is she here, Hanadi?
No, maybe it's Raksha will taking place.
Okay. Raksha?
we do have another speaker here also. Our global CEO, Julius Barbu, is here. So if somebody could bring him into the panelist. Yeah, I'll put that.
Her. Maybe she is in another room. She needs to come in. Can you raise?
Yeah, great. Perfect. All good.
It's here.
Checking the camera also. Great. Thanks. Hi, everybody.
Okay. I guess we're a little out of order here. So who wants to go first? I had Carol Witt, but I don't see her here. So either Trent or Julius can go first.
Yes, Professor Mike, all of those, it's one team. Then
it's all one team?
Yes, it is one team. It's,
okay, well, in that case.
Chairing by Trent. Mr. Trent, it is the CEO for Spirit a game.
Yeah, and
Not
I can
just
take it together with Trent. Exactly. Perfect.
yes.
Okay. All right. Share your screen. Let's get started.
Julius, you want to start or you want me to kick it off?
Go ahead, Trent.
Okay.
Trent.
Yeah, we're Spirit of the World Spirit of the Game Foundation. We're a global collective. A lot of people kind of look at all of the different areas of our work and they struggle to wrap their head around how a single organization can effectively work in so many different fields. But the way we do that is very decentralized. So we have different divisions, each with their own structure. And a lot of the reason that we work in so many different areas rather than most organizations that just focus on one is what we call intersectionality. And what we mean by that is that we have discovered over the last about a decade of research and talking to experts from literally every corner of the earth, how interrelated all of our major problems are and how siloed the thinking is of people that only work from one industry or only go to events where they communicate with their peers. And for several years, I went to most of the major peace conferences around Europe. And the reason I said went is that over time, I realized that we would go to these events, speakers would come up, big round of applause, everybody's super energetic. New ideas. Yeah, let's go ahead and change things. That person really brought a new perspective. Let's do things differently. And then inevitably, you followed up with those same people, sometimes in as little as 1 week after that event, and they were right back to business as usual. So we've realized siloed thinking is a major reason why so many major societal problems persist. But there's also this competition. This, particularly in the nonprofit space, but a lot also in impact and social startups, of trying to convince the funding sources that their problem is the biggest problem. So we encourage all of you that are listening here, no matter what it is that you're most passionate about, to, follow the advice of the last speaker and ask AI. Ask AI, like, hey, what other major societal dysfunctions are at the root of the one that I'm most passionate about? We have a particular exercise called the 25 Whys. And why we call it that is that we realize there's a very common exercise called the 5 Whys that most of you have probably heard of. But we started doing the 5 Whys exercise with several major societal issues. And we realized that there's not just one cause of any of these problems. So you really want to go down the rabbit hole with AI, do a 25 Whys exercise of your own with AI, where you ask, okay, this is the one problem that I really would like to spend my life solving. What are the 5 root causes of this problem, the 5 biggest ones? Okay, so it's going to give you a list of 5. You might want to narrow it down. It might give you a list of 10. So if you go 10, it gets really numbers. These numbers get really big because then you're going to do that same thing again. Like, okay, here are the 5 root causes of my core problem. What are the root causes of those problems? If it's 5 different ones for each of those, now you're down to 25. But by the time you do that, if they're all separate, you get down to the 5th level, you have 3,125 root causes. But here's what you're going to see. You're not going to end up with 3,000 different causes. You're going to end up with probably about 1,000 causes, and about 200 of them, they actually branch out and come back together. What you're going to see through that exercise is that there are issues that are at the core that are major that you have been dismissing, that you have been disregarding because you never did this exercise. You never noticed. Nobody ever came along, helped get you out of your silo, helped get you introduced to people that come from a completely different field and have a completely different problem-solving approach. That's a challenge. So I'm going to pause there, and I'll pick back up after Julius talks about our AI Academy and our AI Institute. But I just wanted to take this opportunity to encourage all of you, A, think outside your box, get outside your box, and you don't have to go to some conference that is nothing to do with your main area of work anymore. Again, you've got a wonderful tool at your fingertips. Just make sure that you're asking this question of the AI anytime you're actually looking for some new solutions. What would somebody who comes from a completely different background, how would they approach this problem? Julius?
Hi, everybody. I'm Julius. AI Academy and AI Institute, Trent mentioned over there, but I actually want to start from where he left off on the branching out of the systemic issues in society and how we can actually see that in applied systems thinking. So if you check out my website and if you go a bit into my research, you will see that I'm all about applying the methods of science to society and to the social structure, things that we haven't done until now. So we haven't had a scientific approach, a truly scientific approach to designing society. If so, a lot of things would be different. You can see a lot of I wouldn't say it mistakes, but faults in the designs of the things that we have today. Many of them intentional, probably a lot more unintentional. So in this, I'm coming back to the topic of this segment that was, I think, AI in the public administration, public systems, and corporations. I remember that was the topic for our discussion, and I thought it was gonna be a more of a panel discussion. And it's something that I'm trying to impact locally. So I started my own project on this together, of course, with Trend, Spirit of the Game Foundation, the Impact Villages. We started this 2 years ago to progress steadily into creating impact villages, and we're just laying the foundations, actually the walls and the roofs for the first impact center that we are building here in Romania. And between all of this, we did the AI Academy as a necessity to keep ourselves updated. And basically what you're seeing there, the AI Academy, the mastermind of the AI Academy is just a group of people that want to do better and want to develop their skills using the best opportunities available to them. So this is what we're doing. Of course, AI is going to be there. It's a mastermind. If you've ever participated in the mastermind, we have mastermind groups that basically self-teach and self-develop each other as they move along through the process. And it's a dedication to yourself for improvement and for bettering the systems that we already have. And this is a mission for till the end. So this is what I wanted to mention. Trent, you had something specific that you wanted me to introduce or to present?
If you could just walk them through the coachingimpact.org website and those two offers, but also about the AI Institute and the area where you're going next with now that the AI Academy is established.
Should be coming up. Is there, right? It is. So what you're seeing is a product we launched about a month ago that we were doing Maximize Your Impact as a standalone course. And once AI came into the market, we developed the certification from the Maximize Your Impact. We developed a certification blueprint. This was first when 3.5 GPT was on the market. So we've been progressing that, and it's been ramping up everything that we do to the point that if the user is not AI friendly, it's very hard to work with them. So we developed this as a bundle just to get everybody on the same page. How, where is your impact? Do you have the tools? Do you need to learn the tools to achieve a better impact to actually get through this course properly, because you might do it. It's a 13-week course. It's not a heavy load. So if you're using AI, if you're dedicating 2 hours a week, you can properly do this. I mean, dedicating. You can be in a meeting for 3 hours and you can just dedicate an hour. Focus. It's a focus group. So people need to come back to the focus group and get out of the dispersive attention society. I think this is just ruining the brains of everybody, especially children. That the focus groups are no longer there. We need focus groups. We need masterminds, and we need dedicated people in society that can actually achieve this. And this is the mission that we are trying to put out there. You can find this on coachingimpact.org. And I had this a bit best option of the AI Academies on my website. You can find this on Julius Bidai's site on the AI Academy. So like it says, it is what it is. Basic skills, practical skills for a better understanding of what we have on the table. Personally, I lost a lot of money with AI just using tools that I never used the second or the third day. It drove me crazy. I started focus groups to get that as my financial waste. It's a guide of the Six Sigma operational excellence. We learn from experience. We do peer exchange. Sessions are live, personal, no pre-recorded stuff. We're a focus group. We do it best possible in that moment for everybody. And I think it speaks for itself. Now, as I said, we bundled this. It rounds up to about, I think, $100 a month, in which we pay for the premiums. The group pays from the premiums from the money. It self-sustains operationally. That nobody makes a profit. You're just dedicating a focus group to yourself and your development, and you're spending $100 a month for it. This is the target and the goal for the masterminds and the focus groups on AI. And yeah, like you're seeing, we're laying things out very, very clear and very, very easy to understand, because we work with different levels of people. On the impact villages, one thing I learned, I'm working with locals. These people don't understand technology. They're good woodworkers, they're good stone workers. These people can't be left behind. Once AI hits, these are actually going to be the skills that are most sought after. So we're going to be looking at a return to the native skills. And these are the impact villages. I don't have a presentation of the work site put together. It's just a bunch of things on my WhatsApp feed. But yeah, this is the image of a typical impact village and what we have in plan. You can come to our Q&As, and you can come at any meetings with Spirit of the Game. Then can share the calendar where we have an open discussion, and we can deep dive into any of this. Of course, the aim is achieving resource management and waste management, but resource management is called resource-based economics. If you look at my website, I strongly promote resource-based economics as the model to shift from capitalism. What we have today is not even capitalism. It's something that we take into account seriously the things that we have. And a man before me, it's not my coin term, Jacques Fresco coined resource-based economics. There's a bunch of research on it. So far is the best research I've seen that lays out the blueprint for taking us in the next steps of the civilization. That I overlapped with a bunch of other things that I learned in my other research, and a bunch of other prominent figures out there that have systems that I personally vetted and are in place. And voila, we came up with efficient systems. And the best way to do them is to revive the old villages and start from the ground up. And this was my eureka moment when I realized that, yeah, I've been looking into major cities and I couldn't get my impact done there. So that's my course. Thanks.
Yeah, and I think that's a great segue to back to the topics of how can governments and corporations use AI more efficiently. But it's really, again, it's a holistic approach that we have a lot of teams across Africa, and one of our messages is always that a lot of African leaders and other parts of the global South, is very applicable as well. They are basically trying to run their economies following the Western economic model without realizing that that model never actually worked. That the Western economic model that is praised and has created so many, trillions of dollars of revenue and worth and all of that, it was always based on exploitation. In the beginning, not paying the true price for labor, still to this day, not paying the true price for the raw materials that they exploit. Bribing politicians so that you can get your lithium is a great way to make a bunch of money, but it's not sustainable, and it's also not paid for the future environmental costs of your product. As long as you can do that, as long as there's somebody for you to exploit, it's fine. Yeah, it's a great way to make money and ruin your societies. So that's part of the message. And again, getting back to nature. There's a big problem in most of the world of people flocking to the major cities, because most people also don't think about it. But major cities, they're a major driver of wealth inequality. They are essentially funnels or vacuums that suck money, rent, out of the hands of the working class and put it into the hands of the landowner. So everybody all around the world that's working on reducing inequality, think about that. Think about how everything you're doing to push people into a major expensive city is actually working against that inequality that you claim to be so passionate about. But what does any of that have to do with AI? What it has to do with is now there's this opportunity to decentralize innovation. Right now, we're going down the same rabbit hole that we've gone down in the past. Instead of it, being centralized in New York City, it's being centralized in Silicon Valley. How much money from all over the world is pouring out of national economies into the wealth of the big tech giants based out of the US? That this needs to be a part of the National Strategic Plan for all governments. You all need your own AI institutes, because most of these companies that came after the LLMs, they're not inventing, they are innovating. And the difference is, inventing means you create something new, and innovate means you create a new way to use something that already exists. Well, guess what? Your homegrown entrepreneurs, if you get out of their way, make the path easy for them, they can innovate just as good as anybody else on earth. But if you don't support them, 5 years from now, you're going to be looking at your national balance sheet and see that money keep streaming out of your country to other countries, to the major corporations in other countries. All right, well, what does any of that have to do with rural renewal? Well, a great place to innovate? Sure, the major city, there's a lot of interaction, a lot of that back and forth, but reconnecting with nature is a really good way to see things in a new light, to see new uses for things that you hadn't thought of. So we encourage both. We're not about like, hey, let's all be a bunch of hermits, get off the grid, totally disconnect from the internet, and go live in the forest. We're like, hey, go live in the forest, but stay connected. Be able to walk out your door. We're even designing a desk. It's grass, a grass covered desk. Imagine sitting there, covered, secured from the elements, but still your desk is not wood or steel or anything else that you're looking down at right now. Real live growing grass. So when you rest your hand on it, you're connected with nature. There's a lot more on that, but this is also this paradigm shift that we need to break. Technology does not have to mean less connection with nature. Use AI to free up your time so that you have more time to connect with nature. Take that strategic pause that we heard about from Brian Cassidy, but if your strategic pause can involve a 15-minute walk in the wood and you're back at your desk within 20 minutes, yeah, that's going to be an even better pause than just going out on your balcony like I have to, because I haven't yet convinced my wife to buy into this. So, yeah, we're still stuck here in Zurich, one of the most expensive cities on earth. But those are, a lot of the, just different examples that we have of kind of the intersectionality. And I know this is a very focused and very specialized conference on a particular topic of techno innovation, but there's a lot more aspects to innovation and technology than the conventional ones. So we are going to have a third speaker here for the final 15 minutes of our segment. It is Raksha Joshi. She will be talking about the Regenerative Impact Alliance, which was formed by a group of former Spirit of the Game leaders, and they are advancing quite a few of their own initiatives. And I believe she'll also spend a few minutes talking about her own work with AI. So I just wanted to make sure that she was queued up on that. We had a little miscommunication about the overall timing of our segment, but I am going to pause for just a second before I move on to our next topic, just to ask our host, Professor Busler, if he has any questions or feedback or pushback. We totally welcome pushback. It doesn't have to be a nod along. Hey, if you disagree with anything that we've said so far, let's hear it. That's how we refine our viewpoints.
Okay, thank you. I'm a free market economist, so some of the things you said there go against some of the things that I believe in, but we'll save that discussion for another day. When you teach these things about AI, isn't AI sort of constantly changing? So I'm wondering that, somebody goes through this, they learn how to use AI and its benefits. A year or so down the road, will that be different than what they're learning today? Julius.
This is me. Yes. Let me just put this back. Yes, that's the mastermind. This is exactly what I was talking about. The direction it goes updates you with. This is dedicating. It's a not a one-time thing. It's $100 a month for the rest of your life, and that's it. And you spend it like that. You have a focus group. As it progresses, the initial model offering was 10 apps each week. Survey, best 2, get a deep dive, pay the premiums from the group money. You pay the premiums each week on 2. So you see what they do. Are they worth the money? Are they not? This is golden. Managing this as a group of 12 people is golden. You save yourself a lot of time. You save yourself a lot of money. You know the AI tools. You're going through 40 tools each month. You don't need more than that. If you manage that with a group, you have survey on 10 each week. 2, you go deep dives. You're not going to use more than 6 tools altogether a day. It's impossible. You use your language models, some text generator, you use the presentation generator, website generator. Let's say you round up 10 tools. I round up around 10 to 12 tools a day that I use, specific ones for specific things. So yeah, this is the life. This is life on Earth now. Welcome everybody.
And do you see as AI, I mean, AI is fairly new now. Do you see over time it evolving and perhaps changing into something else or adding, doing some things it isn't doing today?
They're talking now about 2 niches. So the major developers are going with general intelligence, that the general intelligence would know interconnected systems, or they're working with niche. So they want to limit it to a specific niche of society. It has only down that line. You develop specific tools for that and don't give it general access to everything because you're afraid of it. Neither. I think it's a mix of the both. That this is where it's going, because we have so many major players. Nobody's gonna forfeit control. We have another 15 years before it molds into one. So that's kind of the timeline that is assessed right now. But this, if we actually manage as a society to enforce an AI with specific variations that it chooses itself, we just tell it what we want. Like I think somebody said, I saw in Brian's presentation, you have to be specific in what you tell it. It was in those snapshots. Sparkle, I think, or I don't remember, but yeah, it was there. So yeah, you have to be specific. As long as you tell it what you want, it's gonna do exactly what you tell it. This is very important for people to understand. The more specific we are, the better details is gonna output. This is gonna become norm at one point. And then you're just accumulating IQ points from the AI. So that you have a parallel advancement of humans, groups of humans at least, with AI in knowledge and in capacity.
Let me ask one other thing. Trent mentioned how the use of AI will improve efficiency in operations. For less than developed societies, I think that's a big improvement. It'll help them to advance. But more developed countries, and we're sort of seeing that problem now, as efficiency is improved, there's less people needed to carry on these functions. Within the last week or two, was an Amazon that announced they don't need 14,000 people that they currently have employed because AI is going to take over some of the jobs. And there's a few other fairly large corporations that are implementing AI, and it makes it much more efficient, and therefore you need less people. Now, personally, I believe in the long run, that's a good thing because it's going to make every worker more efficient and be able to produce more. In the short term, though, are we going to have to deal with a unemployment problem?
Trent, me, you, for huh?
I'll jump in
Put
here.
a spot here.
That I think this is where it's also important to make a distinction between AI and automation, because they do go hand in hand, but they're not exactly the same thing. A lot of the jobs that are going away are jobs that a robot basically is doing. The robot doesn't have to think. It's just programmed, do this, then go there. You can use AI to make a smarter robot, but it is kind of two separate fields, and it is a double whammy. Because like a lot, and I've been fearing this for a while. My fears haven't really kicked in yet, because you look at some of the jobless numbers going up, and you're like, well, is that an AI, or is that an automation, or is that a tariffs type of thing, or is it some other just global uncertainty where companies are no longer not building big projects right now? I think it's too early to tell. I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing, like you said, in the long run, because I think if our politicians can get out of their own way and actually think about this from a logistical point of view, if our societies end up with fewer full-time jobs or fewer more than full-time jobs, I think that's a net win for us as a human race. And I was just looking at some of the numbers of average hours per week worked around the world, and I was surprised. I mean, there's still certain countries where the average person is still working more than 52 hours, and other countries where it's down to 24 hours. So that's how we are hoping. And then, that's where we're putting a lot of our energy, is into guiding that mentality of stop. This is our opportunity to stop just using the newest technology to make a bunch more money, and instead free up our time so we can actually have an impact. So that's a big part of the mission of our AI for Impact division. The reason why we went and we branched out, well, first of all, we just started doing it for our own volunteers, but then we realized somebody has to be the voice in the room every time you're hearing about efficiency that just says, what about impact? What about impact? Professor Bussler, what about impact? How are you using AI to have more of an impact? How are you freeing up your time to have more of an impact? people get tired of hearing that. But, there's a marketing mantra that says if somebody hears something 20 times, they finally starts to believe it. So I'm going to go ahead and get as many of those what about impacts into this conversation as I can, because we're only here once a year. So if you take away one thing from everything we've talked about, let's leave it at that. What about impact? And ask that. Brian gave some great questions to ask AI. Well, you can set up a recurring prompt if, especially if you have the premium models, train your AI to start asking you that, because it is what your coach is. It is what your mentors, it is what everybody else who's helping you with whatever you're doing should be asking you. But they keep passing the buck and says, it's not our job to tell you what to do. It's our job to just help you figure it out. Well, guess what? I think we've demonstrated by now that as a human race, we're pretty dang bad at figuring out how to make society better. We're pretty dang good at figuring out how to make some money in a way that makes society worse. So somebody's got to come along and be the what about impact. Maybe AI will finally take that on, because it's not going to hide behind that, it's not my job to talk about impact.
Excellent. I'll tell you, bring up a good point. If somebody, people are working an average of, let's say 40 hours a week, which is the standard. If they use AI and they can get their job done in 30 hours a week or 24 hours a week, I can see obvious benefits to society as a whole, in that people have a better work-life balance. And the younger generation today, I'm getting from my students and recent graduates, they're looking for a better work-life balance. The generations ahead of them, you went to school, you got a degree, you went into the workforce, and you were making money. And as you were doing that, and you kept moving up, it required more of your time. And I have students that say to me, listen, I don't want to do what my father did. He went and got a great job. We had a great lifestyle, but I rarely saw him. So coming up with using AI to come up with this better work-life balance, I think has tremendous potential going forward. Very, very interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, just to be clear, both Julius and I work about 60 to 80 hours per week, but we only spend about 20 to 30 of that hours working on income generating, revenue generating products. So we have both managed to create a system that allows us each to spend almost 40 hours a week on impact.
Yeah,
so it is
but
possible.
That's 10x. Can I come in here? That's 10x. So with AI, if you use it as wisely, this is what I figured out. So one work that was taking me a month, I did it in a day, 7 hours. Wow. Wow. Simple.
Yeah.
That was a revelation. It was a success that you could not feel. You could not feel that in one day. It's very important. And what I wanted to lay out under losing jobs, we are living in a society that was never designed for this. We designed people to be workers in factories. Then that flopped, automation. We're still dealing with the backlash of automation now. Then automation came, workers flopped. We designed IT people. The IT generation is so vast. Silicon Valley, everything there. Now you write code that writes itself to be better than you. That's AI. So we have AI now. A code that they wrote, you got so good at writing code, you designed so many engineers, so many code writers that you could achieve an AI. Now you're making them obsolete. What's the next level? We got to clean up the planet. Where about impact? This is it. You don't have any skills, go clean up the ocean. There's going to be plenty for people to do in a society that wants to develop itself sustainably, that actually is driven by resource-based efficiency. So the efficiency of resources on the planet Earth, where they need to be, where they are assigned, without the influence of financial barriers. So here you're eliminating the need for money directly, because we don't need money, we need resources. We need to work as a unit, as a population, what you call it, humanity. We need to work as a race. We are that. Once we achieve that, then we talk a different talk. But it has to happen. I mean, it has to happen. We're working towards it. We are discussing it now. It was discussed like 50 years ago. First time, now we're discussing it more seriously. We're taking into account things. We see progress. If you look at the timeline and the historical progress, there is progress. Humans are doing better, much better. I'm not crazy for this, right?
No, all makes sense, Julius, and I hope all this works out the way you say, and that will produce very positive results. I have about 15 minutes left. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say, yeah, we had promised the final 15 minutes for Raksha Joshi and the Regenerative Impact Alliance. So I'll just close with one final note right now, and I hope that you're also putting this seed in your students' head that right now there is never, literally never, ever been a better time to start a part-time business. I'm not talking about like a side hustle where you're going to go out there and do manual labor for somebody else who has more money than you. I'm talking about get started now with whatever idea. You put it out there and see if it grows, because don't wait till you graduate. Don't wait until you get laid off. Don't wait until your unemployment benefits run out. Start your side business now. Use AI to figure out how to get it launched and put your idea out there to the public to see if it's going to work. Because guess what? If it's your first idea, it ain't going to work unless you can tap into a personal connection. You talk to any entrepreneur, show me an entrepreneur who their first idea worked. Well, I made some money, but I wouldn't say that, I'm not counting like my 8-year-old, 9-year-old businesses. I'm talking about my first real businesses. I had to learn the hard way. So start now. And we will be offering a sprint incubator session. So keep your eye on coachingimpact.org. But our time is up for that. For Raksha, floor is yours. Thanks for being here to represent the Regenerative Impact Alliance.
And real quick, thank you, Trent and Julius. Very informative. I personally learned a lot out of this. I want to thank you. Then we'll turn over to Raksha.
Okay, awesome, Professor. We spent some time together yesterday, and Trent, thanks.
Yes, we did.
Yes, we did. Trent, thanks for the intro, and Julius, for you being here. We spoke about RIA yesterday, so I'm going to be speaking about my impact because Trent has honed it into me. What is your impact? Right? What is my impact? My impact is being smart with heart. It's all about raising a conscious collaboration with a smart economy and using AI and leveraging it for the cause that's important to me, which is women and families, right? In recent years, we've had the universe tell us in multiple ways it's time to reset. It's time to reset. And we haven't listened. AI is coming in, but it's bringing fear to us. It says you're going to lose your job. You're not going to be needed anymore. I beg to differ. Like Julius, I agree. AI is going to support us in creating more efficient life. It's going to have us finally, and I repeat this, finally have the opportunity to close the gender and financial gap that's there because of the way the systems were set up between men and women. I see this as an amazing opportunity for women to get out what they have always known internally and financially profit from it, as well as create communities and families that are stronger and more grounded. Whether it's physically, mentally, spiritually, or financially. AI is giving us the opportunity to create the kind of life we really want to create, right? So how am I using that in my mission or my passion project? I'm using it in 3 different ways. I have my own Amara's technological agency, which is to support women businesses build their systems, their eco environment, as well as run businesses from whatever part of the world they live in. They don't need to have access to an office building. As long as they've got internet and a phone, they can start running a business from there. They can actually be there to support their children with homework. They can now also take care of their elderlies, because these are the things that women end up holding in their hands for generations. This is what it's been like, right? It's always the women who get, not going to say bogged down, but who are left holding the responsibility of raising children, taking care of aging parents, and in some cases, even their spouses. Now they have the freedom to be able to do all of that with the power of AI. What do I mean by that? I shared an example with you yesterday, Professor, where I volunteer at an elderly community here. And there's a 87-year-old woman who comes in there who's on a lot of drugs. She didn't realize that some of these drugs don't really talk very well to themselves with each other, you know, they create reactions. Because of this and because of AI, what we were able to do was punch all her medication in there and have AI explain to us, how is this interacting? She's now in a program where she's working with her physician to come off some of these medications. And she's actually getting healthier. That's just one aspect. Kids, oh my goodness, children in schools. I'm not talking about high schools and universities. I'm talking about grade school levels, where they're learning AI and how to implement it. And oh my God, some of them are coming up with some amazing entrepreneurship ideas. Think about it. They're going to leave grade school financially independent because of this. I feel sorry for the colleges and universities. Sorry to say if there's anyone here that's in that field, but some of your jobs might actually be at risk. And you'll have to reinvent yourselves. The tenure doesn't work anymore. It's not going to be because I have a tenure at this university. No, but nothing intended personally, Professor. I know you're in that field, but
Do have tenure at the university.
I'm just saying it's an amazing time to be living. As I explained yesterday, the impact we're having in Latin America, in Africa, in Asia, providing education to children that can't get to school just because of where they live geographically. We are now able to go into their homes once a week and teach them something. These are the kind of things that are amazing for what Amara Systems does in its community. In the women's world, what this is also allowing us to do is educate them. Educate them in using the resources that are available to them locally and being able to do everything else that they want to, right? It's like the project in Kenya for the water holes or in Trinidad for humus soil, where it's improving farming. It's educating local people to use their local resources and to thrive. Taking away the bureaucracy and the red tape that was created by systems that were never meant to be beneficial for the masses, but for the few. So you guys have really bashed this out between Mr. Cassidy being here, you, Professor, yesterday and today, what Trent and Julius has said, what Noor has talked about, what Mr. Saith yesterday spoke about. We have really bashed AI to a point where it is a miracle, but it has to be used with humanity in mind. You cannot allow it to become the only thing. AI only knows what I tell it to know, or what the millions around the world tells it. So we have the power to say, hey, AI, I want you to do this for me, and how can I create this lifestyle for myself? So my request, honestly, is very simple. I'm not against men. I love men. They're half of the population. Nothing against them. But there's definitely a communication gap. There is a breakdown, right? Gwen is my passion project. It stands for Global Women Empowerment Network. Why did I say empowerment network for women? Usually you find that when women are empowered, families thrive, communities become stronger, it's more stabilized. So that is why that program is called that. But honestly, I envision hosting a cruise conference in 2027 where I've got people wearing t-shirts saying, I am Gwen because of this, or saying, I am the son of Gwen, I'm the husband of Gwen, I'm the father of Gwen, right? Because it's all about community. For me, it's always about community. That's where I come from. So when I say smart with heart, I use 5 frameworks. The first one is self-awareness. Know who you are and what you stand for before you build anything, whether it's a business or anything, right? Leverage systems to work with soul. Use technology to amplify humanity, not replace it. Sustainability. Design businesses and communities that give back more than they take. Synergy. Choose to collaborate over competition. Leverage diversity as a source of innovation instead of using it as a differentiator. Service. Measure success not by what you earn, but what you enable others to have, right? My vision is very simple. My vision is bold, but very simple. Over the next 5 years, I want to impact 1 million women's lives through education, technology, and community. How am I going to do it? I don't have the foggiest idea, but I'm going to do it by speaking on platforms like this and having people join my movement. This is not my personal mission. This is a movement. We have an opportunity that we've never had before, which is mass communications. Do you remember the time when newspapers and the TV channels told us what was going on in the world? But now you've got individuals using their phone to tell you what's really going on in the world. We have such an amazing opportunity here to uplift humanity. And that's what I want to do. I can't change the system by fighting it, but I can definitely change it by planting seeds of change from within, right? And again, I'm going back to my vision. My vision has always been to build bridges. It's bridges over the borders, the cultures, and the generations. Because right now, with technology, one of the things we're facing most is lack of communication and conversation between generations. There's the wisdom and the innovation that actually has to build that bridge so that it can survive. So I am going to wrap it up because I know you're looking at the watch. So actually, what I want to invite everyone is either reach out, just reach out. Let's have a conversation how we can make this difference and how we can make it quickly, right?
The world has reset itself before, and it will reset itself again. But true transformation begins with an inner reset. I don't know what's going to cause that for you. Something has to break the camel's back, like they say. It was the straw for the camel. What is it going to be for us? What can we do? Our journey proves what we are capable of doing. So, really, Professor, I'm just going to say one last thing. Let's build with a smart heart. And what that truly means to me is let's be conscious about our choices. Let's be collaborative and let's communicate instead of building something that's fragile. Let's build something strong that is everlasting. Okay. The world doesn't need more competition. It needs connection. And together through my movement of Gwen, the reset, and the Amara system, I believe that I will be able to get there before my journey ends on this planet. So I thank you for my 15 minutes today and my 15 minutes yesterday. It's been a true pleasure. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Raksha. You're very inspirational, and I hope you're successful in changing the lives of 1 million women. I've thought for a long time, women have really gotten the short end of the stick forever. And now I think they're starting to realize that they should have the same opportunities open to them that men do. I've noticed something in the US over the last few years. If you take a look at all the college students, the population's roughly 50% men, 50% women. But in colleges, not just my university, but across the US, enrollments are 60% female and only 40% male. So I think now women are realizing that they can do all these things too. They can be empowered. They can learn how to use all these AI tools, and they can find a good balance between contributing to society and the economy and raising a family. And as you mentioned, if you're home with a computer and a telephone, you can really start to do something. So I hope everything you said turns out. I'll be so happy if it does. Thank you so much. I appreciate your talk.
I appreciate the opportunity. I would erase the word hope. I am not a big fan of hope. I'm a big fan of creation, and that's what I'm out there to create. Right?
Excellent. Thank you so much. For everybody here today in this session, thank you so much. Very informative. And as I said, I like to learn something from every one of the sessions that I attend, and I typically do. So thanks everybody for what they've done.
Awesome.
Okay, the 2 o'clock session, is Beverly Anderson here? Hanadi, is Beverly coming? Are you still here, Hanadi? Okay, Beverly Anderson's supposed to take over for the 2 o'clock session. Or is everybody here for that? I saw Peter Tyler was here. Are the other people here for that too?
So Michael, my colleague Giorgio Caselli is here, and he's giving that presentation. So we're ready to go, Giorgio.
Good. And I think I just see my dear friend Beverly Anderson just signed on. Beverly, you're muted. I don't know if you're here.
I wasn't listed as a panelist, so therefore I couldn't. I was listening to you, but I wasn't on.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Beverly's here. She's going to take over. I'm going to stay a while. I have to actually do a TV interview in 20 minutes. So I'm going to run to that. But thank everybody so much. And Beverly, it's always a pleasure to see you again.
Oh, it's always good to see you, Michael. Someday we're going to have to get together in person again.
Yes, we will. Okay, Tyler, did you say, Peter, rather, did you say somebody else was going to start off?
Yes, my colleague Giorgio is here with me. We're a research team from Cambridge University, and I'll hand over to Giorgio now, who will lead our presentation.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Pete, and thank you, Michael. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. And thank you for promoting me to speaker so that I can share my screen and slide deck. First of all, it's nice to see you again, Michael. I hope you are doing well. Let me just share my slide deck. And I'll make it full screen as well. Okay, can you see my screen okay?
Yes.
Excellent, fantastic, thank you. So hi everyone, I'm Giorgio Caselli. I'm Assistant Director and Senior Research Fellow at the Centre for Business Research at the University of Cambridge. First of all, I'd like to thank also on behalf of Professor Peter Tyler, Dr. Anadi Al-Mubaraki for yet again inviting us to deliver this talk, and we are very happy to do that. So as you can see from the title, our presentation today is based on ongoing research that Professor Tyler and I have been doing together with Dr. Andy Koch, examining the Cambridge phenomenon, and I'll come back to that in a second, and in particular examining the evolving geography of its innovation system. So some of you may already be familiar with the concept of Cambridge phenomenon, which refers to the explosion of knowledge-intensive businesses in and around the city of Cambridge since the 1960s. So Cambridge has recently celebrated the 65th anniversary of the phenomenon, and Cambridge has now grown to be one of the leading science and high-tech clusters in the world. It is home to over 30 major science campuses, including the Cambridge Biomedical Campus, which is widely regarded as Europe's largest healthcare and medical research centre. And against this backdrop, what our research does, it seeks to establish the main factors that make for a successful innovation system like the Cambridge cluster. And in our presentation today, we'll examine the evolving geography of the Cambridge innovation system. And what we do this by building on the results of ongoing work that we are doing on the evolution of business parks and clusters in the Cambridge City region, particularly over the last decade. And we'll see in a second that it was an exciting and very productive decade for the Cambridge phenomenon. So behind the Cambridge innovation ecosystem are four key systems containing the people, businesses and institutions that have come together in Cambridge to translate knowledge and ideas into outcomes that have benefited societal well-being while generating commercial success. And our focus today will be very much on the overlapping area right at the center of this framework, though we will pay particular attention to the business system. And indeed, if we measure the size of the Cambridge cluster over time in terms of knowledge-intensive employment, we can see that the process has not been linear. So there has been significant growth in employment from around the 1980s to the early 2000s, followed by a slowdown during the mid-2000s, caused primarily by a fall in high-tech and manufacturing. Then importantly, as we can see from the chart, growth resumed in the late 2000s, with strong growth during the last decade, despite the very turbulent period with COVID, the cost of living crisis, and more recently, the UK economic recession. And that strong growth was very much driven by the two sectors that sit right at the heart of the Cambridge phenomenon, namely life sciences and ICT. So it is quite apparent that Cambridge and its innovation system still is a phenomenon, attracting renewed interest from the UK government. And the key example of this is the announcement made by the government very recently, just last month, of up to £400 million funding to, quote, kickstart development in Cambridge with affordable homes, infrastructure, and business expansion. So what has happened in Cambridge, a company called the Cambridge Growth Company has been established in 2024 as a subsidiary of Homes England, which is the UK government's housing and regeneration agency. And the aim, the task, if you like, of the Cambridge Growth Company is to address barriers to growth and help unlock Cambridge's full potential. And that is especially important if one thinks about the kind of role that Cambridge can play within the context of the Oxford to Cambridge growth corridor and UK PLC as a whole. So it follows that this kind of backdrop raises a number of very important research questions about the feasibility of scaling up the Cambridge phenomenon. And some of the key questions include, for example, is there an optimal size for a high-tech cluster? Is there an optimal spatial configuration for the cluster? For example, is it necessary that the development of the Cambridge cluster requires contiguous development in the manner expressed by the UK government, or is a more spatially devolved pattern of development that builds out from the existing science campuses configuration possible? Or a third question, is there an optimal sectoral composition for the cluster? So these are some of the questions that we think are very much worth addressing. And today we're going to share some of our emerging findings on these questions. And I'll start by looking at two figures, two maps that explore the size and spatial configuration of the business parks, clusters, and large companies in Cambridge by providing a snapshot at 2 points in time. This map is for 2016, the first year for which we have data on this. And then the next map is going to be for 2024, which is the latest year for which we've got data available. And what we do is we distinguish between life science clusters, the orange bubbles you see on the map, other knowledge-intensive KI intensive clusters, the blue bubbles, and less KI intensive clusters, which are the grey bubbles. And put simply, the evolution of these employment agglomerations can be assessed by quickly moving between the two maps. So if I just go back and forward a few times, you can see the kind of main changes that are happening over the past decade. So let me just unpack some of the key findings. So first of all, if we think about, is there an optimal size for a high-tech cluster, we can see that growth of these key employment locations has been really significant over time. But I'll come back to that in a second, and I'll talk about the potential for that growth going forward. But also, is there an optimal spatial configuration for the cluster? Well, what we can see from this couple of maps is that life science concentrations tend to be located to the south of the city. Other KI concentrations can be found in the city and around the northern fringes, and non-KI concentrations are more dispersed. Life science and other KI intensive clusters have also expanded much faster than less KI intensive ones, so they have been very much at the heart of the growth of the Cambridge phenomenon, and they appear to have benefited from improvements in transport infrastructure. And the sectoral specialism of some of these agglomerations has also changed quite importantly over time. For example, Cambridge Research Park on the northern fringes of the city, Lancaster Way Business Park further out to the northeast have shifted from being less KI intensive to being other KI intensive. And the growing dominance of the knowledge-intensive parks has been helped by the emergence of a major park that I mentioned right at the beginning of our presentation, the Cambridge Biomedical Campus, as a major corporate employment location. So we have, in a way, some initial evidence that the size of the cluster has gone up significantly, but there is a lot of potential for that scale to increase even further. And also some initial evidence about what that kind of spatial configuration may be going forward. So I talked about science campuses, and what we need to say is that they are an important part of the innovative milieu of the Cambridge region. So just very briefly, their role extends far beyond the provision of floor space and associated facilities. They offer an attractive working environment, a range of facilities. Other benefits include access to specialized knowledge and equipment, the ability to recruit skilled employees, and so on. And what is quite important to mention when we talk about Cambridge and the Cambridge phenomenon is that the investment required has been secured from extensive public and increasingly charitable funding over a number of years. And here you can see some examples of this, and one of them, which Professor Tyler, myself, and other colleagues have studied quite a bit, is the Bagram Research Campus. And in our research, we find that science campuses and other clusters of employment have played a major role in the very fast growth of the Cambridge region. So what have we done about that? Well, we've been studying the evolution of business parks and clusters over the past decade. Again, particularly examining the way in which they have spread, especially in key parks and locations. And some of the key questions that we have addressed in our research, like the ones I have already mentioned, respond to strategic policy priorities for the future sustainable growth of the Cambridge economy. So here in this table is a summary of the kind of employment concentrations we've been looking at. So if we look at all forms of cluster in Cambridge in the latest year, 2024, we can see that together we're talking about over 150 clusters, and this is an area which is about 20 miles off the center of Cambridge. So it is not a very large area, but still we have identified over 150 clusters. Over 4,000 companies based there, and a total employment of more than 103,000. The table also shows the proportions accounted for by each type of cluster, highlighting the dominant role played in particular by business parks, 69% of employment and 79% in terms of number of companies. But I think the number that I find most compelling is Together, the 151 business parks, clusters, and large companies account for 47% of the total corporate employment in the Cambridge region. So put simply, about half of the corporate employment in Cambridge is located on these key employment agglomerations. And that figure has risen from 42% a decade ago. What is also important to notice is that there has been a rise in knowledge intensive or KI intensity in these different forms of employment clusters over this period. So for example, the percentage of cluster employment taken by the life sciences clusters has risen from 10% to 17%. And at the same time, the proportion of employment in other KI intensive clusters has risen from 30% to 38%. So overall, we're talking about a phenomenon, the Cambridge phenomenon, that has been intensified, the scale has increased even further, and therefore there are a lot of questions about to what extent can it be scaled further, how and what is the optimal size. Now, if we then think a bit more about what are the factors that have influenced the location of business parks and clusters, there are obviously many, and they range from suitable and affordable premises, good transport links, the kind of cachet of being in Cambridge in terms of image, reputation, opportunities. But what we've been looking at more specifically is the association between the location of parks and clusters and two main things. One is transport links, because again, as I mentioned, we are very much interested in understanding if there is an optimal spatial configuration for the cluster, and obviously transport links can play a key role in explaining that. And secondly, key research institutions. So let me just unpack this a bit more. So to delve deeper into the question of whether there is an optimal
Excuse me, you have about 5 more minutes.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much.
Is that, I just wanted to let you know.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. So to delve deeper into the question of whether there is an optimal size and spatial configuration for a high-tech cluster, we have examined the location of the changes in KI employment since 2015. And here I think there are a couple of things that are worth highlighting. The first one, if we look at that big orange bubble right in the middle, that is the Cambridge Biomedical Campus, which is a massive addition in terms of employment to the scale of the high-tech cluster. But at the same time, there is a lot of potential that needs to be exploited. For example, if you look at the purple bubble number 12, that is the area around the Camborne Technology Park, which could benefit a lot from the Oxford to Cambridge corridor. And there is an area that if we unlock further infrastructure could definitely benefit a lot in terms of further scaling up the cluster. So I mentioned the Oxcam corridor, and this is quite important because it really allows us to delve a bit deeper into the sectoral specialization of the Cambridge cluster within this wider context of developing, in a way, the Silicon Valley of the UK. So here, what have we done? Well, we have carried out a baseline assessment of the Oxcam corridor economy, which is already very sizable. So we have covered companies with at least 5 employees. So we are not covering the very small companies, but still we have a very significant coverage. And as you can see from these numbers, if we take the area including Oxford, Milton Keynes, Stevenage, Cambridge, we are talking about a very significant corporate economy, almost 570,000 employment, 135 billion turnover. So the scale is already quite significant. But then the key question that we've been looking at here is there an optimal sectoral composition for the Cambridge cluster within that wider Oxcam corridor? Well, first of all, what we can say is that there are very important differences in sectoral specialization between especially Oxford and Cambridge. So in Cambridge, the about 1,100 KI companies employ more than 69,000 people. In Oxford, the 900 KI companies employ more than 42,000 people. So again, here a difference in scale already. So Cambridge has got a larger KI cluster than Oxford. But I think the figure that is important to notice here is that Cambridge accounts for 46% of KI employment, followed by Oxford with 28. So in terms of size, Cambridge is bigger, and it has a larger proportion of KI employment. And as I put in the last bullet point there, whilst life sciences and ICT dominate KI employment in Cambridge, Oxford is much more dominated by high-tech manufacturing. And if we then look, and this is my last slide, if we then look at a map of the larger KI business parks in the supercluster, we can further illustrate the scale and diversity of scientific and high-tech locations across the region. So the map shows a number of things. First of all, it reveals a strong life sciences focus of the business parks in Cambridge, where the orange bubbles for life sciences visually dominate the map. Cambridge, we can see, it also has some major ICT parks which are shown by the blue bubbles, and examples include the Cambridge Science Park, which is widely regarded as the first science park in the UK, created in 1970, St John's Innovation Park and Peterhouse Technology Park with a major company like Arm. The picture looks a bit different for Oxford, which has a focus towards the other KI sectors, as clearly shown by the grey bubbles, again, particularly high-tech manufacturing. Examples here are Milton Park, Harwell Campus, Arc Oxford. They all dominate the other KI group.
Can you wrap it up? You're out of time.
Brilliant. I had my last sentence. That's great, Beverly. Thank you very much.
That's perfect timing.
I was just going to say that this is just a starting point, we think, of a very important, significant and interesting research agenda. So looking forward, we'll continue to explore questions around the optimal spatial configuration and sectoral composition of the cluster as it scales up within the context of the Oxcam corridor. And we will be delighted to discuss any of these issues with you in more detail. Thank you very much for your excellent sharing, Beverly.
Okay, and we do have, I think we'll have questions at the end because we've got the other speakers on waiting to come online. But I just have to make one comment. I was so interested in that Cambridge is so much more employment than Oxford when I was remembering the reason Oxford faculty went to form Cambridge was because Cambridge was more pastoral and less busy. That's how you came to be. It's just interesting when you look at it historically.
Well, thank you very much for your comment.
Our next speaker is Dr. Farrell. And I believe, Dr. Farrell, you're with Global Innovation Strategies. Is that correct?
Perfect. Yes, Beverly. Hello. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone, wherever this message might find you in the world.
Okay.
So yes, thank you so much. When people talk about innovation, they often picture invention, new gadgets, new code, and new startups. But real innovation is the kind that builds nations and sustains enterprise. It's not just about a product launch. It's ultimately a mindset. Innovation is the discipline of progress, and progress requires patience. It's not about chasing what's next, but more about building what endures. We're here today to explore how innovation, when treated as a long-term investment, becomes the engine that drives sustainable economic diversification and social resilience, especially in the AI era. The biggest myth in modern leadership is that innovation pays off immediately. But innovation behaves more like compound interest. Its power ultimately multiplies over time. Short-term thinkers might chase disruption, while our long-term innovators engineer for endurance. When we look at organizations that truly lead in this innovation area, from Siemens to Singapore and around our Middle East writ large, they don't lead innovation just as an experiment. They treat it as infrastructure. They invest, refine, learn, and scale again and again and again. The secret isn't only about speed to market or speed to government. It's ultimately one of stewardship. Because the real competitive advantage is not how fast we innovate, but how consistently we commit to it year over year, decade over decade, even when the results might take years to come to fruition. So in today's volatile economy, the nations and companies that thrive are those that diversify intelligently, not reactively. And AI is accelerating this diversification, allowing regions once dependent on a single industry to grow into multi-sector powerhouses. We're witnessing energy producers become data innovators, manufacturers become digital solution providers, and health systems evolved into predictive intelligence platforms. So innovation is not just an economic advantage, it's an economic equalizer. It levels access, it opens new revenue streams, and most of all, it redefines resilience. When we invest in innovation ecosystems, we're not just expanding GDP, we're expanding possibilities around the globe. So here's the mindset shift every boardroom and ministry needs to hear and see. Innovation is not an expense. It's ultimately an asset class. Just as we build highways for trade, we must build intellectual and digital highways for innovation. That means funding research the way that we fund roads, not as a one-off project, but as long-term public infrastructure. Innovation ultimately builds adaptive capacity, the ability to pivot, endure shocks, and most of all, seize opportunities. When markets fluctuate, organizations built on innovation don't crumble, they ultimately compound. This is how nations future-proof their economies by treating innovation not as a cost center, but as their most reliable form of resilience capital. Artificial intelligence isn't just about automating what we do. It's about redefining who we can become. In the past, access to innovation required deep pockets and global reach. Today, AI is democratizing that access. It's lowering the cost of research and development, expanding insight into real-time decision-making, and turning data, once a byproduct, into the fuel of transformation and our new oil. AI empowers emerging economies to leapfrog legacy stages of development. It's not just a tool, it's a catalyst for economic evolution. But the true measure of progress won't be how much we use AI, it will be how wisely and inclusively we ultimately use it. Technology doesn't transform organizations, people do. The most successful innovation cultures aren't those necessarily with the biggest budgets. They're the ones that know how to learn, experiment, and adapt best together. We need leaders who invest not only in our AI and like tools, but ultimately in trust. Because without psychological safety, there is no experimentation. And without true experimentation, there is no innovation. Innovation capacity grows when people feel empowered to test, fail, and try again iteratively. When leaders reward curiosity as much as they reward compliance. And when diverse teams collaborate across sectors, academia, startups, public and private institutions, that's when innovation becomes inclusive, iterative, and ultimately unstoppable. So innovation doesn't happen by accident. It happens when we architect it. It's not enough to inspire creativity. We must institutionalize it within our organizations and our government's DNA. That's where innovation governance comes in. True leaders are building the scaffolding, the frameworks, the metrics, the incentives that are making innovation sustainable. They establish centers of excellence, adopt standards like ISO 56000 family, and track metrics that measure learning velocity and value creation, not just output. Because culture without governance is ultimately chaos, and governance without culture is stagnation. So the future belongs to leaders who can balance both with courage and consistency. There's a false dichotomy out there that AI replaces creativity. But in reality, AI expands it. AI gives humans super agency, the ability to simulate, model, and forecast the future in ways we never could before. It has the ability to turn intuition into insights. And when people and machines collaborate, creativity compounds because AI can handle the complexity while humans handle the meaning. The leaders of tomorrow will be those who don't compete with AI, but rather collaborate with it. They'll understand that the most powerful intelligence is not artificial, but rather augmented. If anyone still doubts that sustained innovation pays off, let's look at the data behind the stories. Siemens didn't achieve 35% faster product rollouts because of one project. They did it because they built AI-enabled innovation governance. Microsoft didn't unlock $10 billion in new markets overnight. They invested in sustainability innovation hubs that compound ideas over years. And Saudi Aramco didn't quintuple research and development productivity by accident. They created an innovation fund that turned curiosity into capital. The pattern is clear. When innovation is a habit and not a headline, performance can compound exponentially and legacies within governments, organizations, and geo-regions are built. Sustained innovation is the single greatest predictor of trust. And trust right now is the ultimate currency of the modern economy. Organizations that innovate consistently recover faster from crisis, attract top talent, and command higher stakeholder confidence. Innovation doesn't just build products, it builds super credibility. It turns brands into beacons of resilience. Reputations used to be built through marketing. Now they're built through momentum. Because when the world changes, the innovators are already halfway to the next horizon. So where do we begin? Well, first, we need to shift our mindset and treat innovation as a strategic reserve, not a seasonal initiative. Second, we need to align innovation to our mission purpose. Trends ultimately fade, but transformation, when deeply integrated into organization and government's DNA, endure. Third, we need to empower our ecosystems, create partnerships that transcend our silos across universities, entrepreneurs, public agencies, and investors, all collaborating on shared value creation. And finally, we need to measure what truly matters: inclusion, learning velocity, and resilience. Innovation is not the light at the end of the tunnel. It's ultimately the switch that turns it on. And every organization has the power to flip that switch. As we look ahead, remember this: every technological revolution at its core is a human revolution. Innovation is not just a business strategy, it's a moral choice to build, to uplift, and to leave the world better than we found it. AI gives us the most powerful tools in human history, but only we as humans can ultimately decide how they're used. We can build organizations globally that just chase profits, or ones that deeply cultivate purpose and make the world a better place. We can build systems that serve markets, or we can build integrated solutions globally that ultimately serve our humanity. Let's choose both, because sustainability and success are no longer opposite. They're inseparable. Before we close, I'll leave you with this question: what might one innovation investment be that your organization could make today that will still matter in 2030? Because innovation isn't about predicting the future, it's ultimately about preparing for it. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for building the future with purpose, patience, and imagination. Innovation isn't a single breakthrough. It's a system that endures. And at Global Innovation Strategies, we advance innovation as a compounding force of human ingenuity, technological evolution, and purposeful design, shaping tomorrow's interconnected economy. Again, I'm Dr. Rhonda Farrell, the CEO of Global Innovation Strategies, and I so thank you for your time today and hope that we were able to create value for you. Thank you, Beverly. Over to you.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Farrell. I think innovation is, it's, what can I say? It's what we have to have if we're going to survive. And this is so interesting that you only gave us 5 years. What innovation could your organization have by 2030? And one of the things I was thinking is how innovation is accelerating everything with AI. Things are moving much more quickly. You go back, it took many years to get things to markets before, and to really have an innovation be adopted. And today, this whole cycle is so accelerated, things move so quickly. And I think AI has really contributed to this fast pace of innovation going on today. And I'm looking forward to the discussion at the end. But we have our next speaker. And
excuse me, Beverly.
Yes.
Hi, Beverly. How are you?
Fine.
No, just I needed to speak with the doctor. It's yes, don't leaving us, and we invite you again in next year, 11 and 12 of November. Don't miss us.
Thank you.
Oh, wonderful. She's really tremendous. I think her organization sounds fantastic too.
Yeah.
And we have Agnes, is it Svensted?
Yes, Agnes
Okay.
Stevenstedt.
Is our next speaker.
Thank you.
Let's see, would Dr. Farrell stop screen sharing?
I think I can override it.
Okay, very good.
So, thank you so much, Beverly. I am here to talk about what if a 95% of failure rate for innovation or for AI pilots is actually not a red flag, but rather a healthy sign of innovation. And I am Agnes Sävenstedt. I am a consultant in Stockholm, Sweden, and my background is in media. I've been working full-time with innovation since 2008 when I became head of innovation at the largest media company in Sweden, Aftonbladet. So it was on the cusp of digital transformation when we had a turnover of 2.1 billion per year, and 1.8 of those came from the daily paper. We had a daily circulation of 500,000 copies for the daily paper, which is huge for a country of Sweden's tiny size. But when we did looking into the future and see what this digital transformation, that wasn't even a word back then, but of course that will happen. What that would mean to us, we projected that maybe we would have 100,000 copies per day in a few years. So what were we going to do? Were we going to just fire 75% of people and become a small company? Or was there something that we potentially could do with this new ability of actually consuming media online? Could that be also a new source of income? And by 2011, we were the first media company in the world where profits from digital were bigger than profits from paper, and we were growing year by year until that. So super successful story, very, very painful on the inside. But that's not what I'm going to talk about today, but I'm going to talk about that we are actually in this new area where we have this enormous shift. That we are digital today gives us a potential to use AI, as Dr. Farrell was talking about. When Dr. Hanadi asked me to speak in August, she reached out, and this is the only thing that my LinkedIn all posts on LinkedIn was about was this new MIT Nanda study that actually 95% of all AI pilots fail. And what they say that I believe a lot of you have read the report, but for background, it says that 95% of all AI pilots fail to deliver return on investment. And of course, they have a lot of learnings, and they also point out it's wonderful. I mean, it's the perfectly well done study that we can learn a lot about or learn a lot from. But it's the crisis or what I'm against is this how people react to, okay, so 95% of the pilots fail. That's a disaster. And I think it's actually a really, really good number. Because what I want us to remember is that when something major like this happens, like digital transformation happens, and now when AI transformation happens, business as usual is not an option. We have to do something. And even very, very long time ago, Confucius could tell us about how to succeed when we wanted to have a plan for the future. And he told us that we need to balance short and long term without losing focus. So he said that at the same time, you need to have a plan for 1 year where you plant rice. And you have a plan for 10 years, which means you plant trees. And you have a plan for 100 years, which means that you educate children. And to think like this in business is, of course, nothing new at all. One of my favorite models is the growth horizon models from McKinsey that was developed in published in 2009. Where they very, very clearly said that if you want to future-proof your company, like Confucius suggests, then you need to think about different horizons of growth. And for the first horizon, which is about your core business, how you can extend and defend your core business, then you have to be really good at execution. And you measure success by seeing how much return you get on investments. When you want growth for the second horizon, then you need to be really good at building emerging businesses. And you have to be really good at getting a positional advantage to make sure that you're better prepared than other companies around you. And you can measure that by looking at NPV, net present value. What would if this was actually live today, what value would it bring? And for the third horizon, this article tells us that we need to be looking at what are some viable options for the future. And they also suggest that to be really good at that, what you get from working with that horizon is insights and foresights. And you can measure success by looking at option value. So 3 different horizons, similar to Confucius' plans. And looking at those 3 horizons, I mean, it's really easy to see that in this article, when they say that 95% of the pilots fail, they look at, do they actually deliver ROI? And that is, of course, an excellent measure for if the company that is experimenting with AI is trying to extend and defend their core business. But I'm hoping that a lot of businesses that experiment with AI are also trying to build emerging business and create future options. And they should be using different criteria, success criteria to measure that, like NPV and option value. And the one company that I've seen doing the very best version of this type of growth portfolio over 3 years is actually the emergency. If you call 111 in Sweden, you reach a company that's called SOS Alarm, or an agency that's called SOS Alarm. And in their innovation portfolio, they have these 3 horizons where they actually, if you look here at the strategic initiative number 1, that could, for example, be AI. And what they're doing over on the right here is that they're saying, okay, so within this important work we're doing on learning about AI, we have a bunch of different initiatives which are supposed to deliver growth in Horizon 1. We measure those with ROI, if we're successful or not. They do have a few, as it looks right now, they don't have anything in Horizon 2. And then they realize, okay, there's something we need to do to fill there if we're actually going to have some growth value from AI initiatives in a few years as emerging business comes out. And then they can look back in their innovation backlog or their idea backlog over there and see that, okay, we actually have some Horizon 2 initiatives that we should prioritize up and start developing. And then not measure with ROI, but rather with net present value, as suggested by McKinsey years ago. And for Horizon 3, they have different initiatives that are going on. That is actually within AI, this is how they're going to create value in the long run. Mainly what they're looking for insight and foresight by doing those types of experiments. So that's the key to success. And of course, you work in very, very different ways, depending on if you're doing something and you're running a pilot that's supposed to bring value in Horizon 1, or if you're running a pilot that's supposed to bring value a few years on. And if we look at that, this is also the most common mistake that organizations do when they innovate. And that is, it's super hard. We're trained from school to know if an idea is good or not when we're dealing with business as usual, with the first horizon, with core business. And we can call that area strategic certainty, and we can call new turf, like AI, applying AI is a strategic uncertainty. Because even if we're working in our core business, this is something we have not done before. And the business as usual, the strategic certainty team in a company, they're set up to do everything over and over again in a repetitive mode, like a tanker, while really, really pilot boat is actually what those boats in front there are called. And the purpose of those are not to do the same task over and over again. They operate totally differently. And they should also usually be assessed, not by looking at ROI, which would be a good success criteria for the freight tanker, but net present value or another success criteria for what type of learning they're actually bringing back to the commander bridge of the company. So for knowing if an idea is good or not when you're in business as usual, then you can do as you were taught in school. You look at a lot of data of who's done something similar and how much did that cost, and then you analyze that. Okay, how much would that cost for us? And you look at how much value could we do when we've done similar things, how much value did we get out, and then you can do a prognosis. Okay, so this is probably how much value we're going to bring from this one. But the problem when you're in new turf, as strategic uncertainty is, you have no data. You have to instead know if an idea is good or not by setting up hypotheses and running experiment to see if those hypotheses are true until you have enough data. I mean, you run the experiment, you look at the data, and you see this strengthen or make our hypothesis weaker or not. And you do that, collect more and more data until you have enough data to actually be able to do analysis and prognosis based on that. And then you have moved your project from strategic uncertainty to strategic certainty. And you have, if it was a Horizon 1 initiative, then ROI might be an excellent metric. But for Horizon 2 and Horizon 3 initiatives, you should have another success criteria. So how do you set up one of those successful AI experiments instead, and make sure that you're happy about the failure? Well, there are 4 things you need to do. The first thing you need to do is to make sure that you have a clear hypothesis of what it is that you are trying to learn from this pilot. The second thing is to make sure that you have really fast execution in your experimentation, so that it doesn't cost enormous amounts of money while you're doing your pilot, but rather can be fast and have those learning cycles when you collect more and more data, return data faster. The third thing you need to do well is make sure that whatever learning you get out is measurable, so that you don't only look for ROI, but rather other measurable things that you can get out of your pilot. And the fourth thing is you've got to have clear kill criteria, so that you can, instead of being panic-stricken when you have to say that, okay, this little pilot that I'm running, it's actually going to be one of the 95% that fail. But instead it's like, okay, now we reached all our kill criteria. Wow, we can be happy and say, yes, we are one of the 95% who will not reach this criteria. Wonderful. Then our entire team can focus on something else. And be faster at finding what really is one of those few 5% that deliver what you are looking for. So thank you so much for hosting me here today. And you find me on LinkedIn if you want to keep the conversation going even after the conference.
Well, thank you very much. Very, very nicely done. Very nicely done. We will have full discussions a little bit later. Let's see. Jeffrey Frankel is here, I see. And you are the former president and CEO of International Economic Development Council. I'm very impressed. So I look forward to hearing your comments on innovation.
Well, thank you very much. You know, it's a good thing that Hannity and I did not talk before this presentation, because she probably would have said, no, you can't say that. I'm going to take a different view of some of the rah-rahing I've been hearing during the time I've been in this session. And I did a little research. There are Luddites, there are technophobes, there are techno-skeptics, and there are neo-Luddites. And I actually may fall into the neo-Luddite category, at least based on my presentation today. Because what I'm going to talk about is some of the, and I'm going to look at this from a US perspective. I'm not going to try to look at the rest of the world and make any conclusions on what's going on there. But I am going to talk about what we're starting to see here in the United States. just as an aside, and I'm not going to go into this particular issue very deeply, we are now starting to see, as somebody may have mentioned earlier in the conference, a bunch of the large data centers being rejected in community after community across the country. Why are we seeing that? And we're seeing that for two reasons. There is certainly some environmental pushback towards the amount of energy they use, the amount of space they use, and we are creating data center slums in a lot of our big suburbs. There was a large fight in the Prince George's County area, which is outside of Washington, D.C., recently over tax breaks that some data centers were wanting. Second, we're starting to see the increase in electrical costs, energy costs, because these data centers are competing for what electrical generation is out there and is causing a fair amount of increase. But that's not what I'm going to focus on today. What I'm going to focus on is, are we really thinking about the future? Now, certainly from an innovation perspective, we've heard some, the future is AI, the world's going to be much better. We're going to be faster, swifter, and everything's going to be good. But what happens to the employees? What happens to our human capital? And that is what I think we, as a country, as a society, as a global economy, we have not necessarily put our heads around it. Do you think there's a group of people sitting in Silicon Valley who are pushing AI that are saying, oh, we're going to lose 73 million jobs in the United States soon, and we need to figure out either one, how to replace them, or two, how to give a livable wage to those people who are invested in college degrees, advanced community college, or just have a high school education and are going to have a difficult time competing in a robotics and AI environment. That is what I'm going to spend a few minutes talking about here today. There are 3 or 4 studies that are being thrown around. Global Sachs says by 2030 there are going to be 300 million people across the globe unemployed. There's another study going around that says there will be 73 million US jobs lost in the next 5 years as well. Our society, our politic cannot withstand job losses of that level. There will be anarchy, I would think, and we've never seen anarchy in the United States. Obviously, AI and robotics are certainly transforming the marketplace. I've gone through a couple, 3 plant tours in the last few years. I went through the BMW plant in Munich. I went through a Ford plant outside of Detroit, and I went through a Harley-Davidson plant in York, Pennsylvania. And the number of robots that have taken over what were human jobs is enormous. There are in Munich, I don't believe at the BMW plant, I don't believe there was a human involved in painting cars anymore. They discovered that the robots could paint the cars with more reliability than having humans. So you probably had, well, I'm going to make up a number. You may have had 40 people doing those jobs in the past, and now you have 4 robots doing it, and maybe a robot mechanic who makes sure that they are up and ready to go to work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Maybe it takes 3 mechanics, 1 for each shift. Anyhow, those are the types of things that's going on in modern manufacturing. it's my understanding, for instance, that Amazon has a world-class um, warehouse operation, I believe it's in Alabama, that has very few employees. Most of the work is being done by robotics. And we do know that Amazon, I believe, I say you know, and then say I believe, is the largest employer in the United States right now. And they're trying to get those numbers down substantially through both robotics and AI. What happens to those people as we go through them? Artificial intelligence is already transforming industries. We had a large strike in Los Angeles from the people who work in the television and movie industry. They're worried about script writing, they're worried about screen setting, and they just look at AI as causing a great loss of jobs in the creative industries. And who would have thought that the creative industries would be one of the early ones that would be really worrying about the loss of jobs because of AI? We do tend to know that those jobs that are most likely to be impacted are going to be those routine, repetitive, or predictable jobs are the ones that are at the highest risk of automation. I I have found that I am more often than not, when I'm calling a doctor's office, a hospital, a bank, I'm being treated by an AI computer who is answering my call. Not very successfully still, thank goodness, but they're being trained better and better to handle many of our inquiries. So I talked about how many jobs will be lost. The industries that are considered going to be those that are most affected are manufacturing, transportation, retail, administrative, and customer service. And it will be developing countries that will be impacted first, because we will be the ones that will be able to afford the robotics and the AI, and that the human capital costs more than in third world countries. I've talked about what jobs are at risk. What's going to happen to those displaced workers? I've heard a number of bizarre responses to that question. Oh, we'll put more people into public service. We'll put them keeping the parks in better shape. We will reskill and upskill people into different types of jobs that will be taken out by AI at a later point. We're going to transition people to the service sector. But I would also point out that two things are also going on in this economy, and I would venture a guess it's going on in other developed countries as well. One, during our last Great Recession here in the United States, we found that companies were putting less money into skill retraining. They saw that as a center that they could cut costs in, and they have not replaced those costs. Second, government is spending less on workforce and education as well. If you look around the United States and you look at support for higher education, I was lucky I went to school when I did, because the state of Ohio actually put a fair amount of money into higher education. My guess it's half of what it was when I went to school. So we've already talked about one of the case studies, two of the case studies. We talked about what's going on in the automobile industry. We've also talked a little bit about warehousing, but we're also seeing more automation in retail. I never go to the self-checkout lines when I go into a retail store anymore. I figured I'm just helping to kill somebody's job when I do that and making my life more difficult. Why should I have to do the job when they actually are paying people? And I'm going to encourage that. Other people are convincing companies they may not have made the right mistake because they're walking off free with a number of items they're buying in the store by kind of faking it when they go through the automated tellers as well. But those are areas where we're starting to see fewer and fewer employees. I was in a store, and many of you probably have been in these as well, where there's absolutely no attendant on staff, and you self-check out everything. They have a camera on you. Everything is barcoded. And they are typically in buildings where they're secure buildings as well. And so that if you want to buy yourself a self-serve soup for lunch, you walk in there, you buy your soup, you put it in the microwave, and you never talk to anybody until you get your soup back to your desk. And even then, you may not talk to somebody. What are some of our program options? I can't wait to have the conversation with Elon Musk and say, Elon, you're going to have to spend a $500 billion a year buying people, paying people for all of those AI robots and that you are deploying in your system. We're just going to tax you so that we can give people a universal basic income. Our Congress, our private sector is not ready for that. It's going to be a hard conversation, but we're going to have to figure out how do we buy people out of the workforce as we deploy these AI systems or robotic systems that actually do take people out of the workforce. Do we retire at 50? Or maybe do we give people the first 10 years after they're done with school off, and then they work from age 32 to 52, but they get a guaranteed annual income because there aren't enough jobs around in order to take everybody's skill and make them work successfully. These AI transitions are going to be very difficult, and they're going to be the retraining. What are we going to retrain people for? That's always been the question. I was working as a consultant in the South Bronx many years ago, and we were training people to do welding. There weren't welding jobs around. So, the New York City used to be number 3 in the country in manufacturing. Maybe it was number 4, but they had a lot of manufacturing in the Queens, Long Island, not in New York City. But we were still training people for welding jobs that just didn't exist. So how do we think about getting people out of jobs and give them some type of income? So what jobs will be available in the future? Well, things that deal with AI, people that support AI, so people that support robotics, AI system development, data analytics and data labeling, robotic technicians, as already said, cybersecurity specialist. We're going to have to figure out how to be cybersecurity specialists against our AI systems that are that are being used for bad, as opposed to the AI systems that are being used for good. We still will have creative professions that we will need people in, and customer relation managers and so forth. There's some good data and some good articles. Some's coming out of McKinsey, the World Economic Forum, Pew Research Center, and the Brookings Institution on what we're going to do with these jobs for the future, or lack of jobs for the future. But as we talk about AI, it seems to me we need to be very careful that we also need to think about the downside of this. Not that we're going to stop AI, we clearly aren't, but we're going to need public policy people. We're going to need the private sector starting to address some of these difficult issues in terms of, we've made employment one of the things that we all desire to do. We get our egos out of our employment. We get ego satisfaction out of our jobs. We are able to put our kids through university. We buy our houses and our cars with income we generate from jobs. But if the jobs aren't there, what are we going to do? So I thought I would throw a little twist at this conversation today, and this was my way of mixing it up with the crowd today. So thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Jeff. I think you did the thing that is in back of a lot of people's minds. I heard a presentation, the last session, they were talking about, well, people will work fewer hours and you'll have more time to do good. Well, yeah, but that's one of the things is the question is that going to really work as well as many people anticipate? And that guaranteed income, if you can't find a job, I don't know how you're going to handle that and the mass of people that may be out of jobs, because we're talking about a vast number of people that may be put out of jobs by AI.
Yeah.
But one of the things that I noticed that many of my friends who are retired that I am are looking for something to do because they're bored anyway. So therefore, you have the other idea of boredom. I see that Jim is here, right? Jim Baker, are you here? I think he's here.
I am. I'm just
Okay.
trying to
And
get things.
Jim is the Associate Vice President for Research at Michigan Technological Institute. And I think I've had you in a session past times.
Just last year,
We've
yep.
worked together before.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah.
So did you hear the last one that sort of said the downside of AI? I'm curious.
Yeah, I caught the back end of Jeff's presentation, and we are definitely in some interesting times for sure.
Okay.
That I'm personally a fan of the universal basic income. Think that will address a lot of issues, but it's not that simple for sure. So I will bring them up. A few slides, and this will take a bit of a turn. I want to take a moment to talk about some experiences we've had at Michigan Tech and throughout the state of Michigan in financing early stage ventures. And I'll start with, I'm sure everybody's quite familiar with the classic valley of death for startups. We start with an idea or concept, and then we have some enthusiasm, there's some public support, there's the ability to support from friends and family. But as the losses accrue, support is difficult to find until you get to a point of venture capital and banks. And there are a number of classical challenges in this that, in particular, on the left side of the continuum, there can be a misalignment of need, opportunity, and access, particularly on the friends and family side. Not all entrepreneurs have the capacity to bootstrap, so the system bias towards those that have the means to bootstrap and have the friends and family that can support their bootstrapping. And that's even a larger challenge in the spaces of hard tech and deep tech, or just in general physical products where a lot of our work is done. As we move towards the center of the continuum, we wind up with capacity limitation. There's only so many angels. There's only so many grant dollars, similar to the Universal Basic Income Challenge. Right? Where are the dollars going to come from? And then at the early stages, how do we really do diligence and how do we vet companies? It's really hard to predict success when there's very limited data. We have a prototype, maybe we have a beta, but we don't really know where the scale is going. On the far side of the continuum, venture capitalists are in the risk business, but they're very averse to risk, and rightly so. Banks as well. That their job is to maintain the principal of their investors, of their shareholders, and grow that at an acceptable rate. So on the venture capital side, we need exceptional scale, and a clear path to liquidity at scale. And on the bank side, we have a need for secure collateral, which is a challenge for many early stage companies. So if we look at the stakeholders in this equation, the venture capitalists are balancing scale of the opportunity and the path toward liquidity for scaled returns. There's a lot of those in the venture community right now that are struggling with a liquidity challenge. They have lots of funds leveraged out, companies that have high valuations but have no liquidity. Of course, banks have more modest returns, so they have to be much more risk averse and manage that risk of loss against those modest returns. Companies with founders that are bootstrapping or using friends and family dollars, the path forward is difficult to predict. So any of those have to accept the risk of a total loss and really have to focus on achievement of milestones to maintain valuation. There's really a capacity issue with grants, accelerators, and angels. It's very difficult to measure the probability of success, including scalability at this valley of death stage. And there's just not enough money to go around. Founders have a couple challenges. They really need the networks of the connections as much or more than in many instances than the dollars that come from the investment community. And they need to begin to manage the equity as a financial asset. That is, if I put my retirement in an account for the purpose of growing, and I just need to grow the balance. So equity should be treated the same way. I need to grow the balance, not the number of shares, but the total portfolio value. And we see a lot of founders that focus on proportional ownership and number of shares versus total value of the shares. And they need to really embrace total value. Yeah.
Jim, didn't you say you had some slides?
I do. Are they not showing up?
They aren't showing up. That's why.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, now you should be able to see them.
I'm sorry. He said he had slides.
Yep. So we'll go back very quickly. This will make a little more, be a little more meaningful and a little less boring, at least with the slides. So here's the valley of death. Yeah, and here are the challenges on the left and right side of the valley, if you will, capacity challenges and model challenges, if you will, risk aversion being the most notable. So looking at the stakeholders, we have lots of interests along the continuum. And so this is all to set the stage for a discussion about some of the things that we're doing with a new fund that we've been operating for about 16 months here in Michigan. And we look at funding more strategically. So we're looking at how do we help companies prioritize the dollars that they have available, whether it's friends and family member money, whether it's bootstrap money, whether it's VC money, validating customer demand and driving towards customer revenue, or strategic partner engagement, which really is an industrial customer, an industrial partner. So if the company has the classic hockey stick growth potential, exponential growth potential, and it has plausible liquidity through either an identifiable acquisition candidate or an IPO, then venture capital is the right answer. Keeping in mind that in the US, 5% of startups are venture backable. Pardon me, our dog sees a squirrel in the yard. He's going to start making noise. But there's lots of great companies out there that have great growth potential, but linear growth potential they make up the 95% of startups that aren't venture backable. Many of them aren't bank financeable because they don't have collateral. And so how do we grow those companies as a community, as a society, as an economy? And so we, in Michigan, about in February of 2014, launched the Michigan Outdoor Innovation Fund. So it's a very sector-focused fund. It's a pre-seed stage fund, nonprofit fund, and it has a combined economic development mission. And the idea is to make return-based investments in order to sustain the fund evergreen, We want to be able to have this fund as a nonprofit investment entity perpetually. We have a very narrow thesis. Companies within the state of Michigan with high growth potential, developing technologies for commercialization that increase the enjoyment, accessibility, safety, and sustainability of outdoor experiences. The Upper Peninsula of Michigan is a very remote area, and we have a lot of areas for for outdoor experiences. And so we're trying to get the leverage of, we're going to enable technology to increase all of these elements of outdoor experiences. We'll get the double benefit. We will grow companies and we'll grow experiences. As a fund, our primary mission is to be very transparent, be very efficient, and we don't want to waste the founders' time. Our mission is to serve the founders and make money doing it. So we were established in February of 2024. We have $5.6 million capital under management. So it's a small fund, pre-seed fund, but fairly small fund. We make relatively small early bets, and we double down based on milestone achievement. At the early stage, the achievement of milestones is critical to maintaining valuation. We are using conventional instruments for early stage, simple agreement for future equity or SAFE and convertible debt. But we have begun to experiment with revenue-based instruments where we provide a grace period for the founders. We want the founders to make a living. We want them to grow their income. We want to grow regional wealth. But when they hit a revenue threshold, they are going to pay us a proportion of their revenue. This allows them to retain their early cash, to grow the business, and maintaining focus on customer revenue. They're going to pay themselves with customer revenue, and then after they've paid themselves with customer revenue, they're going to pay us. That allows the fund to achieve much earlier liquidity than we find with conventional venture funds, and it allows the founders to maintain equity, especially for these linear growth companies that aren't going to scale sufficient for exit. So since February 24, we have had a great track record. We've seen, surprisingly, even though our investment thesis is exceptionally narrow, we've seen solid deal flow. We've made 32 investments in 14 months in 21 companies, deployed 2.8 million, and we have another 850 companies in late diligence, 6 new companies and 5 follow-on investments. The 6 out of 21 is wrong. The 76% is right. I'm not sure where the 6. It must be 16. There must be a digit missing there. 16 out of the 21 companies have been founded or led by underserved founders, and this is a challenge on that continuum with the friends and family money and with the bootstrap money. Underserved founders tend to have fewer means, and so it's important to provide early stage help for them to get them out of that challenge they have. 62% of the companies we've invested in are in geographically disadvantaged areas. To the economic development mission of our fund, 43% of our funds have founders from outside of the state of Michigan. We're a small fund. We make small bets, so they're not coming here for our money. They're coming here for the ecosystem that we engage them with. They're coming here for the opportunities and networks that we provide. We have put 10% of the portfolio in alternative instruments. So I'm an advocate for these alternative instruments, but I'm also clear that it's not the only way to build a sustainable and evergreen fund. So we have achieved substantial job creation, 121 jobs created in 14 months, 25 million roughly in follow-on funding on our 2.8 million in total investments made to date, 32 million. So we are motivating our companies, our portfolio companies, to drive towards customer revenue, and these alternative instruments push that. And as a result, based on our push as their lead investor and the connections we make to them through the ecosystem, our portfolio has generated 32.5 million in operating revenue, sales revenue. To the fund's interest, our alternative interests, we have returned, we're almost even on 3 months in one of our alternative instruments. So we're going to reinvest that capital very quickly. Rather than waiting 3, 5, 7 years for a liquidity event, we're getting some cash back quickly that we can reinvest. The founders are not giving up shares for that cash. And so this blended approach allows us to serve the interests of founders and serve the interests of the fund at the same time. We have, in the first 17 months of operation as of the end of last month, our total IRR is 14.4%. In the venture community, we're seeing an average of 20 to 30% internal rate of return. We're 17 months in and have already achieved a 14.4% on a very early stage economic development based fund. So we're finding these instruments adding significant value to our portfolio. Just some examples of the early wins. We had a company that we invested in April on a pre-seed bridge under a safe, so not one of these novel instruments. They just recently, with the momentum they were able to build with the syndicate that we helped them put together, closed a round that resulted in a 41% increase in their valuation in just 6 months. So connect them with the network, put early dollars in, focus on milestones, focus on customer engagement, get quick returns. We also have an off-grid electrical vehicle charging and connectivity infrastructure startup. They're building canopies that you can park your EV in a very remote, if you're driving your EV in a very remote location, there's limited charging capacity. You can charge your EV, you can connect to the internet, all off-grid. That we have made modest investments in them that have led to landing the state of Georgia in the United States for sale with 30 units. And they'll have $6 million revenue in 2025. This company is 2 years old, and they're projected $20 million in 2026. We did fund them with a number of these alternative instruments, and they are paying us back cash immediately on those sales. We have an electric recreational vehicle startup, Campers. They have very well expanded their market opportunity with the capital that we have provided them, as well as their manufacturability. They are quarterly profitable on a quarter basis. We are still putting money in them to grow the company, and they're booking sales regularly. So the approach is demonstrated to work, and it's worked very quickly. So we are advocates, and we are now raising a seed stage fund. We have a lead investor into a seed stage fund that would complement this. We expect to launch a $15 million fund in January that leverages the approaches we've learned with this fund. And it's really about being broadly strategic and thoughtful, both for investors and founders. Venture funds do what they do, and they serve a valuable purpose in the market. Banks do what they do, they serve a valuable purpose in the market, but we need to move to a broader spectrum. There are a lot of opportunity with those 95% of companies that aren't venture backable, and the vast majority of those are not bank financeable because they don't have sufficient collateral. So we're going to look at how do we balance the risk and the return. We'll take quicker returns and a lower multiple. We look at the scale of the opportunity. What's the timeline to liquidity? What's the capital required to get to liquidity? And we're going to have a portfolio of short timelines, long timelines, revenue-based deals, equity-based deals, high-risk deals, low-risk deals. And the equity-based deals versus the revenue-based deals and the short timelines and the long timelines is an area that's not very well served right now. We can use those tools to help fill that gap in. Let's narrow the valley of death, if you will. We're going to provide fund managers in the limited partner investors that we're looking into our new fund. They're very excited about the accelerated liquidity. They'll accept a lower return for that accelerated liquidity and increased capital churn. We can get into opportunities and get out of opportunities faster. And we can provide returns on investments that don't have a clear path to exit. We find that particularly notable in the outdoor space. These companies, they're not necessarily niche companies, but they're not on a path to many multiple exit. They're on a path to solid revenue, 20% year-over-year growth, but not exponential growth. We can get returns on those investments, even though there's not a path to exit. At the same time, the founders don't get diluted, so they have equity in their pockets for future rounds. If scalability is demonstrated, they need those venture dollars to scale. They have the shares to do that with. And if they don't, nobody's disappointed because we weren't expecting that. If that incremental growth is all they get, we average a 3x return on our alternative instruments as opposed to a 10x return. So just wanted to throw some comments out there about these alternative tools that we've experimented with over the last 14 months and had quite a bit of success with. We think that the Outdoor Fund has been a really great playground to explore some of these things, and we're really happy with the results. We're really happy to applying these fundamental approaches to our new fund.
Jim, I have a couple of questions. I sort of missed, I think, the first part. Are there any requirements for these founders for someone to invest in it?
So for us, they must be a Michigan-based company. Our new fund will be a Great Lakes-based company. So we do have a geographical focus because we're leveraging some economic development dollars.
I wondered if there were, requirements of what it was going to be.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, you sort of hinted at it, but what kinds of help do you give these firms that you loan money to in addition to giving money? What kinds of help is available to them?
The biggest thing we provide is connections to network partners and particularly supply chain partners. Of the companies that have moved to Michigan, it hasn't been because of our money. It has often been because of the supply chain that they have access to. So we have relationships across the sector in the manufacturers, the material suppliers, and others, and we provide warm referrals from both sides to be adding value quickly to those companies. How do they, because the focus is on getting customer traction, which means the focus is on getting a manufacturing supply chain set up as quickly as possible.
Okay. Now I would like to open it up to anyone who would like to ask questions of any of the presenters that you heard. But I can't be the only one that, no one's going to question Jeff on his controversial presentation.
Beverly, I've got a question for Jeff. I just wanted to ask about the extent to which he thought AI was going to generate opportunities that would create more jobs. So that was one question I wondered if he might explore a bit further, because at the moment there's an incredible amount of concern about the displacement effects you mentioned. And for Jim, just coming back to the last presentation, I wasn't clear, Jim, is the money that's going into this fund, is it from source, the initial startup money, was it from the university's funds itself, or is it just acting, is the university acting as an intermediary, or is it out to play altogether? So just a couple of quick questions there for colleagues.
Okay. Well, let's get to Jeff first, and then we'll get to Jim. Okay, Jeff, do you want to respond?
Yes, there was one study that I looked at that actually indicated that the early indications would be that AI might generate more jobs than we lost. I'm not sure that holds out over the long haul, which was what I was looking at. But second, that same study did indicate there's going to be a lot of displacement. So that the people that are getting jobs are not necessarily going to be the people that are losing jobs. And my guess is there will be some level of ageism in that, because people that are 40 and above didn't take an AI course in school. And in fact, as I'm talking to friends of mine who have kids going to school, all of them are advising their children, be sure that as you study engineering, architecture, whatever, make sure you understand how AI is going to impact your particular career and get ahead of it. Everybody that's heading off to college, or at least who are listening to the parents that I have run into, are trying to AI protect themselves. But for the 40 plus and maybe even younger than that, many of them don't even know what the initials AI stand for, let alone have figured out what it might do to their job or their career at this point.
There
That's
is,
true.
Jeff, a study from the Blair Institute here in the UK, which is broadly optimistic in the direction you said. You might want to look at that. The Blair Institute has done a big report, as McKinsey has, as you say. But thanks for that. That's helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, and Jim?
So the first fund that we have, the $5.6 million outdoor fund, is funded solely by the Michigan Economic Development Corporation. So we've received a grant from the Michigan Economic Development Corporation, which allowed us to experiment with these alternate instruments without risking limited partner capital. Because of the success that we've had so far, we have a lot of traction towards a $15 million for-profit fund that is independent limited partner investors, which the university may be one, would be the foundation would invest in it as part of its portfolio. They're considering that right now. But it's just limited partner investors seeking return. And based on what we have demonstrated with the experiment that the Economic Development Corporation money allowed us to take the risk of.
Yeah, so but would the university itself then be thinking in the direction that it might become a partner or a funder
Yes.
for some of these things? Okay.
Yep.
That's interesting.
Yeah, they're seriously considering adding this to the portfolio of the university's endowment.
Thank you.
Yep, very good. I had a comment I wanted to take on, well, that Peter and Georgia, was it? Because you were focused on clusters, and I'm really struck by this because I'm a firm believer in Michael Porter's The Benefits of Having Clusters. I firmly believe it because I believe there's a synergistic effect when you have multiple firms and you have employees having coffee together that from different firms. They exchange ideas. And how do you think that is going to play out in the future?
Yeah, Pete, do you want to go ahead first? And then I can add a few things. Because that's a great question, Beverly. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, I think in many ways there's an enormous amount of interest in the extent to which the interactions across the boundaries of the Venn diagram that Giorgio presented. I mean, we spend a lot of time studying those boundaries to see how permeable they've become, because we're very much convinced of the importance of these interactions, the tacit knowledge sharing that, of course, is underpinning so much of this thinking. I have to say, Beverly, one of the biggest problems with using the word cluster these days is that nobody knows anymore what it means. I'm a great admirer of Michael Porter's work because I think he actually really did put a lot of time into conceptualizing it appropriately, but certainly now everybody uses it almost as just a must-have thing, and without understanding really what are the pathways by which it's supposed to generate the supposed benefit. The British government, for instance, has just produced a tool which is a cluster mapping tool, which just allows you to show clusters everywhere. And it's just become it's become very difficult to know quite what is the shall we say, the actual theory of change behind what's making the cluster work. But I think we here do see that the interactions between the players in the Cambridge context, particularly as it relates to both the knowledge-based assets of the university, but also the collegiate system here, they are absolutely fundamental in generating the outcomes that we're currently seeing. And what we're interested in is the British government wants to scale up Cambridge. It wants to make it the size of Boston. And so therefore, in that sense, we're very keen to understand how much you can, as it were, maintain the access that Giorgio referred to, but also within the existing geography that is so precious here because of protecting the environment and everything else.
Yeah, I think the point I would add, I mean, I think Pete said it all already, but again, thank you for that question, Beverly, because we do occasionally find ourselves having to justify why in 2025 it is still worth looking at clusters. And obviously, when you study Cambridge, when you study Oxford, there are very good reasons to do that. If you may be looking at other economies in other areas of the UK, that may not be still very valid. But I think back to your question, The point I will make is, so Pete, myself and other colleagues, we've been surveying people on the ground. So we've been surveying companies, their employees, and asking basically what do they benefit from being on a high-tech cluster like Cambridge. And definitely a key finding that from my point of view kind of came up even stronger than I had anticipated is in terms of the benefits that people working here gain from being part of a high-tech cluster in terms of future job opportunities. So if you are basically, so say that your company is not going well and it may be sold to another, it has to close down, whatever, then it's quite easy for somebody working here to move on and find something else still in the area. So in a way, it's quite easy to get employment if something doesn't go quite well. And what we have found also is a lot of, so people working in the high-tech cluster in Cambridge are highly embedded into the ecosystem. So a lot of people think Cambridge is dominated by boffins coming from other countries and kind of not mingling with residents or whatever. That's actually not true. And we have found that a lot of the people working here are strongly embedded in Cambridge. They want to stay here. They have had already another employment in Cambridge in the past. So I think going forward, these are all reasons for being optimistic alongside what Pete has highlighted already. And of course, during COVID, there were questions about are the benefits of clustering still being, are they going to be very strong still going forward or not? In a world where maybe people will be working from home most of the time. But I think what we can say is that things kind of went back more or less to where they used to be before COVID, because we shouldn't forget that Cambridge is very much a life sciences cluster where people need to be in the lab, at least many of them. But thank you again for that question, because I think it's spot on.
Okay, yes, Agnes.
And I have to make a parallel between that cluster discussion and Jeff's angle. I mean, what is it? I mean, as AIs get smarter and smarter, we humans, we need to be wiser and wiser. And I mean, what are how do you leverage on being a human? Well, one part is, of course, using empathy, and another part is interacting with other humans. Of course, a cluster is a great way to make sure that you actually are in contact with other humans. In an increasingly AI-powered world, I think also, I mean, facilitating human interaction as a cluster does is really worthwhile.
Any response? I was going, any response to the Agnes's
Well,
comments?
I totally agree with Agnes. I mean, the whole of the extensive architecture now of the research campuses and increasingly these bioscience campuses we're referring to, they are just engineered to ensure maximum interaction. The AstraZeneca building, which is now been established on the biomedical campus, which I think has now cost something like £1.4 billion, believe it or not. The whole of the ground floor is completely porous for interaction in terms of folk moving in and out all the time. And most of the significant research campuses just see the deal flow in the canteen and the cafeteria as being absolutely fundamental to the momentum of the situation. So, I mean, as Giorgio mentioned, I mean, it's quite interesting what are the boundaries of the interactions in terms of people's distances and where they live. And housing dominates many of these cluster evolutions because where the people live is not necessarily where the companies want to be. And so that itself is a problem. I mean, we're very fiercely planning controlled in this system here. So the physical land use planning system dramatically influences the shape of what actually takes place. And that interaction between where people want to live, where the businesses are, and the extent to which they can interact is very much what we're examining.
And I'd like to address, Agnes, when we go back to work and we go into the office, some of the famous movie computers have been HAL 9000. We can talk to HAL. We can talk to Joshua, who was in War Games. We can talk to Mother, who was the computer in the movie Alien. As these AI systems get better and better, they're gonna talk to us as real humans, and we won't walk in. We'll just talk to our computer.
Do you talk to Siri now? I don't know. You talk to Siri, so it goes along with it. I was thinking, Agnes, you talk about experimentation. I was thinking that's where AI, to me, if you can do a simulation, it allows you many more experiments than you normally, like Thomas Edison took years doing all of his experiments, trying to finally won the work.
Yeah, so that's one superpower of using AI in experimentation is, of course, being able to do a whole bunch of iterations where much faster, and also, I mean, faking, as Jeff said, okay, you can speak to them, you can train an AI agent to act as a potential user group that I mean, the more you train them on how this type of user group acts, the better response you get from being able to actually, okay, so let's see what the agent or the AI agent says about this first prototype we're making. But then once again, that is one thing that we can be doing, but all successful or most successful innovations have a strong sense of empathy, where you actually, I mean, it's also that you put something in front of a user and you observe as a human being using your empathy and see how the user is interacting with it. And you have those serendipity moments where it's like, okay, so I now see an even more interesting problem to solve. And that's where we, so far at least, outsmart the